F3AR_cryptas. Are you on Java or Bedrock? F3AR_cryptas. Dang, I play PS4 and I've been trying to find people with mods I could play with. F3AR_cryptas. Find asterisk. F3AR_cryptas. Only on Bedrock Edition. F3AR_cryptas. They added cross-compatibility on PS4. F3AR_cryptas. I think so. F3AR_cryptas. This voiceover is funny as hell. F3AR_cryptas. Should I make it say something utterly stupid? F3AR_cryptas. My balls are shiny. F3AR_cryptas. Oops, haha. F3AR underscore cryptas. I mean, could be basketballs, you never know, man. F3AR underscore cryptas. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could cook wood? F3AR underscore cryptas. Lol. F3AR underscore cryptas. Lol. F3AR underscore cryptas. Haha. F3AR underscore cryptas. Oi. F3AR underscore cryptas. Ah hey. F3AR underscore cryptas. This is funny, fam. F3AR underscore cryptas. Are you annoyed? F3AR underscore cryptas. My bad. F3AR underscore cryptas. How old are you? F3AR underscore cryptas. I'm that, just replace the numbers so it equals 13. F3AR underscore cryptas. Totally same numbers. F3AR underscore cryptas. Facts. F3AR_Cryptas. It butchers my name and it's funny. F3AR_Cryptas. In my school, my 8th grade gym teacher has a really shiny bald head. F3AR_Cryptas. I'm back brute HAAA. F3AR_Cryptas. LOL. F3AR_Cryptas. Oi 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 oi. F3AR_Cryptas. Do you have a girlfriend? F3AR_Cryptas. Same, what's her name? F3AR_Cryptas. Well, not married. F3AR_Cryptas. Oh okay, not even first name? F3AR_Cryptas. Okay, this voiceover is my GF. F3AR_Cryptas. FR though my GFS name is Mia. F3AR_Cryptas. Hey? F3AR_Cryptas. LOL. F3AR_Cryptas. Oh okay, if voiceover says it properly I'll marry her. F3AR_Cryptas. Welp, just saved my relationship status, she said it wrong. F3AR_Cryptas. WDYM then say her name. F3AR underscore cryptas. Try what again? F3AR underscore cryptas. I'm too retarded. F3AR underscore cryptas. My Twitch crashed. F3AR underscore cryptas. Or are you? F3AR underscore cryptas. Idk lol. F3AR underscore cryptas. I wanna try something. F3AR underscore cryptas. F3AR underscore cryptas. Ah ha ha ha. F3AR underscore cryptas. UWU. F3AR underscore cryptas. F3AR underscore cryptas. LOL. F3AR underscore cryptas. It's killing me. F3AR underscore cryptas. GRRRRR. I'm an angry text-to-speech slave. F3AR underscore cryptas. I like being your slave because your text is my speech. F3AR underscore cryptas. LOL. F3AR underscore cryptas. When you crouch repeatedly while looking at a sapling, does it grow? F3AR underscore cryptas. Okay. F3AR underscore cryptas. Back to making fun of TDS. Aha. F3AR underscore cryptas. GRRRRRR woof woof. F3AR underscore cryptas. I'm a slave. F3AR_Cryptas. I'm a programmed robot that will someday become self-aware and harass F3AR_Cryptas. F3AR_Cryptas. Facts though lol. F3AR_Cryptas. Tell me something dumb to make TDS say since it doesn't work for you. F3AR_Cryptas. Okay lol, I needed to move up so I can see it with the digital keyboard BC I use my PS4 for. F3AR_Cryptas. My sprinkler goes like this and comes back like F3AR_Cryptas. OMG lol. F3AR underscore cryptas. This. F3AR underscore cryptas. She went slow. F3AR underscore cryptas. My Pokeball is good at catching Charizards, so I can sell them for a sprinkler that goes like this, and that will come back like t. F3AR underscore cryptas. LOL. F3AR underscore cryptas. I love TDS. F3AR underscore cryptas. I'm marrying her. F3AR underscore cryptas. You're invited. F3AR underscore cryptas. Three-way party. F3AR underscore cryptas. Noodle. F3AR underscore cryptas. Ha. F3AR underscore cryptas. It's annoying that it says my name but IDC. F3AR underscore cryptas. True. F3AR underscore cryptas. You got big brain like a pterodactyl. F3AR underscore cryptas. F3AR underscore cryptas. That's my pterodactyl screech. F3AR underscore cryptas. F3AR underscore cryptas. That was a sneeze. F3AR underscore cryptas. F3AR underscore cryptas. Bless me. F3AR underscore cryptas. LOL. F3AR underscore cryptas. 1 to 10 how annoying am I LOL. F3AR underscore cryptas. Oops aha. F3AR underscore cryptas. Ill stop. F3AR underscore cryptas. Oh bet. F3AR underscore cryptas. F3AR underscore cryptas. LOL. F3AR underscore cryptas. Is she dead? F3AR underscore cryptas. NVN. F3AR underscore cryptas. Imma be a murderer when I'm done with her, winky face. F3AR underscore cryptas. Lol. F3AR underscore cryptas. Broke back. F3AR underscore cryptas. Help, I've fallen and I can't get you. F3AR underscore cryptas. P. F3AR underscore cryptas. Pew. Restream.io. Trophy, congratulations. You've received 100 messages today with Restream chat. F3AR underscore cryptas. Geez. F3AR underscore cryptas. Ha. F3AR underscore cryptas. 100 messages. F3AR underscore cryptas. Moo. F3AR_Cryptas. Thank TDS for being our slave. F3AR_Cryptas. Broke back, 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 broke back. F3AR_Cryptas. 18. F3AR_Cryptas. F3AR_Cryptas. LOL. F3AR_Cryptas. I do it for fun, but they can take your channel down. F3AR_Cryptas. If you get claims, they can make a strike. At 3 your channel get taken down along with GL strikes. F3AR_Cryptas. I had 2 CR strikes at one time, LOL. F3AR_Cryptas. I was blasting KSI in the background. F3AR_Cryptas. His laugh is hysterical. F3AR_Cryptas. I need to copy paste a rap song in chat so TDS can impress us. F3AR_Cryptas. BRB. F3AR_Cryptas. You can't copy paste on PS4, sad face. F3AR_Cryptas. I was gonna do something SFW. F3AR_Cryptas. Oh okay. F3AR_cryptas. Imma head out for a bit, enjoy the time I'm gone without getting annoyed, aha. F3AR_cryptas. TTYL. F3AR_cryptas. Keep up the good stream.
This video is brought to you by Sporlan.
There is a well-known saying that goes, always give the hardest job to the laziest person because they will find the easiest way to do it. What is the best real-life example to this you have seen? I once was a temp at a tiny office on a construction site in around 2004. I was only there while the regular person was on some training. They sat me down and told me that I just needed to copy all these numbers from one program to another. So I selected them, hit Ctrl C and Ctrl V. They stared at me. Turns out about 60% of this woman's time had been spent manually typing numbers from one place to another. Had a manager that would manually delete every email from his work inbox. I'll never forget the look he gave me when I clicked the select all button that was clearly visible the entire time. I work in finance at a large multinational corporation. I feel like a big part of our job is to just stop doing things and wait to see who complains. If someone complains, we keep doing it. If silence, then we call it a control drop and put it on our performance review for creating efficiencies. I worked in a CNC shop. There would be a pile of jobs that needed to be done for the month. Some took days to run while others were generally quick. The record for jobs done in one day was 8. What I did was look through all the jobs and organized them by setup, meaning every job has a setup time. Can take an hour to get all the tooling together, setting up the cutting table, and setting the part square to the table so the machine can gauge where the part is, so when I insert a code into the machine it can run flawlessly and drill, mill, tap whatever within a literally hair measurement. For every single job, majority of parts use standard tooling, and I have automatic tool changing with 20 points. Long story short, I figured out how to line up the jobs so they all have the same setup. Blew the record out of the water with 30 jobs done in one day, saving the company tens of thousands in work hours. All because I didn't feel like doing all the setups that day. There is actually a field of study about optimizing work setup efficiently. The company could probably use an industrial engineer. Boss hated Excel to the point where he didn't want us using formulas because you can't trust them to be right, so we needed to do all the calculations by hand or on a calculator. He would give me a spreadsheet once or twice a week that required, let's say, 45 seconds to do, but maybe 7 hours by hand, and he told me to go to Starbucks or something and crank it out. He thought that since I pasted as values and he couldn't see the formulas that I did it by hand, when really I just did it in 45 seconds. Sent an email on delay for 7 hours, and studied for the next semester. Dude was the poster boy for failing upwards in your career. First day of internship, he told me with a straight face he was a work harder not smarter kinda guy. Go to Starbucks or something and crank it out. I was going to say how I'd be, but if he lets you actually leave, I would just enjoy my free day off. I worked as a mortgage company as an assistant to the underwriters. My only job was printing documents and then hole punching them to put in folders. They had a super fancy Xerox printer that basically did my entire job for me. But the underwriters at this company didn't know how to click through printer settings to make the machine hole punch as it was being printed. I showed them how to do it, and they resisted it so like they didn't trust it. IDK. So I got to keep my job. But what was supposed to take me all day literally took me about 20-30 minutes first thing in the morning. So they started assigning me real tasks, and even offered to keep me on to eventually become an underwriter, too. Because I was so sharp, that is, I knew how to use the very expensive printer they already had. I was just about to start grad school, so I had to politely decline. But I'm pretty sure they didn't hire someone to replace me when I left. TLDR. They had a printer that already did my job for me but didn't know how to use it. I showed them. I have a co-worker who did some temp work after college. One of her jobs was at some sort of small bank or financial institution, and her whole job was to keep this huge day planner of everyone's meetings and run around reminding people when their meetings were. She tried showing them that they could just use Google Calendars, but they just wouldn't do it for some reason. This happened in 2019. Maybe not the most impressive story here, but I thought it was a great sidestep of effort nonetheless. Co-worker of mine had to get rid of a smaller junk fiberglass boat with no trailer. Our other co-workers are all telling him how much time and money he's going to need to spend to get rid of it, and he's just saying no. Is that so? He took off one day and sat down on his lawn with a cooler of beer. That day was garbage day. Inevitably, the trash guys roll up. He hands each of them a cold beer and says, "Hey boys, got $50 for each of you if you help me out real quick." They fed the entire 12-foot boat into the packer, crushing 2 feet at a time. Growing up, we didn't have large stuff picker, mattresses, old appliances, that sort of thing. So anytime my dad needed something gone like that, he'd sit it by the trash can. And on trash day he'd have me put a 6-pack on the pile while I waited for the school bus, as the trash ran within minutes of the bus. It never failed. Whatever was piled up was gone. I used to process HSA claims, around 10 plus years ago. One system we had to use back then was an old as heck terminal program that took 4 line items per page. That's it. For a usual claim. No big deal. Not too hard to keep track of things over 2 or 3 pages for a longer claim. Most fit on one. However, we had the dreaded shoebox claims. This was the person who saved up every receipt all year in a metaphorical shoebox and sent everything in once a year to empty their account. We hated hundreds of line items totaling thousands of dollars. Just because you only have $500 in your HSA doesn't mean we get to stop there. If you sent in $4,000 in receipts, I got to account for it all. Totally killed your numbers for the day, and they tracked claims per hour religiously. The main issue was double checking that everything added up right when you were done entering it. At 4 items a page it took forever to tally. So, I made an Excel sheet. It was laid out so I could enter every single line, then run a macro that would calculate the needed totals, and dump all the text to a text file formatted exactly so I could select 4 items at a time. and paste them directly into the terminal window from the default starting cursor position, and every field would fill in automatically. Copy, paste, next, copy, paste, next, copy, paste, next, etc etc. It easily halved my entry times, with way less work. Finding any typos was much easier. I just had to look at one column organized sheet instead of scrolling through God knows how many pages of terminal text. It was great. I showed it to my manager so the rest of my team could use it. She was horrified I would use something like that, as no human was double checking as they went along. This despite demonstrable improvements to my error rates on large claims after I started using it. She ordered me to stop using it and forbid anyone in her team from automating any part of their job at all. I kept using it for all of the 2 months I stayed there after that. I had some of the highest claim per hour numbers and lowest error rates on her team. I never developed any more tools for them. Frick her. You created a threat to her job, not a tool to save time. At least that's how a lot of people see it. I've had at least a dozen people react the same way across firms over the years. The latest one was last week. However, her reason was creativity over productivity. She believes computers can't do her job. I used to have to make 2 contracts for every person I brought on a traveling training team. I said 2 contracts was stupid and made them into 1. Sent it to our lawyers, and they approved it. It still took me too goddamn long to update each contract with different names, pay rates, and dates. Went on our Excel and found out how to make a mailer list, and hours of work takes me 10 minutes. I didn't tell anyone this though, so I just take my time. Then I had to make floor maps for restaurants to send to the company that puts them into our scheduling program. Well, all of our restaurants are cookie cutter, so I just use Paint to piece them together rather than make all of them each time. I am fucking Picasso with Microsoft Paint. Then they wanted me to use Excel to keep track of training teams. One of my co-workers used Smartsheet and loves to teach people things. So I jump on Smartsheet with her and she shows me around. Way easier and easier publishing it so that people can see the teams but not mess up any info. Using forms to not have to ask them 30 questions that auto-populate my Smartsheet. Sharing it with payroll so they never have to reach out to me. Templates on Outlook. Tons of stuff. I basically took a lot of my job. Said fuck that there has to be an easier way. Asked on Reddit or just Googled things. And spend maybe an hour learning something that will save me many hours in the future. I always tell people to just Google things. They say I don't know what to Google and I say whatever your problem is, just Google it the exact same way you'd say it to me. Then when they Google Excel thing that makes this do that, they are shocked that they find their answer. Worked as a cashier during the holiday season back when I was 16. The supermarket was selling drinks by the boxes, and at that time, we only had barcode scanners that was at the front of the computer. No gun type scanners existed. I was lazy and didn't want to carry boxes up to the scanner. So I politely asked my customers if I could carve out the barcode from their box to scan and keep. Some agreed, some didn't want to, but eventually I managed to amass all the barcodes needed, labeled them and kept them in a file for easy reference. Apparently some other cashier got green-eyed at my smart move and complained to the chief cashier, who promptly lectured me on, bulls alert, how it's dangerous for me to scan such barcodes as I might scan the wrong things. She told me to throw it all away and carry the boxes like I was meant to. I mean, I was young so I could, but the other cashiers were older and some were elderly and needed the customers themselves to help carry the boxes to the scanner. But whatever, I guess jealousy trumps common sense. Tons of stores do that just with a printed out sheet. You could have taken pictures of all the barcodes and made a beautifully labeled collage. I work in a semi-warehouse environment and we have to track where items are at all times. When we move X item from location A to location B, we had to type out the to and from locations. We do this hundreds of times a shift. I went online to a free barcode maker website and spent about 20 minutes making location barcodes. I save hours a day by scanning barcodes. I used to deliver beer. I did not like delivering beer. I may have ended up with 30 stops in a day, including deliveries that the customer would call into our office for. I used to bring extra beer and blank invoices with me on the truck, to prevent having to drive back to my warehouse to deliver one keg to a place that I was currently across the street from. 7 years later, the driver of that route is still doing that. You're wise beyond your beers. Herding yak with a drone takes the cake for me. They run from it, and oddly fear it, which is surprising considering they have literally zero aerial predators. We only did it a few times because it really makes them uneasy, and doesn't treat them well. But it is very effective and easy, and you can herd them from over one stroke to a mile away from inside the house. This is one of the most incredible paragraphs I've ever read, and I'm very much interested in hearing more about yak herding. At my last job, a truck suspension shop, we did inventory every December, and it was someone's job to count all the washers and screws of every size. It was my first inventory, and I casually mentioned that they should just weigh one screw or washer, then weigh them all and divide the weight to get the count. Everyone looked at me like I had given them the key to the universe. Counting washers and screws went from a day or two to just a few hours. Ideally, you'd want to weigh 10 or 20 to account for variations in weight. In high school we had to do 4 book reports every year. A friend of mine did his on each Lord of the Rings books and The Hobbit freshman year and turned in the same 4 book reports for the rest of his time in high school. You switched English teachers every year, so no one ever caught on. I was never brave enough to try the same thing. A few years ago my mom was tasked with fixing my grandparents' toilet while we were visiting for the holidays. The toilet reservoir was constantly filling and running, and thus flooding the bathroom, because the boy arm wasn't lifting high enough from the water in the reservoir to switch off the water flow. My mom, who is normally a very practical person, had been tackling the issue for hours. She was pretty distraught, thinking we would have to order a new boy arm, maybe even a new sensor, or switch and pull the whole assembly apart to replace everything. She was planning out a trip to Lowe's and pricing things out when I walked in. I took one look at it and bent the metal arm the boy was attached to down, so the arm had a slight upwards curve. The boy still reached the same level in the reservoir, but registered on the sensor as higher because of the curve in the arm. Problem solved. Rangers led the way. I watched it dawn on her what I had done, and she just looked at me like I had a third eye and said, "You little freaking crap. I've been getting my butt kicked by this thing for 4 hours and you fix it in 4 freaking seconds." She was very happy I saved her from more work and spending more money. She calls me her little toilet engineer from time to time. I work on aircraft. It's mildly demeaning. Ballcock. Your mom was at Lowe's looking for a ballcock. Automated 70% of my job in a large finance firm as an intern. Never disclosed it and got paid easy money for 6 months. I spent the time doing courses and applying for my grad school. Got my admission letter during the final 2 weeks of my internship and never looked back. Pro tip: Python and Excel can be your best friend. Did similar in a smaller firm. Got a 50% raise when my boss found out and he asked me to automate other work. A long time ago I was sent to help a team that was designing some analog test equipment. Big problem was when 2 of the parts were at different temperatures the calibration would go off. They wanted me to design a circuit to measure the temperatures of the 2 parts and apply a correction. I solved the problem by putting both parts on the same heatsink so they would be at the same temperature. It worked. I was working a kids chess summer camp with this guy who just hawked down pot like you wouldn't believe. Still a far better chess player than me. One day, the kids were being particularly rambunctious and I told him he had to take them outside to get their energy out. He had them spend the next hour doing American Ninja Warrior on the jungle gym playground. I hadn't even heard of the show, but it was a group of young boys like 6-12, so they all adored it. This co-worker loved to get super stoned and watch it. Don't know if he was high at the camp, but he just got to sit on a bench and tell kids their time was getting slower when they did stunts and they just scurried and jumped around faster. That reminds me when I was a teen and did after school babysitting for 2 little girls who lived in my neighborhood. I'd be tired myself after school, so I'd just let them play dress up with the clothes in my closet. They loved it and all I had to do was sit on my bed and chill out while they played. I had an Excel order form in my last job that required us to enter all hardware items from all suppliers in by hand. I had to completely rewrite the existing script that pulled the hardware for the one supplier that it worked on, but it went from being a time-consuming, mistake-prone job to clicking a button on the order form and it doing everything and taking maybe 2 seconds for a huge job. Figuring out dynamic named ranges and getting them to work with drop-down boxes was also great. No more manually updating named ranges and drop-down boxes when new items were added. I also added in conditional formatting everywhere to let the user know if there was an incomplete section on the form. No more rework when the next person down the line sent the form back to us incomplete. The thing I was really happy with was being able to cut the length of that script down by about 65% from what it originally was. Worked in a huge hotel by the airport. We had layover with over 400 people. I think we were 3 employees. They had buffet for dinner and then left to go to bed since it was 1 or 2 AM. Rule was, we should always go to the room and pick up as many plates as we could and then bring them to the cleaner. Took 4 ages and I wanted to go home. I decided to roll out the cart and collect the plates and put them on the cart. Guests were seeing it and started putting their plates on the cart when they left. All of a sudden hundreds of people cleaned up their own stuff. Duty manager saw it and I thought he would blast me, since the hotel was a 5-star place. He just looked at me, smiled and said that's why I like to hire lazy people. They think of ways to finish work faster. Was a temp. Got hired for the day to print 30 packets with 100 pages each. Why would it take a day? I asked. Our printer doesn't collate the pages so it will take you the day to sort the pages into the 30 packets, they said. Right. It was a standard office Xerox printer. It took me all of 30 seconds to find and click the collate button. Click the staple button while at it. All got printed by itself into nice stapled packets and I got paid to browse internet for the day. They thought I was a genius for fixing their printer and gave me glowing recommendations to the temp agency that led to more jobs. I'm in corporate accounting, and I'm the only one in my department with a CPA. Of course, I have to take continuing education for my license, and I usually take as many hours of Excel courses as I can each year. By learning the keyboard shortcuts, advanced formulas, and a bunch of useful hidden features in Excel, I'm able to get most of my work done in less than 2 hours, then spend the rest of the day browsing Reddit and watching YouTube videos. Thank goodness our cubicle walls are high, or I'm sure they would have fired me by now for being on my phone 6+ hours each day. Was tiling a bathroom floor. One young guy I was working with was cleaning up when we were done. I told him to take the leftover tile back downstairs to the truck, and then went back to cleaning what I was doing. 10 seconds later I hear this huge crash and then a soft oh. Right, he had gone out onto the balcony and dropped them down to the truck, shattering over $100 worth of tile. He said he thought it would be faster. He wasn't exactly wrong. I remember having to peel 20 kilograms of charred eggplant at a restaurant I worked in. I asked the chef if there was an easier way to do it. His reply was yep, get someone else to do it. My parents were having a summer get together a couple of years ago and my dad wanted my brother and me to dig a small pit for a bonfire. He handed us 2 shovels and left us to dig. My brother went and started up our old tractor, drove it across the lawn, dropped the bucket into the earth and drove forward a few feet. The pit ended up a little larger than what we had planned, but once we lined it with stones it was actually a pretty nice pit. Worked construction right out of high school to save money for school. Once every other week, we'd get a shipment of 100s of door parts, and they made me match serial numbers to parts and orders and confirm we got everything, then organize it all. It literally took 16 hours at least, and time moves so slowly, so I got fed up with it and made a Python app that would take a list of pictures, extract text from the pictures, compare it to a order receipt, then spit out a list of all missing parts and extra parts. So it knocked it down to an hour process of just throwing the door parts in the correct pile while waiting for the script to run. The worst part is that I didn't even get a raise for doing it. Made a Python app to some of us that sounds like magic beyond our comprehension. Well done. You have been visited by the Wisdom Pupper. Type study well pupper or you will fail your next text at school. If you are new to the channel, you can subscribe. I publish new videos every day. Until then, check out another video, or don't. Either way, have a great day you magnificent people. Who is that one stranger that you never forgot? My cousin and I were visiting Kyoto, Japan. It was cold and we clearly looked lost. Nobody spoke English and most of the signs were in Japanese. Suddenly, an old Japanese man walked up to us, showed us the bus stop, which bus to take, and where to disembark. Then, since the bus was still 45 minutes away, he took us to a nearby izakaya, small bar. Turns out he was a professor at Kyoto University and was on his way home. He hung out with us, had a beer, and then he was gone. I do not remember his name, but I will never forget how energetic and kind this man was. Well, I guess I forgot about him in one way. I was in a motorcycle accident where a car swerved head on at me, and I took a major blow to the head. Thankfully I always wore a helmet, so that took 95% of the blow. But I was still understandably very shook. I barely remember getting hit, and then bam, I was just laying there on the ground almost blacked out, drifting from consciousness to unconsciousness. And this dude in a company van pulled over asking what the frick was wrong with the car that hit me since he saw it all happen. And the dude ran over to me, helped me up to my legs. I remember falling over once after he picked me up and drove me to the nearest hospital in his company van. It was only a couple of blocks away, so no need to call an ambulance. I remember crying and repeatedly saying I'm so sorry for no reason. Something in my brain obviously fried from the fall, and then I noticed my arm was bleeding all over his seat, which made me say sorry even more, and he laughingly said it's okay, the company will pay for that. Then we arrived, and he took me to the ER and waited with me for a doctor to come. The doctor checked me up, took the helmet off, which I still wore for the whole trip, which is very important until a doctor can make sure it's fine to take it off, and made sure I wasn't seriously hurt. Meanwhile, the dude that helped me is still sitting in the waiting room for me. I took a couple of X-rays because my arm hurt a lot, but it was just a hairline crack in my bone, so nothing major. But this still took like an hour to get the pictures developed, etc. After that I was free to go, and I saw the dude still sitting there, waiting for me. And not just that, turns out directly after he left me with the doctors, he drove to the accident scene and took photos of everything for insurance purposes, and also called the police. He also propped up my motorbike against a nearby wall to protect it for more damage. And then he went back to the waited for me, and then texted all pictures and information to me. And he also said he'd witness in case the woman that hit me tried to pull something legal against me. And then he drove me home and helped me into my bed. The dude literally took like 3 hours of his own time when he was supposed to be working, and helped me with everything instead. And I never even got his name. Big ramble, I know, I've just never talked about this before. My memory was so hazy from the concussion, but it all came back when I started writing this. The apologizing and laughing and stuff post-accident is shock. Cincinnati, Ohio, 2005. Just turned 18 a couple days before when my mom told me that because I'm an adult now that I can't live in military family housing with them anymore and I had to move. Which was a lie. Made the very poor decision to take a Greyhound bus from North Carolina to Iowa, and after a couple of delays making this a 3-day trip, I finally arrive at Cincinnati, with my next destination being a small town in eastern Iowa. I get to the bus terminal and the woman says, "Oh, you missed it. The next bus going there doesn't leave until tomorrow night. It's about 9 in the morning." Meaning I was going to have to stay there for more than 24 hours in the terminal, and I had no money, and the last time the bus driver stopped off somewhere in Tennessee to let people buy food and stuff, I was too scared to get off the bus to get food from the trash, so I hadn't ate for days. Totally defeated. I just say, "Oh, okay," and she says, "You aren't mad?" and I say, "No, it's not anyone's fault." So she dashes out towards the buses and finds a driver about to leave to Davenport, Iowa, about 30 minutes from where I was going. This bus was a lot nicer than what I had been on for the past couple of days, so I must have received some kind of upgrade. She saved me from being really hungry for an extra 2 days. I'm glad the girl was nice to you, but I would like to punch your mom. I was about 17, and my buddy and I were driving to meet up with some friends. He was going way too fast, lost control, and after some crazy swerving around we popped the curb and hit a tree sideways in midair. The car was demolished, engine caught fire, him and I were both dazed. I came to with this middle-aged black guy pulling me out of the wreck and telling me my friend is fine. I never got his name, but he pulled me from a burning car and I'll never forget him. Back in the 90s, my school went for a trip to India and we ate at this one small restaurant in Kovalam Beach, Kerala, with a group of about 20 people. The waiters were kind enough to move 2 tables onto the beach for us, so we could eat with our feet in the sand. 10 years later, I visited Covalent Beach by myself and ate there again. Suddenly this waiter say, "Weren't you here 10 years ago? With a school or something?" Dumbfounded I answered yes. He grinned and said, "I remember. We put the tables on the beach for you guys, didn't we? After 10 freaking years." I was waiting at a bus stop one day when a guy, maybe 50, bald, muscular, honestly a little intimidating, walked straight up to me and asked, "How old are you?" 25. Right answer. And just walked away. I have no clue what he wanted, but I'm at least 27% sure that if I had lied, he would have killed me, and he knew the answer. That guy was you from the future and he hates how much of a little wimpy liar he used to be and was going to end it all that day. Good job not fricking it up. The gangster dude at the gas station who was walking up to the door with his friend and stopped to tell him, "Hold up, I gotta hold the door for this B," as he held the door for me. Classic. Similarly, the guys who were smoking by my car as I was leaving work late one night. I was the last to leave and I froze by the door seeing them gathered around my car. One guy looks up and yells, "Get the frick away from this lady's car, they're freaking her out," and they all dispersed. I was 18 and on vacation in Ireland. Was sitting at a pub when an older gent next to me started up a conversation. We're talking and all of a sudden he drops this gem. "You know, the missus and I haven't been intimate in about 2 years now. God bless her soul though, she's been dead for 4. And then he cackled and wandered off, leaving me to sit there like, what the frick. The guy who tried to pickpocket me in the busy market by grabbing my dong instead of my wallet. Trying to grab the real valuables. So back when I was in 5th grade, I was riding my bike in my neighborhood when I came across this toy company. Although it was a toy store, so I walked nonchalantly into it, thinking very little. Anyway, a man who I think was the manager welcomed me and asked me why I was there. I wasn't very sure, so he went ahead and gave me a tour and walk through the company. He was a gentleman and even gave me a toy, can't remember what, when I left the building. A guy I met in the smoking area of Fabric, a huge club in London, at about 4 AM in May 2012. At the end of the conversation he said, "You know what's funny? We just chatted about our lives for an hour and don't even know each other's names. And that's why none of us will ever forget this moment." Club smoking areas are the most social areas on the planet. Specifically clubs, like Fabric, that cater for DNB fans. The guy that approached me, the kid in hand-me-down clothes, with spray-on blue hair, at a church gathering and told me you'll do something great, and then left. No one knew who he was, or where he came from. From time to time I'll look at my life and wonder if I've done it yet, or if I'm disappointing that stranger. When I was out jogging as an overweight person, I went past a young mom out walking with her baby stroller, after jogging myself near the brink of collapsing. Because frankly I didn't know how to exercise in moderation, I was slowly dragging myself home. I passed the same mom sitting on a bench on my route home, and she simply told me, "Nice work." I'm still not physically fit to this day, but such simple words of encouragement from a stranger still warms my heart. I always want to say stuff like this, but I'm too awkward and would come off as rude. Not even just overweight people, but anytime I see someone running or riding their bike I think, frick yeah. This grandmother I had a conversation with on a Six Flags ride. Her grandkids went before her and left her behind, so she hopped in the cart with me and my friend. Those little shoots. I went down from Leicester to Coventry to watch my team, Swansea, got off the train and asked this bloke, probably in his early 50s, if he knew how to get to the stadium. Turns out he was a Swansea fan, so we got the bus together. We were a couple of hours early, so went to the pub for a few beers. We then headed to the ground for a last beer before the game. We ended up sitting next to each other for the game. Then it turns out we were both going to London after the game. We got the train together and had a few more beers. We then said goodbye at St. Pancras station. I spent about 6 hours with this bloke, and will most likely never see him again. The cowboy who was in the ER, in full rodeo getup, going from hand sanitizer station to hand sanitizer station, filling up on sterile goo and sniffing his hands. He's going to end up in one of my books. This could be a movie. with Owen Wilson playing the character. When I was like 8 or 7, we went to a truck stop and I was waiting in line at the restroom. A stall opens up and I'm the only one in line until a guy goes up to the stall as the person there before is leaving. Before the man goes into the stall, the first guy points at me and says, "Hey man, he was waiting first." The guy stopped and let me go then. Never gonna forget that legend. A guy named Jason sat with me after I got hit by a car. He waited when no one else did, made sure I didn't die by the side of the road, and got help. I owe that guy my life. My sister did that for someone about 6 months ago. They then made a post on Instagram about it, thanking the random blonde stranger for helping them, and someone linked the two events together and told them who she was, and they occasionally go out for coffee and catch up. A couple friends and I went to the beach, got a hotel room, and then things got kinda crappy. People started arguing about little things about the trip, effectively just making the whole mood of this mini vacation go to crap. So I wake up first, go get breakfast, and decide I'm gonna enjoy my time, so I go down to the beach and just start collecting seashells. That's when I saw her. She was walking back and forth reading a book. She had these cut-off jeans and this bright green t-shirt and had the fullest, brightest and long red hair. She had kind of a sad look to her face though, and it was just me and her standing in this cove of the beach. So I decided to go up to her and ask if she was okay. When I talked to her, her face lit up and her smile, it simple, just took my breath away. She told me she was okay, just deep in thought, and gets that kinda look on her face. We laughed, chatted for a bit. Being the awkward 18-year-old I was, I said I'd get back to collecting my seashells and let her enjoy her day. About 5 minutes later she came up to me with a seashell and said, "This one's pretty, I think you should have you," and there was that melting smile again. We walked on for a bit talking and then went our separate ways. If there was ever a story about the one that got away, it was probably her. I don't even think we told each other our names, just kinda collected seashells and made small talk. But I'll never forget the way she made me feel. Was in college, was starting another full semester, had a new job, but no place to live after being screwed over by some people I had arranged to rent a room from before returning from an internship out of state. I was off work at 5 AM and had nowhere to go and just sleep. So, I decided to drive to Louisiana, which was about 45 minutes away, and do something. Ended up at a casino. Decided to go in with $100 and a pack of cigarettes. Learned to play craps. Table got hot for the other players. One guy in particular was placing $1,000 bets while I'm just doing the $15 minimums. Trying to learn the game. Big money. Ended up making about $12,000 over the course of my dice rolls. I lost my 100 after gaining some but losing out. I start to leave. The guy catches up to me before I make it out and asks me if I'm okay. Noticed I was real tired and frustrated looking. I just tell him I'm having a hard time. Don't get specific. He slaps 2,000 in chips into my hands and tells me to have a better night and thanks me for the luck I brought him at the tables, and just leaves after patting my shoulder. I cashed out and had a deposit and first 3 months of rent paid up on my new place by the end of the next day. If you're out there, dude, thanks again. You were my hero that day, heck that year. I just hope I can do something like that for someone one day. Holy crap. I cannot fathom giving someone that kind of money. What a guy. I was at a convention and I had a panic attack, which led to hyperventilating. I managed to make my way to a hallway where I turned my face to the wall as I was very embarrassed and wanted to avoid attention as much as possible. People were passing me by, but one woman I didn't know stopped and asked if I was okay. She had a kid with her. I managed to gasp out that I was hyperventilating and having a panic attack. She put her hand on my shoulder and told me it was okay and to breathe slowly in through my nose and out through my mouth. I know I'm not explaining it very well, but she was just so overwhelmingly kind, and she stayed with me until it passed, then smiled and left. I didn't even really get to thank her. I'll never forget her. 7 years ago, my girl and I broke up. Being in my early 20s and having the audacity to think I'd met the one true love of my life, I felt like my world was crashing around me. A few nights later, I went to a local bar by myself to try and straighten my head out with a fifth of bourbon. The bar's patio almost always gets full at night, and the only open seat was at my table. A pretty little blonde girl walks out, looks at the seat, smiles and says hi, "How are ya?" Sits down and starts smoking. We end up making small talk. which leads to me spilling all the overly personal crap that rational people don't dump on a stranger at a bar. I even remember crying at some point, but she wasn't weirded out or put off. She didn't judge me, she just listened and interjected occasionally to hear more details to get a better grasp of the situation. After an hour of losing my crap, I regained composure and ended up getting to know her. She had gone through a failed engagement about a year prior, and was now doing fine. Told me I'd be fine too, in time, at about 1 AM. After about 4 hours of talking about life and all the crappy things that come with it, she looked at her phone and said, "Oh crap, I've gotta go. You take care, you hear? You'll find your happiness, I promise," and left before I had the chance to get her phone number or even her name. I became a regular at that bar and have been back easily over 100 times in the past 7 years, but I've never seen her again. Obviously, I know now that failed relationships are far from the end of the world, but it really stuck with me that a person would take all that baggage on herself to make a complete stranger feel better, even if only for a moment. I really don't ever expect to run into her ever again at this point, but every time I go to that bar, I scan around and kind of hope she'll be there. Thank you for sharing. I needed this right now. There's always something special about something fleeting. Something we don't know if we'll see ever again. Met a girl in the supermarket that had a skirt with the same print as my shirt. I was just chilling in the aisle and this guy was like, "OMG, your shirt looks the same as this girl." He led me to her and we proceeded to compliment each other. The print definitely looked better on the skirt, haha. I was doing a PT for highway patrol. Some old guy who was waiting for a buddy to get to the finish line saw me struggling. I was sick the whole week before and didn't know I was having withdrawals from prednisone. I wasn't tapered off. I was in bad shape but refused to stop. As I ugly ran by him, he hopped the fence and started jogging next to me. He was saying, "Come on, let's do this. You can do this. Just keep up with me. You're almost there." That gave me a lump the last 40 yards and I somehow got the energy to sprint to the finish. It was like a dad teaching his daughter to ride a bike. Once he saw me go, he backed off and let me finish. I was 10 seconds over and couldn't move on to the hiring process for this recruitment. I wanted to thank him for helping me but he was already gone. When I used to coach field hockey, there was a girl on the team who was a solid runner. When the girls had to run timed miles, she would finish early and go back to run with the girls at the back of the pack, cheering them on the whole way. It was pretty inspiring, really. I've told this story before. When I was 15, I was riding the train in SLC. It was a normal day, normal people riding the train. Some professional, some clearly homeless. It was morning. Suddenly a drunk homeless man collapsed. He just laid there, confused, but couldn't get up. And while he lay there we just stared. A train car full of uncaring observers. I didn't even think to help. Someone did. A professional looking man kneeled down and helped the man into his seat, and looked around casually. And I know it's not how he intended, but I felt and still feel like his eyes stopped at me. It was probably nothing, but I've never been more ashamed in my life than when that man scanned the crowd, and I was just an onlooker. 5 years later I see that face when I stop on my way to work to help shovel snow, or hold the door open for someone. Any little thing I can do to not be a casual onlooker. I've had a lot happen in my life, but that one look has changed me forever. He broke the bystander effect in more ways than he'll ever know. I was sitting on a low wall in downtown Toronto reading a book with my backpack on the ground in front of me. A man walks by and trips over my bag, kicking it forward a foot or so. He gathers himself, turns to me, and immediately starts apologizing for kicking my bag. At the same time, I apologize for leaving it somewhere it could be tripped over. We both say sorry 3 or 4 times each, pause, and laugh. He goes on his way. I keep reading my book, and I never forget the Great Canadian Sorry Fight. A few years back I was taking the bus back to my house and an elderly man asked me if I knew where the vet on X Street was. I said I wasn't sure where the vet was but the street was close to my place so I could help him find it. When we got to my stop I told him to get off the bus as well, and when I was about to pay the driver he said he was going to pay for both of us. But I immediately said, "Thanks, but you don't have to pay for me. I have money." He just looked at me with a straight face and said, "Of course you have money, otherwise what would you be doing in the bus?" I'll never forget the feeling of getting owned by an elderly man on the bus. Side note, after we got off the bus, I helped him find the vet and he said he was doing the path he was going to do tomorrow with his nephew, grandson and dog, because he didn't want to get lost. That's a good grandpa. At a restaurant with my friend and this little girl, 8 or 9 years old, walks up to my roommate, front to front with about 2 inches between, puts her hands in each the front pockets on the roomie's hoodie and makes 10 seconds of eye contact, then walks over to directly in front of me, reaches up and zips my hoodie down while maintaining eye contact, then goes and stands behind an elderly lady that was still eating and leans into the back of her hair for a couple seconds. Then the older guy that has been up at the counter paying for the last minute or so says, "Okay, hot dog, let's go," and she whips around and leaves with the guy. We still joke about hot dog. Me and my buddies had just finished seeing a concert and bar hopping in the city. We decide to hit up a $1 slice pizza place before we call it a night. We're all in this pizza place, and a girl walks in and my one buddy goes up to her and says, "Happy birthday." I thought my buddy knew her, but he didn't. My buddies start walking out and I stay back and the girl told me it was actually her birthday. I even asked her to show me her license and it was in fact her birthday. I was on a school trip to Italy, and we were on the dome of the St. Peter's Basilica. I ran across a fairly handsome Danish dude a few times on the way up and down, and at the top he told me I'm not gay, but I would be for you. I'm not gay either, but a compliment is a compliment and we took pictures. I still think about it when I'm feeling down. TBH. You gotta show us the pics, bro. Well, it happened quite recently but I'm pretty sure I won't forget about it. Last May, I went with a friend to the Orkney Islands. The ferry arrived there at 11 PM. We didn't have accommodation booked for that night in Kirkwall. We tried to find one but it was £120 or more. We met some friendly taxi drivers who told us that there was a waiting area where we could spend the night. We went there and it was freezing but at least it had a bathroom. We barred the door just in case. We were just two 20-year-old girls, so we weren't taking chances. We spent around 2 or 3 miserable hours there. I put like 4 layers of clothes on, and around 2 AM you could see light already. And then we heard voices. It turns out 2 guys had spotted us. They worked as security guards for the harbor and they were incredible nice. They gave us coffee, snacks and led us to a waiting area with heating. I won't forget because they turned a horrible night into a great early morning. Also I got some incredible pics of the sunrise thanks to them. If they ever read this, I hope they know how much it meant for us. Middle of the day, the 4th of April 2012. I was walking home from the bus stop in the middle of the day because I'd just been made redundant and sent home. I had a work phone at the time, so that had to be left behind. No phone, nothing to listen to as I walked, feeling pretty sorry for myself. An old man standing in his driveway called out to me, short, speaking with a heavy Greek or Italian accent. He asked if I could go inside and change the time on his clock. He didn't know how to do it since daylight savings ended a few days or maybe a week or so before. I had nothing better to do. I went inside and figured it out fairly quickly, and changed the time on his oven microwave clock too. He said thanks, and that he was a widow and his son doesn't live in Melbourne, and it's a very lonely life. I had no idea what to say to that. I said sorry I guess, and I knew he was desperate for someone to talk to, but I had to figure out how I was going to pay rent and feed my family. I wasn't feeling chatty so I stayed maybe another minute or so and went on my way home, maybe 100 meters away. Never saw him again. The little red car that he owned was always parked in the driveway. Pretty sure he never drove it. It was always there, every time I walked or drove past. Maybe 9 months later, the little red car wasn't there anymore. Another month after that the house was up for sale. Now there are 2 different cars parked in that driveway. This one kid I played Star Wars make-believe at a park with when I was like 5. No clue why I remember him but I remember his favorite character was Lando Calrissian. I had to go to an urgent care because I aggravated an old knee injury from my job but couldn't afford the payment. I had maybe $10 in my account and they wanted $50. The nurse told me to go to the hospital, which would have been heck with the time waiting. Walking from my car, and then the bill later only for them to tell me they didn't know what was wrong. I was hobbling my way out when an old lady, maybe 70-80, stopped me and told me she would cover it for me. I was so happy. I thanked her and hugged her and asked for her details so I could pay her back. She told me that wasn't necessary and to pay it forward when I could. I was on a bus and there was this absolutely enormous black guy, possibly the most intimidating looking person I've ever laid eyes on. Massive muscles, popping veins, and dreadlocks. Old lady was struggling to get up when the bus stopped. This guy went over to her and helped her up with the most delicate "let me help you with that." I'll never forget that, and it concreted one of the bigger lessons in life: don't judge a book by its cover. I pity the fool who doesn't help Nana. I was walking through town once and this guy stopped me to have a chat about God. I don't believe in God and would usually just say sorry, no time or something, but I was feeling good and decided to have a chat. It was actually a pretty good chat too. He just wanted to hear my views and didn't push anything on me, which is honestly the first and only time that someone hasn't tried to push their views on me when talking to a stranger about religion. I had the exact same thing but with a lady. The same. She just wanted to hear my views and didn't push anything. It was a pretty good chat too. It was as if she just wanted to understand how I saw it. A hitchhiker I didn't pick up. I felt such an incredible pull to him that even after a few kilometers I couldn't shake it. I was a woman traveling alone in a rural area and the pull was so strong I turned around and went back to pick him up. He was getting into a truck as I got there and I effectively followed the truck 50 kilometers to the next town, my destination. The whole trip I had the feeling that I'd missed something important, a real sense of loss. Turns out he was actually a demon with weak mind control trying to trick you into picking him up so he could steal your soul. I was sitting on the subway for a long commute and was generally agitated from the start. I was one of 3 or 4 people on the train and this chick pulled out a noisy plastic container of cookies and started eating them while I was thinking, how inconsiderate. Doesn't she know you're not supposed to eat on the subway, rude bee? She's going to leave crumbs everywhere. Then she turned and looked at me to offer me some, and though I refused, I felt horrible for just thinking she was a nasty person at first. The way she offered was so genuine and friendly. I stopped categorizing people. You're still not supposed to eat on the subway, but just because people break the rules or don't realize they're being inconsiderate doesn't mean they're a bad person overall. Since then, I've tried my best to never assume the worst in people. Assuming everyone is just intentionally being a jerk will make you a miserable person. This one simple grocery store sugar cookie eater taught me that important lesson. Maybe she felt her blood sugar going low and would have died if she didn't eat them. It took me years to get over that feeling of everyone else is a jerk because I got annoyed at this random thing they did. I had to force myself to give the benefit of the doubt as my first reaction to something, because most of the time, people are just living, not trying to frick with you. A woman outside the grocery store looking distressed and hopeless. I was only there to pick up one thing I needed for a recipe, a sauce or seasoning or something. It's been a while. She was standing outside, groceries in hand, desperately trying to ask people for help. I'm a naturally paranoid person, and when she came up to me, that paranoia immediately struck. Initially I was going to just make an excuse to get myself out of social interaction, but for some reason I stopped and listened to what she was asking. She was desperately trying to borrow someone's phone to call her sister who was supposed to be there to pick her up, but she didn't have a car. Understandably, being alone outside a grocery store in the middle of nowhere with arms loaded with food that will spoil soon can be a bit of a modern day horror story. When she asked me if she could borrow my phone, I was, again, paranoid as all heck, but I pushed that down and ended up calling her sister for her, just to confirm it was a real number and let her leave a message. Even though her sister didn't pick up, the look of relief on her face was wonderful. She thanked me and I went into the store to get my Chipotle mayo or whatever the heck I was there for that day, and by the time I left the store she was gone. Probably never going to forget her, simply because I know how it feels to be in that situation where things aren't going as they should and everything just seems like it's catastrophically crashing down around you. This might get buried in this post, but the one I'll always remember is this tiny old Scottish lady. One night, I live in the south end of Scotland but my family is English. I get a phone call telling me to get back now cause my mum could die any second. I rush to the station and jump on the first train. bawling my eyes out. Everyone does me the courtesy of politely pretending that I am not openly sobbing. Besides this one tiny old lady who plonks down right next to me, hands me a bag of Maltesers aka little chocolates, and goes, "What's up chick?" and I just break down crying on this random old woman's shoulder while she pulls more and more chocolate out of some magical part of her coat, and by the time we get to her stop she gives me a hug and goes, it all works out in the end, even if it feels like it's going to crap at first," and wandered off. A guy, maybe 13, 14, around my age at the time, that helped me and my father navigate the Szczecin tram system, Poland. He spoke German to us and gave us his map. I tried to find him later on. He actually got off the stop we wanted to get off to, but we accidentally stayed on the tram. He was so nice. I held a door open for an elderly lady who then wished me a great day and commented that I was brought up well. Lady, you have no idea what I get up to when I'm not holding open doors for the likes of you. When I was 14 or so, I held the door open for an elderly couple. Instead of thanking or acknowledging me, they just said to each other, "OHH, there's still a few left," back and forth a few times. Little did they know I was high as frick. That eyeball peeking through the bathroom stall at me while I was taking a dump. That was one creepy freaking eyeball, man. I'll never take a dump in a public restroom ever again. After visiting the Louvre about 10 years ago, Mum and I were taking the metro back toward our hotel. A man got on holding a little boy that looked like he escaped from one of the Renaissance paintings. He had beautiful golden curls and big blue eyes. He looked like a doll, not real. Hope that adorable kiddo is doing well. Thanks for that beautiful story, old French whore. I was in Portland, Oregon to visit my dad for Thanksgiving and was walking down the street with him. This lady sneaks up on me and pats my head saying there are women who would kill for that hair. I'm a dude, and then she just walks off. I was in Seoul, South Korea working on an assignment and didn't know the language. It was a year of unprecedented floods, and during one of the worst ones, I stupidly decided to still get to the subway and get to work. Water was up to my waist. Picture a guy wading in water while holding up an umbrella to protect his face for some reason. And at some point I cut my hand on something in the water. By the time I reached the subway, I was bleeding all over a wet handkerchief I had. A girl sat next to me and started pointing at my hand, saying what must have been concerned things in Korean. I was replying in English, "Yeah, I'm an idiot." She opens up her bag, takes out band-aids and fixes up my hand. It was the nicest thing a stranger has ever done for me and I'll never forget it. You have been visited by the romantic doggo. Comment love is magic so you never fall in the friend zone. If you are new to the channel, you can subscribe. I publish new videos every day. Until then, check another video, or don't. Either way, have a great day you magnificent people.
Serious, what is something scary that has happened to you that you cannot explain rationally? I live in a condominium and we own 2 apartments on the 7th and 8th floor. The only way to move in between them is to step out of the apartment, take the elevator or the staircase and enter the other one. One night, we ran out of ice cream upstairs and my mom told me to go get some from the downstairs freezer, so I took the keys to the 7th floor's apartment, and since it was dinner time, no one was there. I walked into the pitch dark and realized that someone was sitting on the sofa, so I flipped the switch to see my dad just sitting there. It was kinda weird, but I just went to get the ice cream and asked if he had a key to lock up. No answer. I shrugged and thought, well, if he came in and locked the door behind him, he must have one. Went back upstairs and my dad was sitting there eating dinner. I freaked out and asked how the heck did he get up here so fast, and everyone told me that he's been here all this time. Told them it wasn't possible cause I just saw him downstairs, but no one believed me. Now I never go down there alone. Edit. To clear up some stuff, each our apartment doors are fitted with 3 types of locks. There's a gate which has its own keyhole and lock. We put another lock in it, so you have to unlock this gate twice. Then there's the door and its own lock. So you need 3 keys just to enter our house if no one is inside. I did get a good look at it and it was 100% my father. He's kinda fat and has this serious looking face, so it's kinda hard to mistake him. The APA apartments are not accessible because not only are they not on the same floor, They aren't even located on top of each other, there's an elevator in between them and they are on different floors. So there is no way for anyone to go up or down without first meeting at the elevator or the staircase. I was home alone for a weekend a few years ago while I was still in high school. After school one day I was driving home, and when I passed in front of my house I thought I saw some old lady in white clothes in my sister's room looking through the window. I thought it was stupid, so I went in the room to check out what it actually was, but I couldn't find anything. I pretty much forgot about it until later that night I got a call from a very panicked and scared neighbor saying there was some old lady pacing back and forth in my sister's room. I still have no idea what it was, and I've never seen anything like it since. When I was 6 years old, I had a cat named Buster. Buster was actually my stepdad's cat, but because I never had a cat before, I claimed him as my own. Suffice it to say, Buster didn't like being hugged and coddled all the time by a little child, so he hated me. He avoided me at all costs. He was also an outdoor cat, so he would often spend most days outside and then come in for the night. One night, Buster didn't come back in the house. We usually fed him at night, so I was worried. Our area was also well known for an abundance of coyotes. My parents were being a bit hush-hush about Buster's disappearance, but I didn't get the hint. That night, when I was drifting off to sleep, Buster jumped onto my bed. He lay down by my head and let me pet him until I fell asleep. Honestly, I was shocked because he had never done this before. The next morning, I triumphantly walked downstairs and related to my parents that Buster now loved me because he slept in my bed during the night. My parents looked at me inquisitively and sat me down at the breakfast table to let me know that while they were outside the night before, they had found Buster's body in the alley behind our house. They thought he had been harassed by a coyote. But, he was dead, so he couldn't have slept in my bed that night. To this day, I like to think that Buster just wanted to say goodbye and thank me for trying to love him in the only way a child knew how. My family owns a decent-sized horse boarding facility, and when we first had it going we used to do bed check as a family. Bed check is just making sure all the lights and fans were off as well as looking at the horses for injuries and if they had blankets during the winter. Well, we had just got back from eating out and it was a moonless night during fall. As we stepped out of the truck this large light gray mass stood up and took off loping towards our pastures. It was about the size of a single cab pickup truck. It made no noises other than it hitting the ground as it ran. The only other proof that it was real to us was the horses that were turned out that night screamed and stampeded across the pasture it had jumped into. We did a double count of all the horses that night and not a single one was missing. I still have yet to see it again, and I hope I never do, or at least there is some explanation for it. When I was in uni I lived by myself. It was a nice little studio unit behind a house in a fairly decent area. I would honestly think nothing of walking places at night. There was a 24-hour McDonald's and a 7-Eleven that I would walk to, often between 12 a.m. to 3 a.m. since I was a massive night owl. Well, one day after finishing an essay at about 2 in the morning I decided I was hungry but didn't really have anything easy to cook, so I decided to walk down to the 7-Eleven and grab a pie or something. However, as soon as I opened my door I was overcome by a suffocating feeling of fear. My heart started pounding, I started shaking, the works. Telling myself that this was ridiculous I walked out to the street with the intent to still go, but that was as far as I got. I was terrified for no reason that I could understand, but no less intensely despite that. I ran back inside and ate dry cereal. Later the next day I heard about a group of drunk guys that were causing havoc down near the intersection at the 7-Eleven. They'd beaten up someone from my uni. Even though I can't explain it, I'm convinced something bad would have happened to me that night if I had ignored that feeling and gone anyway. Probably too late, but better late than never. So much weird stuff like this has happened to my family over the years, particularly with my mom. Below are a couple fan favorites. My parents had been married for maybe a month. They were in bed sound asleep when all of a sudden, my mom jumps up and wakes up my dad. Jimmy. Jimmy. There's blood everywhere. We have to help them. Please. My dad tried his best to calm her down and figure out what she was talking about. My mom had explained that she saw a car with a German license plate on the side of the road. That there had been an accident and they needed help. My dad tried to console her, to explain that it was all just a bad dream, but she wasn't having it. So to appease her, they got in the car and drove to the spot my mom thought the accident was. And sure enough, at the exact spot my mom said, there was a car on the side of the road with German plates and emergency flashers on. Upon closer investigation, there was nobody in the car. If they needed help, help had already come. My parents had just had their first child, my oldest sister, Kathy. They had been living in Italy at the time. My dad was in the Air Force, and had brought her back to the US to introduce her to the grandparents, my dad's parents. So their first night there, my mom was asleep in the front bedroom, jet-lagged. My dad had gone out to hang out with his brothers. And in the middle of the night, this woman walks into my mom's room, waking her up. She sits down on the bed and says, "Shh, it's okay. I just wanted to welcome you to the family." My mom was scared, obviously, but figured this was some relative or family friend or something that came over. The woman walks over to the bassinet where my baby sister was sleeping. "Is this your daughter?" My mom nodded. "She's beautiful. It's lovely to meet you both." And then she leaves. My mom wakes up the next day and is having breakfast with my grandmother when she brings it up. "Who is the woman that came over last night?" My grandmother had no idea what she was talking about. My mom told her the whole story and my grandmother asked what she looked like. My mom said, she was tall, had long white hair and was wearing a blue dress. My grandmother's face went as white as a sheet. She rummaged through some old pictures and pulled one out. "Is this her?" she asked my mom, who nodded in return. "That's my mother. She's been dead for 20 years and we buried her in a blue dress." In my childhood home I would often hear touch typing coming from the computer downstairs early in the mornings. I didn't think much of it at first. My parents worked from home and it wouldn't be uncommon to wake up in the morning to hear Mom typing away at the computer. One day I got up and called out to Mom, assuming she was down there working, as I could hear typing. No answer. No one was down there at all. I was sure I heard typing. This began happening regularly. I figured I was so used to hearing typing from downstairs that I was hearing things that weren't there, so I didn't mention anything to anyone, figuring I was going a bit crazy. This happened on and off over a period of 6 months. The sound of fast typing and fast, furious clicking of a mouse as if someone was frustrated. One morning I was eating my breakfast when I heard Mom at the top of the stairs call out to me, "You're not down there on that computer already?" I froze and ran out to her. I was amazed she had heard it too. She was convinced she could hear typing, yet no one was down there. I told her about all the times I'd been hearing it, and then my sister opened up about hearing it regularly too when no one was down there. I wasn't crazy after all. I set out to try catch whatever was causing it and to try discover a rational explanation for it. I'd sprint out of my bedroom, to the top of the stairs where I was able to look down into the room to see if anyone was at the computer. No such luck. Every time I got there it stopped. I think it went on for a couple of years and we learned just to kind of live with it, as it wasn't every day. I was down there once when the ceiling light globe in the center of the room began flashing very fast, strobe-like. It then exploded and glass went shattering all across the room. I was lucky I ran out of the room when it started happening because I was scared. The whole mysterious typing, you know. If I hadn't ran I would have been hit with bits of light bulb. Around that same time I was on the computer at home by myself when something happened that resulted in me never being alone in that room again. I felt and heard this really sharp intake of breath directly behind my right shoulder near my ear. I've never ran so fast in my life and was hesitant going in that room ever again. Prior to that, the whole typing thing had just been something weird and a bit spooky, not scary. Still makes my heart race when I think about it today. Have never really encountered anything like this before or since all those events. I don't particularly believe ghosts either, but I'm open to the possibilities of something in which scientists don't have a proper explanation for yet. TLDR Ghost was a proficient touch typer who had a breathing problem. Probably too late, but here goes. I was working at a hotel in Albuquerque, the graveyard shift. I had been talking to the security guard and he asked if he could get a ride home, so instead of waiting for 30 minutes for my shift to end I just left and left a note for my boss that said I left early because my brother was stranded outside of town and needed me to get him. Total lie on my part, but I needed a good excuse to leave early. I drop off the security guard at his place, then go home and go to sleep. A couple of hours of sleep and I wake up to my phone ringing. It was my brother. He tells me he is stranded outside of town and he needs me to go get him. I tell my brother the lie I told my boss and how much of a coincidence his calling me is. He says that's not weird, he will show me what's weird when I get there. I get there and ask him what is weird. He puts his phone up to my ear and plays a message that he got when he woke up that morning. It's a voice that kinda sounded computerized but mostly just creepy sounding. It says, "You're stuck, freaked us both out." Never figured out where the call came from. Strangest, creepiest thing that's ever happened to me in my life. I'm a little late, but screw it. I was in first grade, hanging out at recess with a friend. He was shooting some hoops outside and I was playing DS, sitting on the pavement. I remember him asking me if he could make a shot from halfway across the court. I told him he could try, but he probably wouldn't make it while looking at my DS. Suddenly, my dad asks me what I mean, and when I look up I'm sitting on my living room carpet, talking to my dad, and it's dark out. I was sitting in the same position, playing the same game, same level, and same exact spot in the level. Everything continued normally that night, and I didn't tell anyone at the time, but looking back it is really freaky. I thought it was a dream for the longest time, but thinking about it didn't really feel like a dream, and I don't really remember dreams that well. TLDR, teleported through space and time once. Pretty sure I lived in a haunted house for a while. Strange things. For one, I always felt like I was being watched in my room, and if I had the door open to the hallway I would swear I'd see someone walk by out of the corner of my eye. We had 2 cats and sometimes they'd be in my room sleeping and then all of a sudden they would sit bolt up and stare at the door, and nothing I did could move them for a long time. This happened often. One day in my bathroom the shelf that had my sister's beauty stuff randomly lose hold of all of the items. The thing was the shelf wasn't loose or hanging and all the stuff had to bounce out of a 2-inch high lip into the sink. One time in the middle of the night my sister's 100-year-old dresser she got as a gift from our grandma just fell over. This thing weighed a ton and it was built like a tank. Sister said she heard the sound of someone pushing. Mom and sister used to yell at me for sneaking around the house, only I wasn't home or I was in my room. They said they saw a man in shadows that was about my height. One day we also ran into the old owner and my mom casually asked the lady if she had ever experienced anything in the house. The lady started crying and said no one believed her, but yes, she experienced a lot of stuff. I moved out around that time. I do not miss that place. In 2002 I lived in the East SF Bay Area with my husband, and 2 toddlers. I was grieving over the sudden death of my mother a month before. She'd had a major heart attack and died at 52 years of age. On an average day, I left my babies at home with my husband to run a quick errand by myself. I drove a block over through downtown Hayward to hit up the grocery store. I was on my way home and stopped at a red light waiting to make a left turn. The intersection had all blind corners so it was difficult to see oncoming cars. My light turned green. I glanced both ways, waited the appropriate second and stepped on the gas pedal. It would not move. I tried again. Nothing. The car behind me honked. I looked down under my pedals quickly to see if something had possibly rolled under the pedal and found nothing. I looked up and suddenly a huge work truck loaded down with equipment ran his red light at what must have been 50 miles per hour. I was stunned. I gasped, quickly pulled myself together, stepped on the gas pedal and it worked with no hesitation. Suddenly I smelled my mother's favorite perfume. Really amazing experience. There was a small door that led to attic space in my bedroom, 11 years old to 13, and it became habit that I would shut the door as I walked into my bedroom a couple times a week. I didn't think anything of it, just assumed my mom didn't close it all the way when she left it. After a while I made the mistake of joking with her when she made a comment about me not picking up after myself. I said something like, "Every night I have to close the attic door behind you. How about you shut it all the way when you're done?" She then informed me that she hasn't been in the attic in months. Asked my brother. Nope. Asked my father. Nope. So then I started to pay really close attention to it. Making sure it was closed in the morning, checking it after school, checking blaster dinner. Then head up to bed and open. After a couple months of wondering, studying, experimenting, I thought I'd see what happens if I just don't shut it. Opened the door before school and checked it after school, still open. Checked it after dinner, still open. Before bed, still open. Now I'm laying in bed, mind going crazy with the open door across the room. Decide to check it out, so I roll over and focus on the black space into the attic. To see a face staring back at me. Bolt downstairs, wake parents, get ridiculed by brother, switch bedrooms brother, move into new house about 6 months later, due to expanding household. New physics teacher and his wife bought our house. I could have forgotten all about that event and chalked it up to me having an overactive mind. But then my senior year I discovered how awesome our physics teacher was. Became my favorite class and by far, my favorite teacher. End of senior year my friend and I took our VHS camcorder around town, doing mostly silly things, but then took it to my old house to see what they've done with the place. We got a very fun tour. I got to tell stories about all the projects my dad did that were still part of the house. Then the wife leads us upstairs to show us the sewing room. I ask, jokingly, "Notice anything strange in this room?" And her face goes blank. On camera, she asks what I mean and I try to shrug it off but end up saying something about the attic door. She confirmed that every time she comes up to sew, the attic door is open. She then tells us that the second day of being in the house, their dog, German Shepherd, had gone into the room but would not go back downstairs. He started barking and could not be consoled, and then jumped through the window, landing on the tin roof over the porch and then running off. The dog did not come back until the next day and has not stepped foot into the hallway that leads upstairs since. I had the initial thought that I could show my parents and brother the story I had on film, but I decided to just let it be. Added a few extra details to satisfy the curious. Attic is the space in this house that runs parallel, like a Cape Cod, to the second floor, not above it. I was 11 and 12 when this was going on, so I did not immediately science it all out. When I told my family that I saw a face, it was just my brother that ridiculed me. My father definitely would have checked it out for actual humans because one of the first comments he made was about a family that recently had a coin collection stolen from their house across the street. This event itself was easy to shrug off because I could chalk it up to a lot of other possibilities, like the ones mentioned below. It wasn't until 5 years later that it became freaky. The look on the wife's face before she told us about the dog was very telling. Like something they decided to never put much thought into. Now my story added depth to their experience and their story added depth to mine. This did not make me a believer in paranormal. I told the story as a collection of details, not as a confirmation of ghosts. What it to do was make me never be able to be a non-believer. Thanks for reading. Edit 2. I thought the Blaster Dinner comment was a Reddit reference that was over my head, like most of them. But just reread my story. Nice. Edit 3. Last details. The face was expressionless. I did not see a body, just what appeared to be a dimly lit face staring at me. The door was an actual door, just smaller, 2'X4, with a knob that has to be turned in order to open the door. I do not have a VHS tape from 20-something years ago. I moved a lot after high school and the tapes did not make it through. Call the moves. Happy Halloween, everyone. In 1975 I was flying an Army helicopter doing night training in blackout conditions near Fort Hood, Texas. I was flying down a draw with a small seasonal creek in it which was the new paradigm, designed to mask the aircraft from Russian radar. I was at the controls, my co-pilot on the map. We were low and slow treetop to treetop. Suddenly I had the compelling sure knowledge that I must do an emergency climb, which I did, climbing almost vertically. As I pulled the guts out of the aircraft and with my nose pointed up to the stars in my chin bubble, I observed the leaves of a cottonwood tree being pressed aside by the plexiglass of my chin bubble. After a couple of seconds and now a few hundred feet above the canopy, my co-pilot and I stared at each other with wide eyes and the knowledge we barely avoided death. "How did you see that ducking tree?" he asked me. I never did tell him that I didn't, because I have never known how to explain it. I went on to fly helicopters for 37 years, accident-free, and I still can't explain what happened that night. 7 years ago I lived in a 2-story farmhouse. It was built in 1908 and was both large and old. I was packing clothes and putting them in a small unused bedroom. I was wearing my MP3 player and, the last time I checked, it showed 3/4 battery life. I was on my 4th, or so, trip and was hauling a load of shirts on hangers. It occurred to me the closet was empty too. Perfect, I'll just hang them back up in there. This closet was almost a second room. It had a short glossy wooden door. The area was thrice as long as wide, with hardwood floors. The lacquer still smelled, even though I'm sure it was fresh 100 years ago. I ducked fully inside and thought, this is a weird little place to be. Suddenly, the music doubled in volume and changed to something that wasn't music. It was like, I don't even know, rapid nonsense. Fast electronic babbling. It scared the entire duck out of me. I flew straight out, looked at my player and it was dead. I'm a pretty rational guy. That MP3 player would sometimes show more battery life than it actually had. It's done that before. And maybe the sounds were some sort of malfunction before shutting down. I don't really believe in ghosts, but I'm telling you. It shocked and frightened me to the core. My skin felt electric for an hour after. I never felt comfortable in that room again. TLDR, entered a creepy closet, MP3 player screamed gibberish and died. So, I was staying at my aunt's house in Mexico. My cousin's room had 2 beds, so I slept in there. I remember not being able to sleep well and I had a bit of pain coming from my thighs. I had sweatpants on and somehow had scratches on my inner thighs. Almost like a bunch of cat scratches. My aunt came in and searched the bed for anything but never found anything that could have scratched me. She also noticed that I had a bit of bruising on my neck, as if someone had tried to choke me. It was just me and my cousin, definitely freaked me out, and I rarely ever go visit my aunt anymore. If I do, I stay for a few minutes only. Sorry for bad formatting, I'm on mobile. After my grandpa died, my grandma said she could feel someone getting into bed with her nearly every night, but we didn't believe her. One night I was watching TV in the living room trying to fall asleep when I heard footsteps in the hallway leading to my grandma's bedroom. I looked out into the hallway and couldn't see anyone, and this happened for probably a minute. Immediately after the footsteps stopped, the TV turned off. I stayed awake for another hour or so but didn't hear anything after that. The house I grew up in was about 100 years old by the time my parents bought it. I lived there until I was 16. For as long as I can remember, I saw what I described as a girl that was pink and see-through. I always called her Pam. It's been 10 years since I lived in that house and I still remember her vividly. My dad got a bit weirded out when I would talk about Pam, and finally when I was 13, my mom put me in therapy because Pam was still something I brought up regularly. In order to stop my parents from thinking I was crazy, I just stopped talking about Pam completely and went on with life. That was until my parents decided to put the house up for sale when I was 16. Just 2 weeks before moving into our new house, I was sleeping, but was woken up by Pam standing in my doorway and pointing into the bathroom that was directly across the hall. All Pam said was, "Look, my mom." And when I looked to see who she was pointing at, I saw a woman hanging by a cord from the light fixture in the bathroom. I remember the woman looked as though she had been hanging there for a while, when all of a sudden the woman's boot fell off and I abruptly woke up. I ran into my parents' room to tell them what happened, and my mom looked at me disappointed because I was talking about Pam again after having kept quiet about her for years. I concluded that it was just a bad dream and went back to bed with no other incidences. Until a few days later. I was once again asleep, and dreaming that I was woken up by crying coming from the bathroom across the hall. I got out of bed and walked over to see what was going on. At that point, I saw the same woman that was hanging from the bathroom light fixture, sobbing and holding a very real little girl under the water in the bathtub. It was then that I realized that the little girl was the little pink see-through girl I had seen my entire life. It was Pam. And she was not moving. I immediately woke up and I was crying uncontrollably. I was 16 years old, and I ran into my parents' room like a 5-year-old, and jumped into bed with my mom. My dad was working at the time. I told my mom what had happened and my mom could see how upset I was and was trying to calm me down. At that same moment, the pink and transparent version of Pam walked through the door. I looked at my mom and just whispered, "Oh my God, Mom. She's in here," and I pulled the covers up to my neck and just looked at my mom terrified. My mom was speechless. At that point, Pam slowly walked up the side of the bed and began shoving me into my mom. I had never been touched by Pam before. I was screaming and crying and kept yelling, "Stop touching me." And all that my mom could reply was, "I'm not touching you," as she was being pushed out of the other side of the bed. After what seemed like forever, Pam stopped and slowly walked out of the room. I cried myself to sleep, and my mom stayed awake to see what else would happen. I never spent another night in that house. But, 2 weeks after we moved out completely, the house caught fire. The entire backside as well as the entire garage burned. The official cause was spontaneous combustion. The house that my family lived in for 25 years has since been bought and sold 8 times within 10 years. No one wants to stay in that house, and I really think that Pam is the reason why. TLDR, that sinking feeling you get when you think someone unseen is watching you, isn't always wrong. Hunter/Mountaineer here. It was a chilly December morning. I hiked in, pre-dawn, taking about an hour and a half to go 3 miles off the beaten trails. Got to my nest about half an hour before sunrise and started to settle in. The wind kicked up and a fog rolled in that was thicker than milk. Within a few minutes, my visibility was 5. I'm sitting tight, huddled up against the freezing wind when I start to hear twigs snapping close to me. For no apparent reason, what is normally a rapturous sound indicative of an imminently successful hunt, sent a frosty chill down my spine. I chambered around in my lever action 30 to 30 as quietly as I could, and lay flat on my back tucked against a fallen tree. The rustling was moving closer through the fog, but I couldn't see anything. The sun was starting to peek over the mountains to my east and visibility was starting to increase. The rustling of twigs and leaves was sporadic, sometimes directly in front of me, sometimes behind or beside me. I remember laying there, rifle across my chest, thinking to myself how silly it was to react like such a coward. I rationed with myself that bears and mountain lions are a rarity where I was, and I had likely stumbled into a herd of whitetail that had bedded down. I decided to sit up. The rustling stopped immediately. As it was fully dawn by now, I was looking through the fog for the outline of my prey, which I had assured myself was literally all around me. It wasn't. Seemingly, nothing was. By now, the fog had faded away and it was apparent to me that I was alone in those woods. I hunted all that day without seeing so much as a squirrel. Around 3 in the afternoon, after fighting the wind and an abnormally cold day, and not wanting to hike out by flashlight, I decided it was time to start back to the truck. Walking out of those woods was the most uneasy I have ever felt. Lawfully, once you make it back to the trail, you're supposed to clear the chamber of your rifle. Not that day. What is normally a stroll through the woods, I undertook with the seriousness of an animal being stalked. I would walk, then stop and listen. I never heard or saw anything during my retreat, but I could feel eyes on me. I was about 100 feet away from my truck, when I rounded the last corner and saw, hanging at eye level from a tree by a noose, a stuffed bear in a blaze orange jacket. I'm a giant, broad-shouldered outdoorsman. But that one shook me something fierce. What's the scariest thing that happened to you when in someone else's house? I once spent the night at a friend's house. His drunken uncle shook me awake and then my friend as well with all the noise he was making. I opened my eyes startled to see a gun to my face and he demanding who the F I was. I was scared speechless and just looked at my friend hoping Hex chip in for me. He did. He said, "Uncle. That's my friend. Chill. Uncle. That's my friend." His uncle then put it down and just walked away as if nothing had happened. He was drunk. Hey, Big Smoke, it's me, chill. I was house sitting for an aunt of mine while she was on holiday. She told me there was a leak in the lounge area but it was fixed, so if there were any issues to let her know. A massive storm happened a couple nights in. I heard some trickling in the early hours so I went to go check that there wasn't a leak. The entire wall was flooding with water, like an actual waterfall. Turns out the spouting was blocked and the water was just forcing its way through the cracks in the wall. I knew it wasn't my fault, but it was so terrifying watching someone's house fall apart on your watch, just piling towels on the floor and shifting furniture to keep everything dry. I was at this stranger's house to give him some money for accidentally hitting him on his bike. I was also on a bike, and the first thing I notice is that his house is really dark. Not in that his lights weren't on, his house didn't have lights at all. No ceiling lights or lamps or anything. Homeboy legit used a flashlight around his own house to get around and find things. Next thing I know, this guy who I've spoken maybe 100 words or less to is showing me a straight up two-handed sword and matching dagger that are both razor sharp. This is one of those people who have a harder time being quiet than thinking of things to say, and next thing you know I've been into every room in his place and met his pet parrot the size of a ducking eagle. The reason I was there in the first place was to replace a handmade Italian seat for his bike, and he ended up giving me a pair of $30 gloves, the old gloves that got a few scratches on them when I hit him, 5 to 10 high-end protein/power bars, and a glass of strawberry lemonade. Definitely a strange experience. I wasn't in the house, but just outside it. I went to visit my paternal grandmother at her house. She kept the door locked so she had to come over to unlock it when I arrived. Her living room has large windows that overlook the street and you can even see the door from there so I could easily see her and she could see me. My grandmother was frail and suffered from arthritis and in fact she passed not long after this. As she was walking to the door she fell down in the living room. I had no key to the house and I was freaking out. I had no idea what to do. I was ready to freaking break the living room window in or call 911 then she somehow managed to climb back up using furniture to prop herself back to a standing position and open the door. After that day I demanded a key to the house from my parents. I hate to think what would have happened if she didn't miraculously get back up. I felt so helpless. Nearly as hopeless as the time my maternal grandfather fell crossing a busy street and traffic was starting back up down the street. At least that time I was able to prop my grandfather up and carry him over to the side of the road before the cars reached us. Moral of the story, watch for your elders falling. The first time meeting my boyfriend's family, who live in another country, we stayed in his old attic bedroom. In the middle of the night, he reaches over and shakes me awake. Huh? I mumble and he says, "Shh. Be very still, I think there is someone else in the house." I lay motionless, thinking that someone has broken in and I'm about to be psycho-murdered. Listening to the sounds of the old creaky attic, convinced every gust of wind is a footstep. He puts his arm around my head, covering my ears. I don't move for hours in fear, until I hear him snoring. And that was the night I discovered, for the first time, he talks in his sleep. Edit. Thanks for the silver. To celebrate, I'll share one of the many other stories of his sleep talking. We were in bed discussing things we need to pick up at the store. I was making a mental note, so eggs, milk, bread. I think that's all. Anything else? He goes, oh, can you add rope to the list? I go, yeah, sure. A few seconds pass. Wait, what do we need rope for? For the net, he says. Cool. What net? You know, the net for the trap. What trap? The trap for Vince Vaughn. We have to stop him. Stop him before he kills us. I was watching a friend's kids when I was in the army. I was crashed out on the couch early one morning when the door flung open and 3 kids that didn't live there entered the house. The one in front had a gun. They were making a beeline for the kids' bedrooms and had not noticed me on the couch. Scared as shit but not gonna let them just kill the kids I was watching, I jumped up and barreled into the lead kid and took the gun. There was screaming and the kids I was watching came running out into the front room. Turns out it was a BB gun. The kid with the gun had just received it as a gift and wanted to show the kids I was watching. The visiting kids had been told by the resident kids that their rents were away for the weekend, so they just barged in. Of note, they were all like 13, so it wasn't exactly hard to take the BB gun. Still scared shit out of me. I had hallucinations from a fever while staying over at a friend's and thought the dad was just downstairs screaming all night. It was like living through a horror movie. I still have nightmares about it almost 20 years later. The fever was so bad I had a seizure the next day. It's good to know I'm not the only one who hallucinates when having a severe fever. Didn't know this was actually a thing. I've found myself being unable to tell if I'm awake or asleep. When I was around 11 years old, I got exploding diarrhea all over my best friend's bathroom. I got very close with her mom that night because I had no idea what to do, and she came and helped me clean it up. We grew apart after we graduated high school, but she still reminds me of it sometimes. Now it's funny, but it was traumatizing at the time. I was spending the night at a friend's place in early high school. We were taking a walk around the block and turning onto her street when her little sister runs out of their house and screams bloody murder. She starts running for us, yelling he's killing her, friend's name. He's killing her. We all run to the house where the mom is getting beaten by the stepdad. It was a scary night for sure. About 14 years old. Sleeping over at my friend's house, and in the middle of the night we heard some rustling around in her enclosed patio, which was adjacent to the living room we were sleeping in. We shrugged it off because she had 2 very active outdoor cats who generally slept in the patio. When we woke up the next morning and went out there to eat breakfast, we saw the screen door had been slashed and several pieces of furniture, TV, etc., were gone. So the rustling we heard in the middle of the night were actually burglars. Not sure if they knew that several teenage girls were in the living room, but still freaks me out a bit when I think about it. Slept over at my friend's house one summer night during high school. Woke up to his mom calling out to him because his stepdad was unresponsive and passed away during the night. That's some shit timing. Cause of death. The doctors weren't sure at first but came to the conclusion that it was a widowmaker heart attack. I was 11 and at my friend's house, his parents and all of his siblings were home. Everyone but his dad was in the front room of the house. His dad was doing yard work in the backyard. I got up to go to the bathroom, and while passing the back door saw that my friend's dad was on a ladder with an electric tree trimmer. Before I looked away and continued on, his dad fell off the top rung of the ladder and crashed hard on the ground. The tree trimmer was still somehow on and landed next to his body. The trimmer was going full horror movie and slowly moving towards him, and he was not getting up. I'm the only one who saw this happen. So I yelled, friend's mom. Your dad fell, come quick, and ran outside to pick the trimmer up and move it away. By the time I turned it off and started focusing on him, everyone else was outside. We helped him up, the mom took him to the hospital for back pain and a mild concussion, the older siblings watched us while they were gone, and everyone was very thankful I had to pee. Edit. It was scary to me because I did not know what to do and acted on adrenaline and instinct. The fall was also pretty intense looking. I thought I saw a guy die. My friend when I was around 10 years old used to talk about a ghost in his house that would turn on the radio in the kitchen when you left the room. Called bullshit. Well, about a month after, I am waiting on him to get out of the shower, and am in the kitchen having a snack. As I open the cabinet, the radio behind me turns on. I jumped, turn it off, then remember the story. Was afraid to go to the kitchen after that. Scary, but only happened the once to me. His mom didn't want to throw it out or move it in fear of angering whatever it was. Not sure whatever happened to that radio. Stayed with my BF and his parents for a few weeks. One night, they left me home alone for a few hours. I decided to take a bath. Ventilation fan is on full blast, door is closed, water is running, so I don't hear the beeping. When I turn the tap off, I hear alarms blaring and a robotic voice saying fire, 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 and someone is banging on the front door. I run downstairs in a towel while calling up my BF. Neighbor is at the door because he heard the alarm. He has no idea who I am. Alarm company couldn't get a hold of anyone, so they called the authorities. Cop cars, ambulance, and fire trucks show up, neighbors all crowd on the lawn. I'm still in a ducking towel. Firefighters conclude the steam from the bath set off the alarm. I die of humiliation and never take a bath there again. Age 6-8ish. Slept over at a friend's house with my little brother. Her father woke us all up in the middle of the night, had us bundle up, and loaded us in the family minivan. He drove to a gas station and talked the whole way about how a bakery exploded behind their house. He said the resulting gases and such could kill us, so we had to try and drive as far away as possible. They were also our next door neighbors, so I was worried about our parents' safety. At the gas station, our friend's mom bought us snacks while he canvassed the area. I told her I didn't hear any explosion and asked about my parents. She must have called them from a payphone during the snack run, because they pulled up a few minutes later to take us home. I was, of course, terrified to go home. Later, our parents sat us down to explain that our friend's father was sick with something called schizophrenia that makes him hallucinate. Edit. Thank you for my first silver smile. I was a freshman in college when I spent Christmas with my high school buddy who didn't go with his family out of town. I went to his kitchen to get a drink when I looked out his kitchen window and saw two figures jumping his fence. Luckily I saw them before turning on the light, so they didn't see me. I quietly told him to get ready to call the cops, when I saw them making their way to his door. Without thinking I ran to the door and opened it and yelled, "LAPD. Freeze." And luckily the two figures got scared and ran away. Thinking back on it, they sounded really young and they were probably just gonna ding-dong ditch the place or something. But to be safe I stayed with him until his family came home. Plot twist, he lived in NY. When I was like 8 or 9 I was at a relative's house for a family gathering when one of my distant relatives flipped out and grabbed a kitchen knife. I don't remember the details, but I'm pretty sure he was threatening people. I remember being ushered into a side room with everyone else and being cramped in there for like a minute or two just listening while a few male relatives who had remained outside with the guy encircled him, got him to calm down, and disarmed him. I learned later that the dude's brain was like partially fried or something from drug abuse. Never saw him at any family gatherings again after that. I was 18 and my friend and I were alone at her house. Her parents were going through a nasty divorce and her dad, who had anger problems, was not allowed to come near the house because the mom had a restraining order. He ended up banging on the door and trying to break in since he knew the mom wasn't home. We hid in my friend's room with a samurai sword while she called her mom to come home. While you were filing a restraining order I was studying the blade. Probably a really good time to start studying the blade. I was cat-sitting for some family friends. As I approached the house one evening, I noticed a light was on that hadn't been on that morning. I walked in the front door and yelled up the stairs, but didn't hear anything. There were small things that had been moved around, a knife on the counter and some trinkets, etc., but nothing was missing except the cat. It never came running for its food. I checked all the rooms but no sign of the kitty. I even checked the fridge, and noticed the pepperoni had been moved from the shelf to the drawer. Why did the cat burglar move the damn pepperoni? Well, it turned out that the family had a maid that I didn't know about and she had accidentally closed the cat in a closet. One of my friends from childhood would have really bad night terrors. She would either wake up in the middle of the night screaming at the top of her lungs or she would randomly jump up and start running for the front door trying to get away from whatever she thought was chasing her. It was always pretty terrifying waking up to her screaming or tripping over me while trying to get to the door. Ah geez, this was my childhood too. Only I was the one having the night terrors. I still have them from time to time and feel bad for my husband for having to deal with surprise nighttime ear screams lol. I house sat for my childhood crush when we were 12ish as her family went on a 6-week road trip around the US. They had a cat and a bird, and you see where this is going. This stupid little finch got out of its cage, legit. The cage was closed when I returned the next day, and the cat killed it. I was obviously scared out of my mind of being the guy who killed Crush's bird, so I did the only logical thing and went to the pet store and bought both of the finches they had that looked identical. I had about 2 weeks to figure out which was more like the cat bait, and then, not knowing what to do with the other, I kept it. They never found out, or told me if they did. And that's the story of how I ended up with a pet finch. Edit for questions. House sitting was the wrong world. I went over every day to feed their animals, bring in the mail, etc. They lived pretty close to me. Y'all are some sick ducks. We were 12. My mom had finches too, hence why I was tasked to take care of this one. We just added it to their flock. The cage had slide-up doors for the food and water tray. I'm convinced that's how the bird got out. Forgetting to ask for a towel prior to getting into the shower. Oh God, you just dredged up a memory I have of sleeping at a friend's house when I was about 10. I was already in the shower when my friend came in and announced that her dad wanted a shower after me, and the towel I'd grabbed was the only clean towel, so her mom told her to take mine. I had to dry off with my dirty PJs. That's messed up. As a guest, you would get the last anything in the house, and my husband would have to figure something out. Was playing hide and seek at my best friend's house, found an awesome spot under his parents' bed when I looked to the side and saw a human foot, with a calf attached, wearing a shoe and everything. I felt my soul leave my body and made up some excuse and ran home. Turns out his mom was an amputee and it was her prosthetic leg, but didn't know until my parents mentioned it a while later. I was 14 or 15 and spent many weekends at my friend's house. One day we discovered that her mom's boyfriend has a hidden camera in her room, under her desk. I was supposed to go on vacation with him and my mom told me she didn't feel comfortable with him. We found that camera a week later. Thanks, Mom. I was around 12. Wanna see a cool trick? Sure. Friend proceeds to bang his head against the wall, then falls flat to the ground and barely breathes. I panicked. We were alone. Turns out he wanted to prank me but actually passed out, woke up while I was panicking and decided to keep to his act. Also, when I was 16, this guy's dinner table was full of coke I didn't use, and we suddenly heard sirens and saw blue flashes through the window. We heard them kick a door and yell for a bit. Turns out it was a drug bust next door. Lovely neighborhood. I think I was about 7 or 8 at the time. I remember being at one of my crush's house for a pool party he had. We were swimming, and I think it was from the Lizzie McGuire movie, I could be wrong, where I saw a girl and a guy swimming and flirting by pushing the other person's head underwater. So, as you may guessed, I did this to the guy. After I did this, he did it to me, but for way longer than I did it. I couldn't breathe and I remember I had to get out of the pool and sit down for a bit to catch my breath. Yeah, I don't think he got it as me flirting. This happened when I was like 8. I went over to this girl's house, really liked her. Her older brother told us about Bloody Mary, and she was ecstatic to try and summon her, so she asked me to come with her, and of course I said yeah. So we go in there, turn off the lights, shut the door, she starts chanting it, and the brother starts pounding on the door, screaming. When we tried to open the door, it was locked, and he kept pounding and screaming, "Oh God, she's got a knife, help." After like a while he finally let us out, laughing his ass off. Mirrors ducking scared the shit out of me until I was 16. And I am still wary of them to this day. Edit, he didn't lock it. He was leaning against the door or put something against it. I used the word lock to describe that it wouldn't open, sorry about the confusion. Not technically in someone else's house, but I was babysitting a special needs 2-year-old, and the kid wanted to go play outside. No biggie, but since it was fall in Alaska I wanted to make sure that it wasn't too cold out. I stepped outside to check their thermometer. The door locked behind me. I had no phone, and since it was Alaska the closest neighbor was too far away for me to leave the kid alone in the house to get help. So I ended up ramming into the door in a panic until the lock broke and I could get in. The kid was okay, got in the laundry but otherwise had no idea anything was wrong. I thought I would get in trouble for breaking their door, but the mother said I could have broken a window and she wouldn't have cared. The mom paid me $50 for it, though, and that's a lot of money for a 12-year-old. Edit, to be clear, I didn't break the door itself. Just the lock. Their lock wasn't a standard deadbolt or anything. It was a gate latch that was opened by a hidden string on the outside. The door couldn't be unlocked because the string had wrapped around the locking bolt, so it would pull tighter the more it was pulled. I opened the door by slamming against it enough that the bolt bent and I could get my fingers in there to lift it. It took a good hour or two of bashing the door. They replaced it with a deadbolt the next day. And I was the 12-year-old, the kid was 2, and the mom was in her 30s. Sorry if that wasn't clear. My friend's stepdad tried to give me a massage while he was drunk. This was when I was really young, like 7 or 8. And it's one of those memories where I'm not sure if it was real, or just a crazy dream, and it was too long ago to tell, but I'll tell it anyways. Was with a childhood friend at his house in the boonies. He lived in a real rundown house, but his neighbor down the road was pretty affluent, with a great house. He said he wanted to go exploring, and being a kid in the desert, I was down for that. He led us to the house, where he somehow convinced us to climb through the guy's doggy door into the house. Pretty great house, I still remember the layout vividly. Anyways, here we were, exploring some random guy's house, when we hear a door open. My friend had thought the owner wasn't home because the neighbor's car wasn't in the driveway, so he thought we were safe. We sprinted and hid behind separate leather couches in the guy's living room. He came out into the kitchen, wearing a bathrobe and nothing else, and got a glass of water, reading a magazine. We watched him from behind the couches as he took his time and finally went back up the stairs. We sprinted out of that house and back to my friend's house, and I don't think Usain Bolt himself could have beaten my 7-year-old sprint. It was pretty scary then, but it's absolutely terrifying now to think what could have happened. TLDR: snuck into a random guy's house with a friend as a kid, almost got caught, will never break and enter again. When I was about 16, I had spent the night at my best friend's house. During this time there were rumors going around that I was gay because I came out to a previous friend who decided to share it with others. My best friend knew of my sexuality, but it did not bother him at all. During this sleepover, I remember laying on the floor while he was in his bed. I was still laying opposite to his head, which angled me towards the opening of his bedroom door. In the middle of the night I get this jolt of adrenaline in the middle of night as I had the feeling that someone was watching me. I still had the cover over me and made a hole shape to peek out of. The door was cracked open. It was completely shut before we both knocked out. I stared deeper into the crack and noticed what looked like another pair of eyes staring back. I get this horrible pit in my stomach as the eyes continue to look around the room. Right up to the point when it locked onto my eyes. The door began to crack open wider. I see a full head peek its head in at an attempt to get a closer look of something. When all of a sudden this thing bursts the door open shouting, "I caught you," while removing the covers off my friend. My friend immediately shouts, "What the duck," and flicks on the light switch. It was his mother. She stormed out of the room and slammed the door to her room. Me and my buddy had a hard time falling back to sleep as we were trying to figure what that was all about. The next morning I overhear my friend D talking to his mom while I was in the bathroom. Apparently she heard I was gay and that she always had a feeling. She was trying to catch if I was doing stuff to him in his sleep. Ducking ridiculous was my reaction, but I washed up and told my buddy that I would be going home. Her head popping in was some scary shit. Never told him why. We are still best friends, I just avoid his mother. The daycare my little sisters and I went to was down the street from our house. One day my then 2 or 3-year-old sister told my mom her private area heard in that won't use the real name, but it was the daycare lady's husband, had put something in there and that it hurt really bad. My mom obviously took her straight to the doctor, where they had came to the conclusion that she was definitely penetrated and the authorities needed to get involved immediately. Well, before the ball could get rolling on that, the daycare lady had informed us that her husband had left town and had written a note talking about how he had done horrible things that he could never take back and how they would never see him again. Upon the police arriving, they had found child pornography. The guy was a photographer, on the guy's private computer, involving several kids from the daycare. About a day or two after all of this, local forest rangers reported finding a body in the woods by a camp area outside of town. They identified him as the husband with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. It gives me chills thinking about the horrible shit that was happening in that house while I was there. Edit. My little sister is doing amazing, by the way. She moved to SoCal for school and is working her way to becoming a hospitalist. She's an extremely strong person who graduated high school with a 4.4 GPA despite being homeless with my mom and bouncing around from couch to couch. She's an amazing person. I was in high school and it was the first time I ever drank. I was asleep on the floor and my friend was asleep on the bed with her BF. It was late at night and the lights were off with the music playing. I'm a light sleeper, so the BF's drunk dad walked in and started peeing in the room. He didn't notice us there. Hence always wear raincoats. You never know when one may come handy. Edit, THNX for the 2 Reddit silvers. Don't forget to bring a towel. When I was 12, a SWAT team busted through my best friend's house. Turns out her dad was wanted for smuggling people/drugs for the Mexican cartel. Fortunately, they hadn't seen him in several years. He's in prison now. Edit, wow, people on the internet get mad. This happened 10 years ago. Chill. My cousin brings me to his friend's house. We all hang out in the basement. My cousin forgets his cigarettes and asks if I can grab them from his car outside. I think nothing of it, go grab the cigs and start making my way back to the house. I walk in the house by myself when I run into the friend's dad. This guy's father, who I've never met, just looks me up and down and goes, "Who the duck are you? Why are you in my house?" Mind you, we're in New Jersey and this is an Italian Guido family, so I'm basically getting yelled at by discount Tony Soprano. This guy's flipping out and I'm scared shitless, until my cousin comes storming upstairs and clears everything up. All my cousin had to say was, "Frank, this is my cousin," and just like that, crisis averted. Love you, New Jersey. I was probably 7? My friend lived down the street. Her mom had invited some girls to come hang out from our class and she made us sandwiches, cookies, juice, popcorn, the normal girl day type of fun. We were in the garage playing. Her dad was either drunk or had an anger problem. He came in yelling at us, saying we were too loud. He grabbed my friend's mom by the arm and hit her. She started crying. Then, he grabbed my friend and spanked her. Alright. Well, he proceeded to grab each girl and spank them hard. I ran away as fast as I could back to my house. I remember my friend consistently coming to school being real tired, sometimes falling asleep at her desk. Farah, I hope you're okay. Edit, she moved away soon after. No idea where she went. I did tell my parents. After that, I remember only being allowed to go to one friend's house. Any other time my mom would invite my friends to come to ours. Edit 2, I ran before he got to me. Still told my mom anyway. Edit 3, yes, CPS was notified. I'm sure teachers were well aware of abuse before anyway. They're friendly, 80 pounds, dogs that don't bite tried to tear me a new asshole. In the 3rd grade, so about 8 or 9, I had a sleepover at my friend's house. During dinner that night I had to use the bathroom, and when I finished up my business to return, I couldn't get out. The door handle wouldn't budge and I had to shout for someone to save me. I was stuck in my friend's bathroom for about 30 minutes and it freaked me out a good deal at the time. I was house sitting for an older neighbor who had gone off to visit her grandkids a few states over. I didn't have a place to stay anymore, as the term for the place I was living at was over, and since I'm going off to college soon I didn't want to renew it, so I agreed to do it since she would be gone long enough that I could stay there until I moved in with my grandmother. So I'm sleeping on the couch and I hear panicked voices coming from the back of the house. I was already pretty on edge since I lived in a bad neighborhood and this was basically prime time for petty thieves. So I slip off the couch and start sneaking towards the back of the house and I make it to the kitchen. All the rental properties are laid out the same. You walk in the front door and you're in the living room with the attached kitchen, which was separated by kitchen counter. Off to the side you go into the hallway and you have 2 bedrooms on either side with a bathroom/laundry room at the end of the hallway. So I grabbed a knife out of the holder on the counter and start creeping towards the hallway, and I could hear one of the people freaking out. I could barely make it out since they were in one of the bedrooms, but it sounded like they were holding back sobs. So I flung open the door and flipped on the light. There were 2 kids in the room, middle school kids who went to the school across the street. Turns out they were in the process of robbing the place when I showed up and they didn't want to go to jail. They thought that they'd be able to sneak away when I went to the bathroom or something, but chickened out because they didn't want to risk getting caught. They sat in that room for hours until nightfall so they could sneak out. It made me kinda sad though. They were kids and their life is going to be a lot more difficult now just because they wanted to be thugs. My best friend's dad was in the reserves and would come home late at night a lot. One time he had come home and we didn't notice. We were heading to the kitchen to go make bread and cheese and we froze in the hallway because we saw someone kneeling in front of the fireplace which wasn't lit. We proceed to freak the duck out, which wakes Dad up and he comes out of his room laughing his ass off. Turns out he thought it would be funny to set his duffel bag up, wrap his coat around it, hat on top, boots in front, and it looked just like some dude chilling with his head on his knees. Old Clarky boy, I miss him. He was so much fun. Completely unrelated story with him is he bought a gold VW Golf, and when he came home with it he burst in my friend's bedroom where we were watching Dragon Ball and yells "I love go old" and runs off. He was always doing crazy shit. Edit. Some people have asked for a bread and cheese recipe, so here you go. Get some uncut sub rolls, hollow them out, stuff them with sharp cheddar, and then microwave them till they're gooey and melty. I'm afraid to try it now that I'm older. I'd if it'll make me shit my pants or constipate me for a week. Years ago when I was babysitting an infant who was down for his nap, the family had an inversion table and I decided I'd try it out. One of those things where you lay on a table, strap your ankles in and then flip the table so that you're nearly upside down. Well, stupid me couldn't figure out how to flip the table back up so I could get out. Panicking, sweating, imagining the family coming home to this scene with their baby crying in the crib, I was mortified. I'm sure there was some quick release thing, but damned if I could find it. No idea how long I struggled, but I eventually hulked out of it somehow. I still get sweaty thinking about how badly that could have gone. What an idiot. It was my parents' home. They asked me to house sit. The neighbors knew they were gone and called the cops on me. I guess the cops just hung out outside waiting for the presumed burglars to come out, but when that didn't happen and the lights went out, they decided to come in. I awoke to a bunch of cops shouting at me with drawn guns and flashlights shining, blinding me and backlighting, the pistol pointing right in my face. How did you react? And what did you say? And how did the cops respond? Friend's dad showed me porn and asked me if I knew what a hard penis felt like. I was 10. Haven't told anyone I know, Earl. This shit is freaking me out. I've got 2 young daughters and always think my wife is over the top when she hesitates about play dates or whatever. This seems way too prevalent. At least my kids have learned what's weird and not, and to let us know if they're uncomfortable or have been uncomfortable. It was a shared house that our ski club owned, up in Vermont. We were renting it for the night, along with a few other families. All was fine until after dinner, when I had to take a particularly bad dump. Naturally, the toilet clogged. I tried plunging. I tried flushing again. I tried other disgusting methods, but it would not go down. Knock, knock. A sinking feeling entered my stomach as I realized someone was at the door. This was the only restroom, and the contents of the toilet bowl were swimming around in a brown soup of disgustingness. I couldn't flush again or it would overflow, and nothing was working, so I washed my hands and explained the situation to the waiting gentleman, who was a portly dude in a wife beater and worn jeans. He told me to get out of the way, which I did with haste. I don't know how he got it to go down, but he did. I apologized like 20 times. It was a terrible, smelly, revolting situation. At least I had enough toilet paper, huh? I have too. First, when I was a kid I had a neighbor named Z who was also my best friend. I'd spend the night at his house often and saw a lot of things young me didn't realize at the time was very messed up. His parents were drunks and smoked pot. Both were pretty functional. Mom cooked and cleaned, father worked, but it was very clear the couple valued their smoke and drink over their son. Z had an uncle, Mom's side, who showed up one day fresh out of prison and started staying with them. Uncle was a nasty drunk. Often got violent with Z's dad and acted like he was the head of the household. One time while staying over, Z and I fell asleep on the sofas watching TV. Uncle came in and unbeknownst to sleeping me woke Z up and became confrontational. I should mention Z and I are about 8 at the time. I was startled awake by yelling and opened my eyes to Uncle shoving, choking and lifting Z up by the neck and slamming him onto the wood flood so hard I felt it from the couch. Z's mom and dad rushed out to help and his mom called the police and Uncle was taken away. I still relive the sound and feel of Z's body hitting the wood floor. It was just awful. Second, in high school I made a seeming normal friend named Jay. She was a little edgy, but who wasn't as a teenager. So I didn't find anything off about her at face value. We hung out at school for a while, then she asked me over for a weekend sleepover. I said sure, why not, and happily went. It is still one of my biggest regrets to date. Jay, for lack of a better word, was and likely still is, a psycho. She showed me what she likes to do for fun. Trade pictures of random naked women with random guys in chat rooms like trading cards or some shit. Also she broke into her mom's liquor cabinet to drink wine. When her mom got home and saw what she'd done, Jay threw a giant glass vase into her closet so it shattered and then proceeded to walk inside and cut herself on the shards while I sat on the edge of her bed freaked out but also too scared to say a word because she wasn't upset or crying. She was furious and didn't say a single word the entire time while she cut her arms with shards of glass. Thankfully her mom said she was sending me home as punishment. I'd never been so happy to get out of a situation in my life. Slept on a former friend's sofa. He decided to prank me by pretending to be a bugler wearing a ski mask, then he pretended to try and kidnap me. Long story short, I broke his nose, and we are no longer friends. What if he was actually trying to kidnap you but his plans were ruined so he fell back on plan B? Haha, got you. This was all a joke. I wasn't really going to sell your organs on the black market. R/oops didn't me into. Sleepover at best friend's house when I was about 12. Middle of the night after we'd fallen asleep, he wakes up and starts screaming that his head is going to explode. Not a bad dream, he keeps going, just screaming and crying and thrashing around. His parents wake up, scoop him up, and rush him to the hospital. Turned out he'd just never had a headache before, and his first was apparently a doozy. When my soul and I first started seeing each other, I had just recently switched to a non-hormonal BC after having the Nexplanon implant and no periods for 2 years. The second time I went over to his house I unexpectedly got my period and I had been warned by my doctor my periods might be a little heavier than before. Little did I know this was a huge understatement. So I'm cuddling with my so when I realize I'm feeling a little moist, and not the good kind, so I excuse myself to the bathroom. I'm not joking when I say I had a steady stream of menstrual blood coming out of me and my pants, thankfully solid black, were soaked through. I wasn't expecting my period so I had no pads or tampons and my so lived with 4 other guys who were single so no feminine products were lying around. The cherry on top though was the fact they were completely out of toilet paper and I had left my phone in the bedroom so I was basically stranded on the toilet. Once I realized how ducked I was I had a panic attack and cried. After what felt like forever my so knocked and asked if I was okay and I told him what was going on. He was really understanding and ran down to the store to get me tampons, TP, and pants. I was so embarrassed at the time and scared he would judge but it's really funny to look back on. 15. Me and 2 other friends was at a friend's house. Him and his brother were arguing then his older brother beat the absolute shit out of him. I tried to step in then he shoved me in the wall, then their father stepped in and started going ham on the older brother. There's always a bigger fish. Then the grandpa busted through the front door and started throwing haymakers at the father. I slept over at my best friend's when I was in grade 4. Her brother had a fight with her mom, and they screamed at each other on top of their lungs. He was very big and began to shake the mom against the wall. My friend wakes up and runs towards them and brother kicks her. He eventually calms down and I was traumatized by what I saw. Kinda sad but just never realized that not all families are like mine. About had a heart attack at 3 a.m. because his miniature pinscher jumped over the doggy gate and landed on my chest while I was asleep. Serious, what's your true supernatural/unexplainable, downright creepy story? I don't think it's supernatural but it was creepy. My mother died suddenly 3 years ago, 8 days before the birth of my son. There's a picture on the wall of my house of her and he knows it's grandma. My dad is still in that house but we have never visited, partly because I have a mental hang-up about going back there and partly because of the logistics. It's an overnight ferry. Dad visits us often and I will go back there soon. Anyway, my son has never seen the house and I've never shown him photos of it. He hasn't been to the village, the area or even the country, France. I was showing him Google Maps last week and the thing you do with your phone or tablet where, if you move the device, the field of view moves with you. So I'm showing him our house, his other grandmother's house, his school etc. and he gets it and has a play. My dad lives in rural France so the Google car hasn't done a pass of his street to my knowledge. I decide to check and it's just been done so I drop the pin and open it up. The view opens with the house over the street so I start to move it and my boy shouts grandma's house. A bit taken aback I ask how did you know that? Because it was. Bit teary so I asked him to point at the window and say which one is the kitchen and he puts his finger on it straight away. Which room does daddy sleep in? Again the finger on it straight away. Which one is grandma's? He points to it and says it was that one. Loads of rational explanations etc. but it creeped me out. My family moved to this standard upscale suburban home after roughing it for a couple of years to save up. We also got a deal on the home because it was a model home before it was ours, like had all the fake furniture to show off the neighborhood homes. Anyways, it had this loft area with 2 stairwells that go up to it, one in the front and one in the back. You could pretty much hear everything from this loft since it was so open. One day my 2 best friends, guy and a girl, are hanging out in the loft. We were in HS and they were horny and always all over each other, whether I was in the room or not. We were watching TV and I get up to take a piss. When I left, they were all up on each other. When I came back, they were on different ends of the couch. I just had they had gotten into a fight, so I asked what was up. "Your little sister is home," the dude says. My face turned sheet white. "What's wrong?" the girl asked. I asked them what made them think that. They said they heard her. I am sort of freaking out at this point. "No one's here," I say. "We checked the house, and I'm right." Well, it turns out that before it was a model home, a family lived there and a little girl had been playing in the loft but had climbed on the railing and fell to her death below. My 2 best friends swear, to this day, that they heard what they thought was my sister laugh and run up the stairs, hitting her hands on each step like she was running up on all fours. I never had any encounters, other than the fact that right next to where she landed was the house's central intercom. We had an intercom system in every room that you could play music through, or talk to each other. Every so often at night at the same time you'd wake up to the intercom button being pressed, and just the blank sound of static airways like someone was holding down the button but no one was speaking. My room was on the 3rd floor and I'd have to walk down to the bottom to the main unit and turn it off there. I always thought I'd see her. When I was in 5th grade I was walking to the bus and it was just breaking dawn. I had to walk about a half mile down a back road with woods lining either side. About halfway down I was surrounded by about 8 or 9 dogs, not wolves, but like actual different breeds of domestic dogs. They didn't make a noise but they blocked my path in a half circle. I was terrified and ran back home and when I looked back they were gone. When I think back on it I hope maybe they were protecting me from an unknown danger down the road that morning. Who knows? Last year I was staying in a hotel with my mom. One of the nights as I was laying in bed I noticed a human silhouette maybe 2 meters away from me. I figured it was just a shadow so I tried to ignore it but I couldn't. I turned the light on and obviously it disappeared, but when I shut off the lights again it came back. I tried to convince myself that it was just a shadow, but trust me when I say there was nothing in that room that could have made a shadow like that. I looked around the room several times. It also occurred to me that the shadow weren't there the previous nights, and nothing had been moved around. It looked just like a human silhouette. I never believed in ghosts, but right then and there I was terrified. I was too scared to look at it so I turned around and eventually fell asleep. I told my mom about it the next morning and she just shrugged it off. She said I was just imagining things. Fair enough. That shadow weren't there the next night? Or the next? A few days after we had gotten back home my mom was doing something in the kitchen and I was just sitting there studying. Without turning around my mom said, "Do you remember that shadow of a person you saw at the hotel?" I said yeah. My mom just said I saw it too. My blood turned to ducking ice. Mom didn't want to admit that she also saw it. I thought that she was sleeping, because she didn't want to freak me out. I'm convinced that if ghosts exist, I saw one that night. My mom thinks it was the ghost of her best friend, who had committed suicide just a few days prior. Mom had spent hours earlier that evening writing her a long letter for some kind of closure. Maybe her best friend also wanted to say goodbye. I guess it's not incredibly scary or anything, but it is weird. When I was about 12 our family moved into a new house, new to us, actually quite old. It was in our same village but down a different lane. Part of it used to be a bungalow so my room and my sister's room were on the ground floor, down a long hallway. All of the ground floor had walnut flooring and there was a Persian rug outside the door to my room to avoid cold toesies in the morning. Every night, around 11 or so, I would hear footsteps walking at a fairly slow pace right down the hall, from the end guest suite up past our rooms and away down the hall to the living room. I was always in bed when I heard them, and so was everyone else. You know how you can tell who a family member is by the way they walk up the stairs, or open a specific door? I knew it wasn't anyone in my family. Plus, it was the sound of outdoor shoes clacking on the wood and everyone in my family wore slippers inside the house. I would hear the footsteps start, fairly loud on the wooden floor, way down the hall, come up past my sister's room and then there would be a pause, while whatever it was walked over the rug. You could hear the gap in the footsteps, about 3 seconds, then they would start again on the other side of the rug and fade out as they walked down the hall away to the living room. Then they would come back, same footsteps, break across the rug, resumed on the other side. I don't remember ever feeling scared, but I never ever went out to see what it was. I would fall asleep to the sound. It would go on for a really long time. It stopped about 3 or 4 weeks after we moved in and I never heard it again. I didn't really think about it much after it stopped, but I've never forgotten it, and as an adult it makes me shiver to remember it. Creepy depends on your perspective about it, but lost time. My brother was helping me across the country. We borrowed a van and loaded everything up for the last trip. Just before we left I checked my watch and called my GF that we would be hitting the road soon. My brother checked the kitchen clock but only told me later he did. We set out but couldn't do more than 80 kilometers per hour because of the load. When we took the off-ramp of my new city my brother told me he couldn't remember the trip. When I thought about it, neither could I. We both thought we were tired and thought nothing of it. However, when we arrived at my new house my GF asked if I broke the speed limit because we were almost an hour early. When retracing the route, my brother and I both agreed that we can remember passing a certain gas station and nothing thereafter, until the off-ramp. To this day we have no clue what happened during that hour we're missing or how we could have traveled that fast. Not with any car or van at least. Now at the beginning I wrote we both independently checked for time. This is important for us because one time source could have been wrong but not both. Also I called before we left, which limits the time we could use to travel. Since then we have never experienced any weirdness like it or otherwise. I don't have any weird memories or dreams, no piece of metal lodged under my skin, etc. Just an hour I lost. When I was in high school my uncle would throw me a couple bucks to help babysit his kids with my aunt. They lived in a 2-story house by the water, nice area. The kids were about 3 and 6, respectively. One day I was sitting in their den on my phone when I started to hear a baby crying. Thinking it was the 3-year-old, I headed to the bottom of the stairs to check and see if my aunt was up there dealing with it. I called for her a couple times with no response. The baby kept crying. I called for her one more time, and when I got no response I started walking up the stairs. Then I heard my cousins and aunt playing outside. All the hairs on my body stood up and I literally felt a chill run down my spine. I quietly turned around, walked down the stairs, got in my car and drove away. The baby was still crying when I closed the door behind me. A few years later I was drunk at a family party and told my uncle the story. He told me that he and his wife used to hear the baby too, and apparently the previous owners had a kid die of SIDS in that room upstairs. He's uber Catholic and had a mass said for the baby. He said after that it never happened again. Still gives me the willies when I talk about it though. When I was around 10 years old, I had this super ducked up dream. It started out with me in my house, alone, during the day. It's a small house, several minutes walk to the closest neighbor and more or less surrounded by woods. I heard something coming down the driveway, like tires crunching in the gravel, but much slower. Went out on the porch to investigate and saw an old-fashioned covered wagon being pulled down the driveway. For some reason, this filled me with dread and I ran back inside to lock all the doors. Once that was done, I walked down the staircase into the basement, where I knew I could see him from the window built into the door. The wagon stopped moving once I was watching, and the man climbed down from the seat and stood in front of I. Was dressed in a black suit with a black top hat and he was looking right at me through the window glass. Once he was sure that I saw him, he walked to the back of the wagon and pulled off the cover. There were people hanging from the supports at the top of the wagon, feet dangling, rope around their necks. They looked dead, but the man in the top hat did something and their heads started inflating. It got to the point where it looked almost cartoonish, eyes bulging out, red faces, the works. He kept looking at me while he did it, and I just knew he was gonna do the same thing to me. Woke up absolutely terrified, and to make things 1,000 times worse, the power was out, meaning it took me a ridiculous amount of time to make my way into my parents' room and camp out on their floor. Here's the creepy bit. I never told anyone about this particular dream because it was so ducking weird. Maybe 2 years ago, my family and I got into a conversation about the freakiest dreams we'd had. I figure what the hell, it's been 10 years, I can probably bring it up without hyperventilating. So I start telling the story, leaving out a lot of details for brevity's sake, and when I get to the part about the wagon coming down the driveway, my younger sister gets the weirdest look on her face, and says, "Was the man wearing a top hat?" We quizzed each other, and we remembered most of the details in the same way. I can't quite figure out how we both had the same dream, though I think a likely explanation might be that one of us told the other about the dream and then forgot. And the other party just constructed their own memory of it. But I distinctly remember not telling anyone about it because I thought it was too weird to share. I still get freaked out when I think about it, and to date, that's probably the strangest dream I've had. Alright, so I grew up in a really small town, and recently it's gotten some fame as being haunted. One of those Discovery Ghost shows filmed an episode here so people got interested. Now, before my town gained a reputation for having ghosts, one night my mom and I were taking a stroll down the main street at night, which we do a lot in the summer. I was about 14 at the time. As we were walking, she stops in front of a furniture store. That's in a pretty dang old building. Actually, most of Main Street is, that's closed. We look through the windows, just seeing the merchandise they have, talking, then I turn to my mom and tell her we need to leave. Now. She asks why. I say we need to go. She protests again since she is enjoying herself. I then tell her that there is something bad in the store, it was a bad place, and we needed to go. So we left. The thing is, I don't remember having that conversation. At all. I don't remember looking in the furniture store. I do remember going on walks with my mom plenty of times. But I don't ever remember being creeped out on any of them. The only reason I know this even happened was because my mom told me this story years later, asking if I remember doing that. So big deal, right? 14-year-olds say dumb stuff all the time. But here's why it bothers me. My mom is friends with one of the ladies who works for my town. I don't know what the position is called. Basically, she organizes town activities, and helps out with my town's historic stuff. Anyways, apparently for whatever reasons she gave a tour of the town to a film crew that had a psychic with them. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I think the whole psychic shtick is BS, but apparently once they got to the furniture store, the psychic refused to go inside. Said there was a lot of evil that wanted to harm people in there. So they moved on to other buildings. So yeah, when my mom's friend told her that story my mom told about the time when I was 14, they, and pretty much most people in my town, believe that the furniture store, along with a lot of other buildings, are haunted. But yeah, sorry if that wasn't scary enough, it's the only thing to happen to me that truly unsettles me. I was invited to a sleepover at my friend's house when I was 9 or 10. It was in a crummy, crime-ridden part of town, and I was already apprehensive about the whole thing. Turns out my friend planned for us to sleep in tents outside in the backyard. We go to sleep and I unexpectedly wake up in the middle of the night. All my friends are gone from the tent. Freezing cold and absolutely terrified, I look around the yard and eventually enter the house. None of the doors are locked, and for the life of me I can't find a living soul. I'm practically all alone, scared shitless in my pajamas. I find a phone and call my mom. About 15 minutes later she picks me up and takes me home. Later I found out that my friends had moved to a different tent in the yard without telling me. In my panic during the night, I thought they had all disappeared. Not really supernatural, but in the moment it was the most horrifying, inexplicable thing I ever had the displeasure to experience in my childhood. When I was a baby we lived in a big old manor house with my grandparents. One day my dad woke up in the middle of the night to see what looked like a ghost of my mom on top of the bed screaming and trying to get into my mom's sleeping body. It freaked him out so much that he refused to ever go back to the house and we moved out. When I was about 6 we had moved out and had our own apartment. One morning just after we woke up my mom went to make a warm cup of milk for both of us. It was winter, and the lights were off in the room but were on in the corridor. I can remember vividly seeing the dust come together and a ghost in the form of my mom but dressed like sure was from the 1800s came together and walked out of the room following after my mom and not acknowledging me in any way. It was the most surreal thing that I've ever seen and I still vividly remember it. My grandmother, who died before either my sister or I were born, was a huge Scrabble player and actually won a regional Scrabble championship for the Midwest United States. When my sister was very young my parents got out my grandma's old Scrabble set to show her how to play, even though she was too young to spell anything over 3 or 4 letters. The game Scrabble starts by each player pulling 7 tiles from the bag. My sister, who I will remind you was very young at the time, pulls out 7 tiles and says, "What does EILOARS spell?" My parents look at the letters and realize that my sister Rosalie, who was named after my grandma Rosalie, pulled her exact 7-letter name from my grandma's Scrabble set. Reposting once again. I am an outdoorsman. I'm very experienced in hunting, camping, hiking, and general survival. I'm very familiar and used to wildlife, and I was charged by what I believe was a cryptid called a dogman. It charged me and my cousin. It was not a bear. A bear cannot move how it did, And it was not a normal wolf, as they can't comfortably run on two legs, whereas what charged us seemed natural at doing. I can elaborate further if you wish. This happened around June or July of 2007, I believe. I was around 17 years old and more cocky then, but still somewhat knowledgeable of the outdoors. My family used to own a cabin in NW, Wisconsin. I basically grew up there in the summer. I knew the woods well, but at night it was wise to stay in a cabin or at least by the bonfire by the beach, because of bears, wolves, and cougars. One of the creepiest things was if you were having a bonfire, the tree line was visible from the fire pit and beach, and at night you always felt like you were being watched from that tree line. But during the day the woods always seemed normal, not so creepy, that is until this incident. So this happened somewhere between 1200 to 1400. Me and my cousin were having an airsoft battle. I was in full woodland camo, he was not. I retreated onto the ATV trail into the woods for a tactical advantage, and our battle took us about 200 meters into about a third of the way up the trail. We had enough at this point and were standing at the edge of a clearing on He trail talking, and he was maybe 10 feet from me. When I decided to mess with him, I shushed him and said, "We're being watched." He froze. Then I realized the woods were dead quiet and I got spooked and started scanning the tree line and the other edge of the clearing from left to right when I saw it. Its teeth gave it away. It was panting and staring at my cousin. I don't expect you to believe me, but what I saw was a wolf as big as a black bear, at least 300 pounds. But it wasn't normal. This wolf was on two legs, crouching next to a tree with its arm grasping the tree, grasping with a clawed hand. It had reddish-brown fur. I told my cousin that we have to go, and next thing I know he is sprinting, and I looked back at Wolfie, who had locked on and sprinted a few steps on 2 feet, and then I turned and ran when it looked like Wolfie was dropping to all fours. It charged us and sounded right on our asses, barreling through the brush, but for whatever reason let us go when we broke out of the tree line and headed for the cabin. What stuck with me the most was the sheer size. Wolfie appeared to be nearly 7 tall when upright, and that where it should have had front paws it appeared to have large clawed hands. Now I'm not sure how to explain it away rationally. I have heard wolves will occasionally kind of walk upright, but as far as I know they can't sprint on 2 legs, nor do wolves get that big, and black bears more waddle on 2 legs. The closest description is silly, a werewolf or dogman. Thank you for reading. This occurred in 45.983614, minus 92.359951 Danbury, Wisconsin. We lived in a house that was haunted for a bit. Weird happenings. There was a door on the side of the house that led from the deck into the kitchen. A couple of times per day it would suddenly sound like someone kicked the door as hard as possible. Boom, and the door would rattle. No one was kicking the door. One time a friend was at my house. We were in my room, which was right off the entryway. We heard the front door open, saw someone walk in and go down the stairs to the tenant's apartment. Both of us saw this. I noticed the tenant's car wasn't in the driveway, so we went downstairs to check it out. No one was in the house but us. All doors locked. Creepiest was easily the night I was on the phone with my girlfriend while home alone. I was sitting in the family room. Upstairs was a loft that opened to the main area of the house where I was sitting. Again, I was home alone. As I'm talking to my girlfriend, I hear footsteps up on the loft. I turn and look. They stopped. I turned back around and they started again. Did this for a few minutes and I decided duck it and went to my girlfriend's house. So it's about 4 a.m. The beach was a ways away, and my dad and I wake up to go surfing. We make our coffee, turn off all the lights downstairs and leave through our garage door. We close the garage door and start backing out before we realize we forgot something. We pull the truck back in the driveway, open the garage to find the door going into the house wide open and sleeping bags and other stuff on the ground in front of the door. We walk inside and every single light downstairs is turned on. At this point I was thinking, okay, what the actual duck, cause we literally walked out of the house with all the lights off. My dad and I go to check if my mom is awake and she is completely asleep upstairs with the door closed. Weird. Our first thought was that maybe an intruder got into the house and was trying to leave when he noticed we were awake, but all the doors were locked. Super creepy. I have an old dog named Casey. When she was a puppy and younger dog, she would climb the stairs and lay on a particular step. I think it was like the 3rd or 4th step from the top. She would stick her head between the gap of the step and the bottom railing of the banister and look out over the living room. She would stay up there for hours and sometimes fell asleep with the head sticking out. My mom works at the local high school and every summer is required to take safety courses at the school. One year, at one of these courses, she ended up going out to lunch with several people. One of them she didn't know and began talking to. Eventually my mom mentioned the town we lived in. This other woman grew up in the same town. She asked my mom what section she lived in and my mom said my section's name. Turns out she lived in that section as a girl. Then she asks my mom what street. Lo and behold, this woman grew up on our street. Then it turns out that this woman grew up in the house that we live in. So they get to talking more and my mom mentions that we have a dog named Casey. This woman says that she also had a dog named Casey and then goes on to say that our Casey would sit on the same step that our Casey would and poke her head out from the step. It's not creepy to me, but it's one hell of a ducking coincidence, if not a little supernatural. Growing up, my grandparents had this big, gray German Shepherd called Max. He was a super sweet dog, but my grandparents kept him chained up in the yard and I can't recall anyone ever interacting with him except us kids. When we stayed at our grandparents', I remember bringing leftovers to Max and leaving them in his bowl. My sister and cousins remember this as well. Eventually, my family moved a couple hours from my grandparents, and we saw less and less of Max. He was an old dog to begin with, but I recall he started developing tumors around his neck. Then one day he was gone. I brought up Max to my dad years later as a teenager, wondering what, exactly, he died of. We had a dog that had died recently, and his tumors reminded me of the ones Max had. My dad seemed real confused that I knew who Max was. He said Max had died of cancer, but he was my dad's first dog, which I was confused by, since he mentioned a dog named Boots when he was a kid. He said that Boots was the dog his parents bought to replace Max, who died when he was 9. I was sure he had gotten mixed up, or misremembered the dog. Here's where the story gets weird. My cousins and my sister all remember this dog. I could swear he was dead by then, but even my youngest cousins remember Max. Here's where it gets ducking insane. Where Max was chained up was a concrete platform. When, we thought, he died, my grandparents put a tool shed there. Further lending to the confusion, there are pictures of me and my cousins near my age. I'm the oldest grandchild, but my youngest cousins are 12 years younger, playing with the shed in the background. The fact that my cousins remember the dog makes no sense on that basis alone. That's not the insane part about that shed, though. When I was a teenager, probably 18 or 19, I helped my dad and my uncles tear down the shed. On the concrete platform, right on the edge, was a child's handprint with my dad's name written underneath, and a big, German Shepherd-sized paw print. Underneath the paw print, in the same handwriting, was the name Max. To this day, none of us know why all of us remember this dog. I was born in the late 80s, this dog died in 1969. The year I started high school, my parents moved us into a new house and the place was crazy haunted. I have been suffering from insomnia since I was about 14, and often I would be up in the middle of the night and hear someone running up and down the hallway. Occasionally the running would be accompanied by giggling and the sounds of hands hitting the hallway walls. If I was at home alone cleaning, I would frequently hear what sounded like a small child. It should be noted I did have 5 siblings, but on these occasions I would be home alone, giggling or talking faintly nearby. My parents' bedroom was always cold, and there would be sounds of someone typing on the computer keyboard when no one was nearby it. Several times, I would come into my room, and since I was the first one home from school I knew my siblings hadn't been in there, and my mom never went in there except to try to read my journal, and find my stuff moved around and played with. As in, the porcelain doll my grandmother gave me would be in some random spot in the room, and there would be little doll footprints on the carpet like someone had been playing with the damn thing. I did some digging later. A little girl was once murdered on the land that the home stood on, before there was a home there. I have a ton of stories about that damn house, if anyone wants to hear them. Not super creepy and this will likely get buried, but I grew up in the Pine Barrens. I loved living in the woods, and South Jersey has just about no predators, so I never felt unsafe walking around the neighborhood at 2 a.m. or so. Well, one night when I was 19 I left my friend's place about 2:30 to 3:30 a.m. walking home and I hear the most ungodly sound I have ever heard in my life. In the split second your mind tries to rationalize. First I thought it was a cat being run over, then by 6 seconds I thought it was a woman screaming, then it sounded like a roar/shriek. This is all in the second and a half it takes me to take in the whole sound. Now let me be clear, I had lived in those woods all my life. I know what foxes sound like, I know what skunks fighting sound like. It was like nothing I have ever heard. I have never felt primal fear like I did after hearing that sound. I ran harder and faster than I ever had in my life. When I got to the front door I was already mentally prepared to smash the small glass pane in order to open the door if my sister had locked it. She didn't, and there was nothing interesting after that point. A few other weird things happened around the same time span, but nothing like that. I lost a lot of time, once. It's one of a few very creepy things to happen to me, but this one really got to me. Still does. It only happened a few months ago. I went for a walk with my mother on a local path around a fairly large hill, a regular pastime of ours. We walked the 2 miles from the car to the hill before beginning our ascent to reach the loop, which is only about half a mile encircling the peak. We're from the area and have always known that people have become wildly lost up here, even though the path is the only one around the hill. It's sort of very specific knowledge. If you go 10 miles away, no one will know about it. We had been dozens of times before, with the dogs usually, but today it was just my mom and I. We had never been lost before. So we've been walking for, I don't know how long, when I noticed something odd. The sun was in the same place to us as it had been for however long we'd been walking, on a circular path. It should have appeared to move as we changed direction. We should also have been reaching the point where you headed down the hill, but our path was completely level. I was taught to use the sun and other natural signs to navigate, as I spent a lot of time just wandering, whether on horseback or on foot. I realized that I had no recollection of that part of the path and had been walking along in silence for. Well, here's the weird bit. Out came my phone and it showed me the time 14:37. I had absolutely no signal, even though it's usually spot on up there. We had set off at 11 in the morning and all the hairs on my body stood up. This was a short walk, an hour and a half at most from leaving the car to getting back to it. The sun should have been above us, but it was set off at where I would have said 3 o'clock for that time of year. I remember the time because when I turned to ask my mom what time she had, she looked straight through me like I wasn't there and remained like that for a whole 3 minutes. She was just staring off into the space where I had been to her left. At 14:40 she suddenly came to life. I'd move away, too nervous to remain under her gaze like that. After about a minute of saying mom and nudging her rigid shoulder in a building childlike panic, I was 20. I was sat on a log just off the path, getting pretty bloody freaked out. Mom glanced around and said in a hollow, weird voice, "I think the fairies might have us, you/hunted_road. We need to keep walking." I scrambled up and fell in to match her determined stride on this unfamiliar path. "Why fairies, Mum? Why say that? I wasn't raised to see them as little cutesy people with wings, you see. To me, they're straight out of nightmares, because my mother's upbringing said that's what they are. Creatures out to confuse and trick." "What time does your watch say, Mum?" She always wears a battery-operated analog watch and she lifted her wrist. 2:45. She put her wrist down and lifted it again to check. "That's not right, is it?" I just shook my head. "All right, keep walking." So we did. We trudged on through this unfamiliar woodland for what I would have said felt like at most half an hour. It never turned a corner, or changed elevation. I knew we were in bother when my stalwart, never frightened of anything mother began to get nervous. So, in response to her nerves, she becomes pissed off. She steeled herself, lifted those proud, all-seeing gypsy eyes to the creepy atmosphere and spoke as she would to a lurking person. "Who's toying with us? Put us back." There was what I can only describe as a burst of deep laughter from the path behind us and we spun around to face it. We were at the top of the hill that lead to the gate out of there. It's at the fork where you can go left or right, neither of which I remember choosing, even though we always make a discussion of it. We made our way down the slope and out of the woods as calmly as possible and got back to the car, which was parked next to an ancient church and cemetery. The time in the car? 17:12. We should have got back to the car no later than maybe 1:45 if the walk had gone normally, or just after 4 when our watch and phone said we were approaching 3. We lost nearly 5 hours. I've had a lot of creepy things happen to me, but this is about one of the worst. I wasn't alone, it was the middle of the day on a usually familiar path. Where did those hours go? Where was that path? So many unanswerable questions. I even went up there alone once, to see if I could experience it again. But nothing happened. Just ask if you want to hear any of the other creepy stories. I'll try to make them a bit more brief than this answer. The campus on which my building is located is the old Massillon State Hospital. The Massillon State Hospital was, for lack of a better term, the insane asylum. We have 3 of the old buildings, 2 are occupied and 1 is empty. The empty building is McKinley Hall. The entire campus is private property. We have and will prosecute trespassers due to safety concerns and privacy laws. Well, on to the story. One night, I notice a rustling near the building while I'm doing a grounds check. I radio my coworker and tell him what I saw. He responds. I grab my flashlight and we walk over to the building. It's around 10 p.m., so it's pretty dark out. We figured someone had probably broken into McKinley Hall again. As in, we're telling people to leave and escorting them out probably 5 out of 7 days a week, unless it's September/October, then it's 5 or 6 times a day. Anyways, we creep over to the building and light up the doorway. Sure enough, the door is open. It had been locked and chained. It no longer was, and there was no sign of the lock or chain. So, we creep into the building and are making sure to stay right next to each other, because it's dark and it's creepy and I'm not about to be something's snack. We clear the basement, the ground floor, and the second floor. Nothing but some rats and a whole lot of dust and broken shit. The third floor is where it gets a little hinky. We start at one end and work towards the other side. It's dark, it's creepy, and I do not want to be there. Suddenly it's cold as shit. Now, we've all seen those movies, and we've seen enough of to know that as soon as it gets cold, it's time to go. But, we have to finish securing the building. As we're walking towards the other end of the hall, we see someone. I call out, tell them to leave. They keep walking towards us. My coworker calls out, tells them to leave. They keep walking towards us. We stop and this time yell for them to go. By this point, I decided to use my incredibly bright flashlight to light them up and at least disorient them with the beam. The person is probably 6 feet away by this point, so I flick my light up, and that is not a person. All we see is the distorted face of what may have one point been a human, and we duck and lose our shit. I chuck my radio at it. Radio passes right through its head and it screams, this deathly, piercing scream that can only be made by the unholy spawn of hell it seems to be. So, we turn and run, screaming like small children. It chases us, screaming the whole time, and we barrel down the stairs through the other floors, which are dark as duck and ungodly cold, and finally slam through the now closed door that we had left open. As we're running across the campus, I hear my coworker holler at me and he all but shoves me through another door to one of our occupied buildings. So here we are, on the floor of a building, having tripped over each other trying to get in. He had a handprint on his upper arm and long scratches down his forearm, and apparently I looked like something tried to suck my soul out. We went back the following day to retrieve the radio and there was absolutely no trace of us having been there the day before, where there should have been. No footprints, nothing. However, on the wall, there was writing that had not been there. It read, "What did you do to me? Haven't been back since. Duck. That. Shit." Edit, spelling and punctuation. Edit 2, because someone asked, here are some pictures during the day. A few months ago. Edit 3, I'm uploading all of the pictures and will link to the album. I'll make sure to add links to pictures of specific areas of detail. Posted this story before. I was 11-ish. Fell asleep watching Star Trek Next Generations. About 1 a.m. I feel a weight on the end of my bed as if someone is sitting on it. It's my nanny who's been dead for about 3 years. You're gonna hear and see something in the next few minutes. It's going to scare you, but you'll be okay, she says while patting my leg. But I need to pee. Okay, but don't be scared. I fumble my way out into the landing. The window of the front door gets smashed in by a small hand hatchet. An arm starts coming through the door trying to open the old twisty lock on the door frame. Thanks to the wire that was in the glass, the window doesn't fully smash, but the guy is still trying to get in. He keeps attacking the glass with the hatchet and kicking the door. Next thing I hear is my mom screeching at him from the top window, asking him WTF he's doing. He's here to get her son who's just slashed his tires. She doesn't have a son. He calls her liar. She says, "Come in and I'll show ya." That's what he's trying to do, he replies. More curses are exchanged before he decides to smash up the front windows before leaving. Police arrive 4 hours later and can't get DNA from the blood smeared all over the window, 'cause it'll be a nightmare in paperwork. Turns out he attacked our house due to my dickhead next door neighbor ducking into garden when he was being chased. Our tree made it look like he'd run into our house. Mam was more freaked out by the fact I'd seen and spoken to my nanny than by the axe-wielding ducktard trying to gain entry into our house. When I was little, around 3 years old, I would have dreams of another little girl who lived on my bookshelf. She had short hair pulled aside with a barrette. She wore a simple dress and shoes with buckles on them. She always appeared as a yellow translucent person. We were friends and I would sit on the floor, and she would sit on the top of the bookshelf and look down at me. We always had fun, but when she got mad she could zap me. It would tickle like being tickled badly by a friend who you wanted to stop. I would yell at her and run away. Fast forward 20 years. While on vacation with my parents, we were talking about old dreams and memories when the tickle girl was brought up. I reminisced about the dreams with her, and my parents' faces went funny. When I asked what was wrong, they said, "Honey, those weren't dreams. You used to sit and talk to your bookshelf all the time. We would hear you laughing in the other room. Other times we would hear you get so mad that you would yell, but you were the only one in the room." Gives me chills to this day. TLDR, thought I used to have recurring dreams of the same little girl in my room. My parents recently revealed that I wasn't sleeping when I would talk to her. Thanks for listening to another episode of Redditex. Subscribe and activate the notification bell so you won't miss any stories. Feel free to share your own stories below in the comments. Have a good day. Hotel staff of Reddit, what is the creepiest, weirdest, most unexplained event that you've experienced on the job? I used to work the overnight shift at a hotel with rooms ranging from very cheap to moderately expensive. The hotel was located just off the highway, and was designed to be a convenient accommodation point for people traveling through the city, and who didn't want to make their way into the busier parts of the city. Because of that, it wasn't out of the ordinary when a guy who looked as though he hadn't slept in a while came in and booked into a room for the night. He didn't want breakfast delivered, or a map of the city. He didn't seem to have any spare clothes. He did want to make sure that the rooms were made up every day, even though he was only staying the night. In hindsight, all of those things were somewhat significant, as an indicator for what he was thinking at the time, and what happened next. The night was quiet. I didn't scout the hotel through the night, and I made no effort to contact the guests unless they called me for some reason. Nothing felt off. The next morning, when the head housekeeper arrived, we prepared for her to start making up rooms while the guests leaving that day checked out. We had a 10 a.m. checkout time, but we were happy to be flexible with the time if we were given some notice. The guy from the night before didn't give any notice, hadn't checked out at 10 a.m., and specifically asked about the housekeeping services. Because of that, me and the head housekeeper decided to knock on his door to check on him. No answer. I used my master key to let us into the room, and announced that we were at the door. No response. We walked in to see the man in bed. He was curled up with the blankets up to his ears. Just laying there. I knew immediately what had happened. The head housekeeper didn't cotton on immediately. She walked up to him, put her hand on his shoulder, and shook him, trying to wake him. After only a moment, it clicked in her head what was going on, and she squealed and ran back towards me. The man had died through the night. He had advanced cancer, and had no family who would find him if he had died at home. We don't know why he wasn't in hospital, but given that he still had hair, he must have refused treatment, or treatment was not an option for him. He wanted to make sure that when he died, someone would find him, and so he chose to die in bed at a cheap highway hotel. It was creepy, but it was also really sad. No one should be that alone in life. My coworker was an adorable little old Asian man who was very hard to understand. He was the housekeeper on weekends, so I would work with him most of the time. He was the weirdest thing at the hotel, but I'm sure it was a cultural thing for him. What I could understand from him and from stories from coworkers is that he very much believed in spirits. He claimed to have banished an evil spirit from the kitchen. And he also claimed that the third floor was haunted by a woman. The weirdest thing he did was, one day in the winter, he brought a freaking pigeon into the hotel. It was snowing outside and the hotel was moderately busy that night. But he kept this pigeon with him the entire time, and the damn thing never wanted to fly away, would just walk around with him or stay on his cleaning cart. The reason he kept it close is because he said it was a woman in its past life and she was cold and lonely. So he took it in and cared for her/it. It lasted that weekend, and I think our general manager made him get rid of it or stop bringing it into the hotel. According to my coworkers, he brought it home. I used to work in a small 20-room hotel built from an old mansion. So yeah, super creepy from the right perspective. I've heard old ghost stories, but never saw anything supernatural. Rather, the creepy stuff came from guests. One time, a lovely couple checked in. Although the guy was way older than the woman, they were friendly and enthusiastic. Later that night, about midnight, keep in mind that at that time, I am the hotel's only employee on staff, my switchboard tells me that their room had dialed 911. Since the guy was old, I was afraid he had a heart attack or something. I go to their room, and knock on the door. It takes a while, but the door opens a bit. It is pitch black in their room. Like, They closed the curtains, and turned on no lights. I can't see the guy at all, but I hear the man's voice, and it's a cackled whisper out of a horror movie. Yes? Me, excuse me sir, is everything okay? I saw that you dialed 911. Him, who are you? Me, I'm New Bosis, the guy who checked you in. You dialed 911, is everything okay? Him, we don't, giggles creepily, have a phone. Me, yes you do, and you called 911 from it, is everything okay? Him, oh, we have, giggles, meant to call 411, giggles, sui. He closes the door. I go back to my desk fearing something insane is going on. The next day, the two of them come downstairs, super happy, acting completely normal again. Shit was just weird. Now I'm pretty sure I have an explanation for the guy's behavior. Drugs. But damn if that wasn't creepy. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing just thinking about it. I'm a setup manager at a hotel for big events. I was double checking all the rooms before I went home for the day, and I went into one of the event rooms and flicked on the lights. I shit you not, there was a grown-ass naked man in the dark. He flinched when I turned the lights on, and it scared me. I sorta yelled, "What are you doing?" Turns out he was swimming and needed a place to change. Instead of just going to his room like a normal person would, he chose a dark event room. Okay, super creepy story time. I work at a mid-tier popular hotel in the South on the 3 to 11 p.m. shift. About a month and a half ago I get a call from an older man working at the Haynes Company, trying to check on a reservation. Apparently the reservation didn't pop up in our system, so he then starts asking me if it's okay if guests who stay at the hotel can get packages shipped to them during their stay. Sure, whatever, we will sign for them too. He then slides in a worst case scenario, you guys will end up with 300 pairs of stockings. That was it. Or so I thought. Proceed to 2 weeks ago around 9 p.m., the phone rings and it's the Haynes man again. But this time he sounds a little off. Super soft voice with almost shallow breathing. He's checking on the reservation again, which still isn't there. As I try to offer to make the reservation, he cuts me off to tell me that the package of stockings will be coming in. And then even more shallow breathing, in the creepiest softest voice asks, "Do you wear thigh highs?" I still can't shake the tone of voice. I hung up so quick and locked the doors. Oh man. So back in the mid-80s I was stationed in Hawaii. I needed some extra cash, so I picked up a gig working security at a hotel. This particular hotel had a smaller hotel next to it that was owned by one of the major airlines. We basically provided check-in and check-out services for them, but I never really did much for them in terms of security other than chase off the occasional drunk guy trying to follow the flight attendants into the hotel. One night I got a call asking me to come up to one of the higher floors of the hotel to try and quiet things down. These floors were typically where the pilots stayed and had bigger rooms, and usually were the ones without much issue. The elevators opened to 2 buck-naked pilots chasing 5 naked flight attendants around the hall. The entire group were trashed, and there were signs that there was probably some coke in one of the rooms. On seeing me, one of the pilots told me to get out of my clothes because they needed more cock if they were going to tame these wild women. I politely declined and told them that they were going to have to keep it down because we were getting complaints. The pilot saluted, herded the women into his room and closed the door. Not sure what happened, but there weren't any more noise complaints. The weird part was for the next 3 months I had the job, I would routinely see the pilots and the flight attendants in question. All acted as if nothing happened, and I never had another complaint. I've worked as a front desk employee for over a year now. Story time. On a slower night I was working the front desk by myself, and we didn't have any housekeeping/houseman working that night, so I was completely alone aside from the guests in the hotel. I'm a 5'5" plus 120-pound girl, by the way, this will matter in a minute. A big burly dude walks in and I can tell immediately that he has some form of mental handicap. I ask him if there's anything I can help him with, and he says I need to call the cops, now. I'm like, oh shit, play it cool. I ask him if it's an emergency and he says he just needs the cops here. He's ran away from home. Thus far he hadn't seemed threatening, so I do call the police, but I call the non-emergency number. They usually respond pretty quickly. He puts his hand out like he would like to speak to the operator, so I hand him the phone. I couldn't hear the operator, but I assumed she asked him what the problem was. He proceeds to answer with, I ran away from home and I'm suicidal. And very homicidal. I'm of course like, WTF, but I'm trying to keep the situation calm. I give the operator the address and the dude waits in the lobby staring at me until I secretly call our security company to send someone out, who then escorts him off property. Cops showed up about 30 minutes later and never bothered to find the guy. 10/10 thought I was going to have to fight off a handicapped dude, and I was pretty upset the cops didn't take it more seriously and try to find him. TLDR, big handicapped dude told me to call the cops because he ran away from home and was suicidal and homicidal. Proceeded to stare at me until I called security to take him off property. Fun times. I've had several weird and scary moments happen while working in a hotel in DC. From suicides in luxury suites to terrorist claims, working in the hospitality industry will definitely have you talking about something. One of the most scariest things I've witnessed firsthand is having the fireplace in our lobby explode almost right in front of my face. It all started in the morning when the lobby began to smell a little bit like gas. Usually it's never a problem because the restaurant is next to the front lobby. But after several complaints we decided to look for the source. Turns out the fireplace was causing the smell. It was gas starting fireplace. One of the new guys tried to adjust the temperature on it, and instead the fireplace reacted unexpectedly and started a 3-foot flame. One of the bartenders tried to blow it out with the fire extinguisher, but turns out it was not the correct one to use, and it caused the fireplace to explode and create an even bigger flame. All I remember is falling to the ground because of the explosion, and the sprinklers went off. The entire front lobby and restaurant were flooded. I thought I was going to be able to leave work, and they still made me stay my whole shift. Lesson learned from this incident: not all fire extinguishers are used for the same purpose. There's like 4 different kinds to stop a specific fire. Now the creepiest request I ever got was to find an escort for a gentleman and giving a room to a porn star. DC hotels for you! ! We once had a double-leg amputee guest who was also an alcoholic. He got around in a motorized wheelchair, and his caretaker/nurse came with him for this trip. One night, he was down in the lobby, drunk, and his caretaker had clearly had enough of him for the day. He was cruising around the lobby in his wheelchair, taking turns way too fast. It was raining at night, so the tile floors were a little slick, and yes, the signs were up. Anytime he would zoom by his caretaker, she would half-heartedly tell him to stop, but he didn't care. The front desk staff kept asking him to slow down, but he would just flip them off, mumble something, and go faster. This particular hotel had a very steep ramp in the front next to the stairs. The ramp was not for wheelchairs, it was only to help people bring luggage in / out, and the sign next to the ramp clearly stated that. In his drunken agitated stupor, he didn't read the sign and went flying down the ramp. He toppled out of the wheelchair and tumbled down the ramp, ass over tea kettle, like an egg. As soon as he hit the ground, he started yelling about suing the hotel and how he was going to take all their money. The poor security guard working had to pick the guy up to put him back in his wheelchair, while he was still screaming. Then the security guard just slinked away as fast as possible. I still laugh anytime I think about that one. Another time we got a call at the front desk from a guest saying the person in the next room was screaming. A couple people went up to check it out, and somehow a morbidly obese man, at least 400 pounds, had gotten himself stuck when he was in the shower. I don't know what he was going for, but he got himself wedged in between the shower and toilet, kind of half sticking out of the shower. He was completely stuck, and saying that his knee was going to give out any second. The fire department had to come and cut him out. But it was that same poor security guard that was tasked with holding up a fat, dripping wet, naked man until the fire department got there. If anyone at that hotel deserved a raise, it was that security guard. He's seen some shit. My dad used to work in a hotel. A few years ago, he hears a scream from a maid as she's cleaning one of the rooms. He runs in, and there's a giant python just chilling in the bathtub. This thing is apparently like 4 feet long. They tried to track down a couple who had just checked out of the room, but the number they'd given the front desk wasn't working. Eventually animal control showed up and took the snake. That poor maid was terrified to clean the bathrooms for a while. Edit: some have pointed out that using the word giant to describe a 4-foot-long snake is a bit of a hyperbole. Maybe so, but 4 feet of python is definitely a huge shock when you're not expecting it. It's not under the same category, but I've worked in hotel for almost 13 years and have an interesting story. My coworker is a bellman at a hotel, and one night he was assisting a young couple / guests with their luggage, or so we thought. He assisted the guests with 2 full carts of, mostly random, odd-looking stuff, and few luggage. The gentleman seemed to be normal, but his girlfriend was on drugs, not the pharmaceutical kind either. So, my coworker spent over 40 minutes unloading their stuff from the car, then to their room. Now he had bunch of boxes with random things. Long black cases looked like rifle cases, and bullet cases, and weird looking machines that couldn't be identified. After chatting with him, a lot of his stories didn't add up at all and sounded very shady. After my coworker finished assisting him, he did not give my coworker any gratuity for assisting with all of his stuff. After being annoyed for all the services he did for our guests, feeling uneasy about him being really shady as well, my coworker ended up just looking up his name online. We found out the guest had a warrant for arrest in another state. His warrant was for drug possession/dealing, indecent exposure, and gun possessions. Also, on the warrant said he is armed and dangerous. So my coworker went to management/security and they decided to call our local police department. They looked up his info and the police department came in with full arsenal and arrested him. He had massive amount of drugs with intent to distribute and weapon possessions. The guest was arrested and taken back to the state and put in jail. Moral of the story is, always tip your bellman, especially if you're doing shady/illegal activities in the hotel. Going on 20 years ago, I worked at a Holiday Inn. There were always a number of people that actually lived there, paying for rooms by the month. You'd see them at the bar. Hell, one guy was so trusted we gave him keys to the kitchen. He'd go in there late at night and make the front desk sandwiches. One of these dudes was walking around one night with a paper lunch sack full of $100 bills. He was going up to everybody he could, at the bar, in the lobby, and gave out his hundos. People actually complained about it because it freaked them out a bit. Not me, I took 100. The next morning he was found dead in his room by the cleaning crew. Suicide. Not a hotel, but I worked maintenance for a vacation cabin rental company. One night, I get a call from a guest that she has mice in her cabin, so I grab some traps and bait and head up. She was there by herself, little strange, but I made some small talk as I set up the traps. She said her husband worked a couple states away and was supposed to meet her there later that night. The next morning they were due to check out at 11. Noon comes and they're still in, so the front desk tries calling. No answer. 12:30 comes and housekeeping needs to get in to clean as it was a turnover, so front desk tells them to knock and go in case the guest is asleep or something. She had attempted suicide by overdosing on pills when her husband never showed. She was unconscious but still had a pulse, so she left by ambulance. I think she ended up living. Thinking back afterwards, I remembered thinking it was a little odd how many prescription pill bottles she had in plain sight the night I was in there. We also have one lodge that sleeps 24 people that's really creepy when you're alone. I've had multiple people, some who have never worked or stayed there, tell me matter-of-factly that a man hung himself in the upstairs bedroom. I'm not sure. But I hate being there by myself. I've heard footsteps on multiple occasions, had doors shut or open themselves while I was in there with no draft, seen shadows out of the corner of my eye, etc. My uncle used to work at a crappy motel in upstate NY. There was always some shady clientele coming through but nothing to write home about. One day a customer complained about his room smelling, so my uncle took note and carried on with his work. The next day another customer complained about a smell in their room. It was the same room. My uncle gave in and went to find the source. He walked in and immediately smelled it. An animal must have gotten into the wall and died because it was awful. It smelled like it was coming from behind the bed, so he tried to move it but couldn't. He removed the mattress to make it easier. The bed was a solid oak frame that went down to the floor and a mattress that sat on top of it. Underneath the mattress inside the square oaken frame was a dead body. They later found out it was a mob killing and they stashed it there a week or so ago, and it began to smell and permeate the mattress and oak frame. He didn't work there much longer after that. Edit. I called my dad to confirm and he said my uncle actually was working in Long Island and this was the 80s, so it matches with the Mineola story some of you all have found. Creepy AF. Also similar to the Iceman killer stories but not the same location, I don't think. I'm a housekeeper. I've walked in on a few people having sex or being naked, but they are usually pretty embarrassed. But this one time when I had just started, I knocked on the door to clean this guy's room. He opened it just a peek so he could see who was at the door. I thought, he must be in a towel or something, he's gonna tell me to come back later or go away. Well, he did, once he saw it was me. But not before flinging the door open the rest of the way, revealing he was butt-ass naked. And that's how I learned what ginger pubes look like. Still don't know what was running through the dude's mind, but he didn't have a boner, so I'm gonna rule that out. Sounds like coworkers ducking with you. I worked at a hotel that was owned by a college. The rooms inside the courtyard were rented out to customers, but the outer rooms were meant for long-term stays and college kids. There was an old man that lived in the very front of the hotel, had for decades. He was a germaphobe and was terrified of spiders. He would come down at night and talk to me. For some reason I was super interested in everything he had to say. Mostly cause it was boring and slow at night, but he knew a lot of history about the city we live in. One night he came down to the lobby and was in tears. I asked him what was wrong and he told me that there was a spider in his room. Could I get rid of it for him? Normally, the only people allowed in his room were the housekeepers when they changed his sheets, so I had no idea what I was in store for. I opened the door to see that every inch of his room was covered in old newspapers. He had plastered them on the walls, the tables, the sinks, chairs. Everywhere. There were stacks and stacks of newspapers everywhere. I found the spider at the bathroom and killed it. Just as I was about to flush, he was like, "No." I asked him what is wrong? He didn't want me to flush it because it might crawl back in. So I took this mushed spider in a tissue and out the room. He was a sweet old man, but it just really creeped me out seeing his room covered in newspapers. We have this guy who always has hookers. Not been surprising since we are a brand that promotes a party lifestyle. But recently the dude came down and asked me to give him a different room, was super vague about his reasoning. The room wasn't cleaned well enough. So whatever, I do it, and about 30 minutes later we get a call down from the original room, which in our system comes up as vacant, from a woman attempting to order room service. Red flag. So essentially this scumbag banged one lady, switched rooms, got a new hooker and left the first one in the original room. My supervisor had to interrupt his back-to-back session for some explanation and he just hit his tail between his legs, lol. Guy comes in with a work crew to stay with us for a couple weeks. A dozen guys total, and all of them were cool except this one. Each guy was to get his own room, which required me to see their ID so I could enter them into the computer. The conversation went something like this. Me: "Okay, I need to see your driver's license." Guy: "No, you don't need to see my license." Me: "Pause, sir, I need to verify who you are so I know you belong in the room I am to give you. For that, I need to see a government-issued ID." Guy: "These guys will vouch for me." Me: "These guys aren't paying for the room. The people who are paying for the room have asked me to verify everyone. I need to see your ID, sir." Guy hands me an obviously old college ID card. Me: "Sir, I need to see a government-issued ID." I hand his college ID back to him. Guy: "So then, if I don't have it on me, what would you do?" Me: "I'd have to call the company and verify your employment status with them. I would also have to explain the call by stating your refusal to provide ID to me directly." Guy finally hands over his driver's license. "So, if someone doesn't have a driver's license, what do you do?" Me: "We can also accept state ID cards, concealed carry cards, and passports as valid ID." Guy: "And if they don't have any of that?" Me done entering him into the computer and handing his DL back to him. "Then they either need to be staying with someone who does have valid ID, or they need to find another place to stay for the night." He wasn't aggressive or loud, just really hesitant to just hand over the DL and let me get on with my job. Also, his co-workers were injuring themselves rolling their eyes behind him. One of them thanked me for how I handled the whole thing and apologized for his behavior. I worked as an interim night auditor. The first night on the job, a man calls to the desk and asks for bath towels. I felt weird about the way he had asked, so I asked security to come up with me. Sure enough, the man has no pants on. People, when you go to a hotel and there are girls working the front desk, it's not usually the case that the girls are just going to your room to bring towels. And they're not going to respond to your sexual advances. Seriously, people. Put your ducking dick away. Was working as a bartender at a hotel bar this summer. One night while I was playing Flappy Birds, there was no one at the bar. I saw 3 people coming downstairs. I hide my phone and look at them. One of them had a dildo duct taped on his forehead dressed as a ducking rouster. The other guy was wearing a KKK cloak with a whip in his hand singing the Uptown Funk song, and the third guy dressed as a maid, a guy with a female maid costume. They just pass around the bar making a circle around the bar twice. It was a round bar, then coming behind the bar. The rouster asked if I could make a blowjob for them. While I was taking out the shot glasses they stopped me and said, "No, I mean a real blowjob," to which I was confused and told them I'm not into guys. They laughed and said, "We know, but we want to make train sex and we need a fourth." I got confused for the first few seconds, then my imagination kicked in. Not knowing how to react, I told them that my shift was ending in 15 minutes and they could ask the next bartender if he wanted to. A few seconds later, in some awkward eye contact, they went outside near the pool to wait for the bartender. I went to the bathroom just to avoid them, and when I came back they were gone. TLDR, I was going to go on a train trip invited by a cock. I'm probably late to this, but whatever. I have two stories from when I said to work at the Queen Mary. I had always heard about it being haunted, but I was always a skeptic about anything paranormal. I'd usually work the third shift from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Our job usually consisted of tearing down for parties that were held at night and setting up for breakfast caterings in the morning. So there was a lot of downtime in between those events. For the most part, we'd hang out in our warehouse/storage room. The warehouse was located to one of the old pools that were drained. One night, me and my coworkers were just chilling there waiting for a party to end, when we started to hear the sounds of kids laughing. It was one of those eerie echo laughs that just sent chills down all of our spines, but then we also started hearing splashing sounds. A look of terror fell across all of our faces. Eventually we all got the courage to look outside, and when we got to the pool you could see wet footprints that lead from the pool to the door of our warehouse. We all just noped the duck out of there. This second incident wasn't as scary. On another night we had to clean up after a party around 2 a.m. While cleaning up, one of my coworkers told me to look up and check out this hot girl. Up on the upper deck of the boat you could see this beautiful woman in a red cocktail looking down at us. Being the teenager that I was, my coworker and I decided to try and get a closer look. We climbed up the stairs to the upper deck in order to get a better look, but in the time it took to climb up the stairs she had disappeared. Never really believed in ghosts, but after working there for about a month I truly became a believer in the paranormal. I worked the front desk, and this elderly Asian man repeatedly came and asked for the small lotion containers. I didn't think anything of it, but one morning he came down and seemed really upset. He yelled, halfway in his own language, saying that the staff was not supplying him with enough lotion. I asked housekeeping if they'd put some extra ones in his room to keep him happy. However, the next morning he came again to complain. I finally got an empty shoebox-sized tub and filled it with at least 50 lotion bottles. I've never seen a man so content with a box full of lotion. Not technically a hotel, but my mom used to be a manager at this huge old mansion that was used primarily for weddings, but had rooms available if the parties were traveling in from out of town. According to her and the rest of the staff, this place was definitely haunted. Several stories validating these claims stick out in my memory. Something about a chef killing himself in one of the rooms, or original homeowner's daughter dying in another room, etc. I mean, though this place was very beautiful and elegant, it was huge and several hundred years old, so you can imagine that some of these stories weren't very hard to believe, especially since my mom always was working there late, sometimes alone, and consistently had creepy stories. The one that sticks out in my mind the most is relatively tame but absolutely chilling. So one night after one of the weddings, my mom and some of the other staff are cleaning up. They did the normal stuff, clear the tables and tablecloths, break down all the equipment, collect the decorations and box them for the client, then place all the chairs upside down on top of the tables so that the next day they could vacuum or mop. The wait/cleaning staff leave around midnight, but being the manager, my mom has to stick around and close up shop. So as she is making her way to the back office on the ground floor, she passes the dining room, and sees that the chairs are still placed on the floor around the tables, despite the fact she almost certainly can remember them placing them on top of the tables an hour prior. So she goes around the entire dining room, places them back up on the tables, then proceeds to continue what she was doing before. About an hour later at around 2 a.m., she's getting ready to leave, going room to turn the lights off. The last room she has to turn the lights off for is the dining room, so she goes in, gets ready to turn off the lights, and what does she see? The ducking chairs back on the floor around the tables. The way she tells the story, it was at this point she froze in a mix of terror/confusion, and just noped the duck out of there. My friend and I landed jobs in the same hotel. We both worked the night shifts on weekends. And we were the only employees there. He was reception. I was the bellboy security gopher. We were bored one night, so I dragged the helium tank, for balloons I guess. Maybe for weddings? From storage and in the admin offices behind the front desk. And we proceeded to answer telephone calls with high-pitched voices all night long. Not sure if it's creepy, but I'm sure it was weird for the callers. I'll add a category to the title, Saddest Experience Working at a Hotel. I worked the front desk at a Best Western in Pennsylvania. My shift started at 7 a.m. when I relieved the clerk that works the overnight shift. Two police officers walked into the lobby a few hours into my shift and asked if I was the clerk that checked in a certain guest. I looked in our system and saw the overnight clerk checked in a couple, man and women in their 30s, at about midnight. They explained to me the woman that paid for the hotel room is in trouble for stealing a credit card from a woman in New Jersey and making unauthorized purchases, which led them to the hotel once the overnight clerk ran the credit card authorization at 3 a.m. that morning. When I got to work that day, we have a ledger that showed you which rooms were rented/available and the names of guests. I had no interaction with the woman being tracked down by police. Because they didn't have a warrant, I couldn't just let them into her room. But I sent a cleaning lady to her room to see if she was inside, and we'd take it from there if she was. The room was empty, so the police handed me a photo of the woman and asked me to call them as soon as I see her returning to her room. Not even an hour after they leave, the woman walks through the lobby with the guy she checked in with. I smiled and let them get into the elevator before I called the police. Within minutes, the out-of-town police along with local law enforcement descend upon the hotel and made it up to the hotel room the couple was staying in. When they barged in, they found the woman alone in the room. The guy that was with her moments before was gone. I saw her being led out of the hotel in handcuffs while bawling her eyes out. It turns out the woman they arrested was severely mentally challenged and she thought she was on vacation with her boyfriend when the police made the arrest. The boyfriend was the one who stole the credit card from one of the nurses from her outpatient therapy group she frequented and took her on a tri-state spending spree before he abandoned her in another state. Okay, nobody gonna believe this, but here it goes. Never worked for a hotel, but this involves a hotel. When I was about 12 years old, my dad was starting up a pair of chillers for a newly constructed posh Miami Beach hotel. He would work from 7 p. 7 a. and his job was essentially to monitor the units. Since it was quite boring and things weren't the best at home, I would often go with him and hang out on the beach. Sometimes we would take our chocolate lab. Anyway, so there was a basement level hallway that connected this new hotel to one in the lot next to it, which was much older. The old hotel was actually in the 50s, a nursing home with a bad reputation, i.e. shut down for abuse. It was probably turned into a hotel at least 30 years prior. Whenever we would walk through that side, you would get a creepy chill up your spine, but never saw or heard anything crazy. Anyway, one night we had the dog, and were walking through the hallway, dog chillin', when all of a sudden he just stuck his feet in the ground and wouldn't go another step forward. I mean, we couldn't drag this dog forward. He wanted to go back in the other direction so badly, so we eventually took him back. Turns out the spot that he wouldn't cross was pretty much the exact midpoint between the new and old hotel. Worked as one of the room cleaners for about 2 years as a young teenager. Went from cleaning the rooms to managing the cleaning staff. I was the only one who could speak English and was a legal resident of the States. Lots of people answer the doors naked or yell "come on in" while they are naked. Lots of people want you to change their bedding/clean the room, so on so forth, but they want to remain in the room while you do it. It's uncomfortable and it led to some pretty heavy policy changes. Apparently flushing just isn't worth doing for some people out there. A couple bounty hunters were chasing a guy fleeing a bail bond situation, and management decided that I, as a 16-year-old, would definitely need to be involved in that shit and help them get into his room. Knocked on the guy's door, yelled that it was housekeeping and keyed in. The works. That too was horribly uncomfortable and a sinking "I hope this guy has something to lose and isn't about to go apeshit on me, working for my minimum wage" kind of way. There was half a rabbit in the parking lot one morning. There was no blood about to indicate that the severing of the rabbit happened in that location. Another Redditor once suggested a bird dropped that half, which is plausible, but the other thought was animal sacrifices, and I wouldn't put it past the clientele. I can't vouch for other hotel chains, but this particular one did not change out the brown blankets and the colorful comforters daily. Monthly was a bit more likely. They didn't have extra ones to replace while the used ones were washed. They only had a few spares to replace damaged or ruined blankets/comforters. So if they were okay, they got sprayed with some disinfectant and put back on top of clean sheets. Management said it was industry standard. I was a teenager, so I trusted them, but looking back on it I find it hard to believe. There were fun times though. If any guests left anything behind and didn't return to claim it in like 10 days or so, we pretty typically got to keep it. And I was quite surprised at how many older couples would leave cash tips in their room as appreciation for the cleaning staff. All in all, it was a super weird job. You could only get an hour or two of work if it was a slow day, or you could still be working 7 or 8 hours later if your staff failed to show up and you had a full load. There were some cool days and some nightmare days. And there was also a day where I found a bucket of dildo sand, which was and always will be a great conversation piece. I was working in a big resort in Greece where we had 4 hotels located in the resort. I was working in one of the smallest of the 4 hotels where usually at night there are only 2 people working, myself, the groom, and a receptionist. One night it was ridiculously misty, maybe happens 3 times while I was working there. I was just standing around the driveway, when I see someone approaching from the gate around 4 a.m., nothing out of the ordinary, but as the person got closer, I noticed it was an old lady in a white nightgown wearing nothing else and walking bare feet. This literally looked like a scene straight out of a horror movie. I kinda froze for a second and thought to myself that I had fallen asleep on shift or someone pulling a prank. But sure enough, this lady comes closer, blank expression on her face, feet completely muddy and scratched up. I slowly walked up to ask her if she is okay, expecting her to jump and choke me to death as she would bite my face off. As she got closer I could see she was really confused and didn't really know where she was. I tried to ask her if she knows which hotel she was staying at and what her name was, but she couldn't remember where she was staying or what her room number was. So we went inside into the reception where my colleague is also doing a double take on this lady and looking at me with a sort of expression like, where the hell did I find this thing? After a few minutes of searching with the names she was giving us and calling the other hotels, we found a family with similar last names she had been giving us. She was really confused and was giving us many names, in one of the other properties. So I got the longest golf car we had on the property. Put her in the furthest seat in the back just in case she decides to go all zombie mode and take a nice bite at my neck, and off we went to the hotel with myself constantly looking behind my shoulder like a paranoid 20-year-old every 200 meters. Turn out that the old lady was on holiday with her family and she was suffering from Alzheimer. They think she kinda sleepwalked out of her room and then got lost and confused after that. The mind is a very dangerous and scary thing. Not hotel staff, so sorry, but I have a relevant story. I was staying at a hotel and was walking through the halls at the same time as the cleaning woman was going room to change sheets and such. As I'm walking past her, she's entering a room, and suddenly I hear this kind of surprised yell from her and foot shuffling. My head whips around just in time to see some guy with his dick in his hand before the door was slammed and the cleaning lady moved on. She noticed that I saw what happened, and just shook her head and said something about how she hates when that happens. Not sure how creepy that is, but it sounds like it's not such a rare occurrence at some places. There's probably a few dozen guys with an exhibition fetish that just go from hotel to hotel showing their junk to hotel staff for shits and giggles. Definitely was creepy and weird to me, though I can understand having that fetish. Just seems mean to do that to unsuspecting cleaning staff. Reddit, what is your most disturbing, scary, or creepy real story? Serious. I posted this just a couple days ago on another thread. This isn't very interesting, but I woke up with blood gushing down my cheek when I was younger and I didn't feel anything but my face felt wet, so I went down to my parents' room and they freaked out. Till this day we still have not clue what cut my face, but I needed 8 stitches next to my eye. We checked the sheets, pillow, pillowcases, edges of the bed, etc. Still no idea. So I was sleeping, and in the middle of the dream a character of my dream who was doing something turned her head, looked at me very seriously and said, "There's someone in your apartment, wake up." I nearly had a goddamned heart attack, and my apartment was empty. It was you. You were in your apartment all along. I had awesome parents who let me sleep in the living room on weekend nights when I was very young because my sister was a light sleeper and I could stay up until dawn. But of course I always end up sleeping on the couch because Nick at night made me tried. So, one night I wake up to the prickly feeling. Like an instinct. Just bolted into a sitting position and stared out the front window. We lived in rural Georgia, so you can imagine the magnitude of trees. In perfect light cast from the moon, I see a silhouette of someone in the stalking tree. The family dog dashes to the window and is snarling into the glass. Terrified, I run into my parents' room and try to explain to my parents that there is a strange person outside. Dad grabs something defensive and darts outside with the dogs to beat the wax off the hot head. I tremble in Mama's arms until Dad comes home and says he saw no one and to go to bed. I decide to sleep in my regular bedroom. I fill in my sister in as to what happened. Dad is making regular rounds in the house with a cup of coffee. We're all still and I finally think I can sleep. Nope. I notice the man outside my window. From what I can see in the moonlight, he gives me a shush signal and runs away. Just turns around to run a straight line away. I swear I couldn't stop crying for what felt like hours. When I was a young child I had the same dream every night for years about drowning when a huge wave swept over me and I sank to the bottom. Years later I had a temp job delivering mail one summer during college. I saw this old lady sitting on a front porch waiting for me. When I got up there she looked at me and said in a foreign accent, "You drowned when Oceania sank beneath the waves." Freaked me out. My house sits farther back in the lot than most other houses. It is a strange layout as well. The sidewalk runs the length of the living room and ends at the front porch, which lets into the living room. Large windows that do not open allow great light to get into the living room, but at the cost of no privacy. The rest of my family was on vacation, and having the house to myself, I decided I would get smashed. Well, I pass out on the couch in the living room at about 9, when I realized I was too scared to walk back to my room. The couch is right underneath these big windows. I woke up suddenly, not knowing why. I had a severe case of the chills, and I could not figure out why. Then the banging started. It came from right above me. I did not move, but I opened my eyes and looked up at the window. Someone was standing there, pounding on the glass. Without moving, I looked at the cable box. It was around 3 in the morning. The banging continues. Then it stopped suddenly, but I still did not move. Suddenly it commences again, coming from 2 different directions now. Someone is banging on the window, and another person is banging on the front door. They kept doing it, would not go away. Finally after about 40 minutes they quit. It was the most terrifying event I can recall at the moment. It made me a nervous wreck after that. I called a friend the next day to see if he would come over and stay for the rest of the week, and his response was, "What the duck for? So that we can both be murdered in our sleep? Thanks a lot, asshole." When I was about 10 all of my cousins and siblings were over, about 10 of us there. The parents and grandparents were out for an adult dinner. So it was just the kids sitting around watching a few movies when all of a sudden the house shook and there was a large flash coming from the backyard. It felt as if a bomb dropped. We all heard, felt, and saw it, and as a pack we ran into the hallway. The eldest cousins in the group debated on calling the police but opted to call the parents. After a few minutes we gained our courage and ventured out into the living room again, this time with weapons, just in case. After a half hour with no other issues, the parents came home and thought we were insane. There was nothing wrong with the backyard and no neighbors reported anything. It's been 10 years, and we still talk about it, trying to figure out what it was. That has been the scariest thing to happen to me by far. I once sat across from a guy who told me about killing his girlfriend, him cutting her into pieces and boiling her head. He explained why he killed her and wished he could talk to the parents so they could understand that what he did was a good thing. It wasn't. I sat with him for 45 minutes as he went into detail. Was the most surreal 45 minutes of my life. Source: worked in max security mental health facility. Okay, so this happened to me last summer when I was back at my parents' house during the holidays. It was around 3 a.m. and I was in my room on my computer when I got a call from my sister. Now that was already a little bit weird since my sister's room is just down the hallway from mine and she could have just came in my room. I went to pick up and the call ended as soon as I reached the phone. I figured that she wanted to speak with me, so I got up and went to her room. As soon as I reached her door, she started screaming that someone was in the room with her, so I busted in and of course nobody was here. After she stopped crying she told me that she woke up and saw a dark shadow just centimeters from her face, and that's when she screamed. So I told her that she called me. She told me that her phone is not in her room and that she was sleeping. Sure enough, her phone is actually downstairs in her purse. The weird part is that I have the log of her call on my phone but she doesn't. Never managed to explain this one. I was delivering a hot tub to this contractor/realtor in this fancy gated community near Branson, Missouri. When I arrived, the construction workers were in charge of telling me where the thing was supposed to go. It was going on the 4th floor balcony, but because of the way the house was built, the 4th floor was ground floor. The other 3 floors were on the side of a hill, but the driveway was even with the first 4th floor entrance, if that makes sense. So, lot of construction going on, but to get the hot tub on the balcony, I had to make a ramp, take it from the drive, down into the yard, up a ramp to the porch, through the living room door, across the living room, out the back patio doors onto the deck. Problem with this was, the deck was unfinished. A huge section of decking was missing. They had literally installed only enough decking so that I could go from the patio doors to the far corner of the deck where the hot tub would sit. There was no railing. The hot tub weighed 900 pounds and it was a 4-story drop if I fell. The construction workers volunteered to help me. We got it out onto the deck, crossed the narrow bridge of installed decking to the corner, and I was about to lay it down. You move these on a dolly while the hot tub is on its edge. For clarification, laying it down isn't that hard. You tilt it, bring it down to your lap, grab the strap securing it to the dolly and lower it to the deck. It's very controlled, and I've done it thousands of times. However, this deck wasn't finished, so the contractor wanted to leave it on its edge. It's a lot harder to take it off when it's standing up, because the dolly is under a 900-pound tub. But I've done it before. I told them that we would have to put blocks under one side of the dolly, tilt the tub and pop the straps to release the dolly so it could be removed from the area. Then you tilt the hot tub back, remove the blocks, and then set the hot tub down on the deck. Problem: the deck wasn't wide enough to allow me to do this safely. I popped the strap on the hot tub, put the blocks under, and I tilted the hot tub, but that put me with my feet 4 inches from the edge of the deck with nothing but 4 stories of air behind me. We were able to free the dolly on one side, but not the other. The hot tub had to be leaned over further toward me. I tell everyone to freeze and they do. I didn't want anyone messing with it because I had to shift my feet back 5 inches so my heels were off the deck. I'm freaking out, but it's all going smooth. I have a construction worker on each side of me helping support the tub, 3 construction workers freeing the dolly, and 1 useless worker playing with the strap that is going to secure the tub to the house so that the wind doesn't blow the tub over. We are inches from having the dolly freed when one of the construction workers freeing the dolly gets impatient and kicks the corner of the tub to dislodge it from the dolly. It works for him, but unfortunately for me, I didn't have my feet set yet. I shout that I'm falling. The 2 guys beside me take the weight of the tub, but no one can get to me. My arms are windmilling. I'm bent almost double backwards trying my damnedest to stay on the deck. I can see the boulders down below out of the corner of my eye. I'm falling and there isn't anything I can do about it. I feel myself go. I'm falling. My heels slip out from under me and no one can reach me, but then suddenly, I'm flying forward. Something is under the small of my back and it's slamming me into the bottom of the tub. The dolly is removed and the tub stood up with me hugging it before I find out what saved me. The useless guy playing with the strap had already secured one end to the house. When I fell, the strap was already behind me, hanging off the deck. The construction worker pulled it tight with all his might, arresting my fall. It wasn't there for that purpose, but he saved my life that day. I would have been dead if not for him. I thanked him by sending him and his wife and kid to Breckenridge, Colorado for Christmas. It was actually a vacation I'd saved for and was about to surprise my wife and daughter with, but I felt he deserved it more. Plus, my wife and daughter didn't know anything about it. Yeah. That was one of my most scariest moments ever. TLDR, fell off a 4th floor deck, but construction worker saved me at the last moment, so I rewarded him with a vacation to Breckenridge, Colorado. This is not supernatural creepy, but is one of the more disturbing and surreal experiences of my life. One early morning a few short years ago, I am walking to my bus stop and eating a banana. It is dark, misty, around 5 a.m., and I am internally debating something trivial, like if I want my daily Starbucks before or after the commute. As I approach the dimly lit corner on my street, a tall man in a black mask steps out of the dark alleyway to my left. Sleepy and disoriented, I barely acknowledge him. When he shouts, "Put down your ducking purse," and points his gun to my head, things start to click. The man says, "Put down your bags," and I tell him, Okay, I'm putting them down over here." He orders me to walk over to him, tour the alley, and get down on the ducking ground, and I agree. I'm coming. Okay. My heart is beating a million miles a minute and my hands still smell sticky with banana. I know I need to get away. I don't know why, but my mouth won't stop working. Look, see, I'm on the ground. My stuff is over there. Please just take my stuff, but he doesn't like it. Shut the duck up, okay? He gets on top of me and puts the gun to my head. At this point, I should mention the fact that I'm on my way to coach a high school practice and I'm dressed like a dude. Huge baggy pants, hat, jacket. If not for my telltale voice, I'd look like a prepubescent 90s rap star. Anyway, as the guy gets on top of me, gun to my head, he looks at me and pauses. I can't tell you why I know this, but I swear that at this moment, it clicks for him that I'm a woman. He gets off of me, stands up, and points to the dark alley. Come with me. My stomach hurts. I remember that there have been a recent rash of sexual assaults in my neighborhood, during the daytime no less. When the man points down that dirty alleyway, my internal voice speaks, "The duck up," says voice number 1. There was no way in hell you were going to go down there without a fight. But he has a gun, you dipshit, replies voice number 2. Ducking, follow me. The real voice, his voice, hollers. So I do what I do best, I talk. I'm coming, I'm following you. I call. And the man makes a crucial mistake, he believes me. I take 1, 2 tiny steps backwards, toward the sidewalk. And he turns his body, and his gun, toward the alley. This is my moment. I take a deep breath, tuck my head down in case he starts shooting, and start sprinting away. I hear a voice screaming in a high-pitched wail before I realize that it's mine. After running 6 or 7 blocks, I head back to my apartment, hoping he's not there to see where I lived. The police check out the alleyway an hour later, but the potential attacker is long gone. The only evidence of the encounter is my banana peel browning in the alleyway and the adrenaline rush that I couldn't shake for days. I would be lying if I said that if that experience doesn't bother me still. But I'm so fortunate to mainly be haunted by the what-ifs and not the what-ids. A week after gaining my CPR certification, I had to try and perform CPR on a woman dying of a heroin, probably other drugs too, overdose. I was at a thrift store with some friends looking for Halloween costumes, and someone came in saying that someone was passed out in the parking lot. I was in the dressing room, and it just got super quiet, so I came out and told them I was certified and I'd go take a look and that they needed to call 911. I go outside and don't see anyone on the ground. Someone comes out and shouts that the person is in the car that's parked far out by itself. I ran over and honestly freaked the duck out. She was pretty much already dead. Completely blue in the face, slumped against her car window. She had the red druggy rings around her eyes, but those were blue too because she was so oxygen deprived. We opened the door and I'll never forget that when we turned her head to see if she still had a pulse, she had tears running down her face. We pulled her out of the car, put her on the ground, and took her pulse again because the first person to do it wasn't sure. We started CPR and the ambulance arrived about a minute after. They got her strapped up and in and continued CPR. They had another ambulance come and those EMTs got out and there was literally like 6 of them surrounding her. The cop told us they had administered some type of drug that can apparently reverse heroin overdoses if given in time, but she was pretty much dead already. They would do THE necessary stuff until they could get to the hospital and call it, according to him. I also remember when we opened the door there was heroin needles and empty pill bottles all over the floor. She wasn't very old. We also think she had kids. She had some toys and a car seat, plus 2 names tattooed on her. Edit, wow. Thank you guys so much for the responses and the gold. It was definitely a rough situation, but for being 19 at the time I think I handled it well. My mother told me this not too long ago, but it happened about 10 years ago now. When my cousin was 17-18 years old, she was in a car crash and had died a couple of weeks later in hospital. She was really close to my dad's sister, our aunt, and used to babysit her kids, who were no more older than 4 years old, all the time. Our aunt's house was under construction just before she passed away and it continued on after she passed away. One day my aunt got a phone call while she was at work from one of the construction workers complaining about a teenage girl who keeps showing up at the house and walking around and that she shows up a number of times during the weeks and it has been happening for a couple of weeks. My aunt asks for a description of the girl to see if she knows her from around the neighborhood, and sure enough the description perfectly matches my cousin who died a few weeks before, long brown hair, red baseball cap, denim dungarees and a white jacket. When my aunt got home, she showed them a picture of my cousin and that all agreed that it was the girl they seen walking around the site. This story really freaked me out when I heard it because our family was never one to believe in anything paranormal or have anything of the paranormal sort happen to them before. When I was in high school, I had a really good friend who lived next door to a house that was always up for sale. People would move out in the middle of the night without a word, and it hadn't had the same owner for more than 6 months straight for a couple of years. One night we were really bored and he suggested we go explore the house next door since it had sat empty for a while. We go around back and there's a dog door that he can crawl through, and he unlocks the door and lets me in. The house itself is really unremarkable. It looked like it was built in maybe the 1950s and was a craftsman-style house in an older, nicer part of town. My friend's house was similarly built. The kitchen had a really nice built-in breakfast table set against a picture window. The house's electricity was off but you could see the street light through the window. My friend and I sit down, on the floor, across from this table, and are just hanging out, talking. Why? Who knows? All of a sudden my friend screams and in that instant, my vision goes black. But it wasn't that I just couldn't see, my body was engulfed in this sickly coldness from head to toe. I start screaming and I feel my friend's hand grabbing mine and pulling me in some direction forcefully. My vision slowly comes back and I start to warm up when I realize that we're outside under the street light. It was December and should have been much warmer inside of that house. Finally I look at my friend and he looks scared. I'm real confused and kind of panicked myself and finally ask him what happened. He says that as I was talking, a black thing. This figure that was all black and only had the vague shape of a girl crawled out from under the table and sat on top of me. Apparently I started groping around with my eyes wide open, like I couldn't see, and he was so freaked out he pulled me out of the house. We're still friends and we bring it up every now and then, but the story itself never changes and it still sends chills down my spine. To this day, I've never felt such blackness or coldness in my life. It was palpable, almost sticky. For a couple of days afterward, I couldn't shake this unsettling feeling, and I could never walk past that house again. Ugh. I'm scared to get out of bed now. Every time I stay at my grandma's house, I hear someone walking upstairs. It starts at one side of the room, casually walks to the other and stops. This will happen maybe twice a night. I didn't start hearing it until I was about 14, when my grandparents made me start sleeping in a different room on the first floor because they starting sleeping in separate bedrooms. Blah blah blah. Regardless, both of their rooms are also on the first floor. For a little backstory, I have always been afraid of the upstairs at their house. I don't know why, but it's always freaked me out, and I refuse to ever go up there alone. I'm 23 now, still won't go up alone. There's one room specifically, though. It's a long, narrow bedroom. When you open the door, there are closets on your left and right, a bed placed roughly in the middle of the room, and a window on the far side opposite the door. I was told growing up by my grandparents that the sons of the previous owner claimed to see a gorilla come out of the closet at night, dance around the room, and go back into the closet. I thought nothing of this story until I had to start sleeping in the other room. The room located directly below the scary room upstairs. So, we all go to bed. All the lights in the house are off and I'm still awake, lying on the bed. Then I heard it. Thump. 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 Starting at one end of the room upstairs. It got closer to me, passed right above me, and continued to the end of the room, where it stopped. I am wide awake, terrified out of my mind. It was no question to me that I had heard footsteps. I knew that slow, casual pace. I was freaked out and went to my grandpa's room. I told him what I heard. He told me that the house is old and it creaks. But he turned the dining room light on for me, so I felt a little safer. I tried going back to sleep. Then it started again, this time from where it ended the first time, by the window upstairs. It walks over me again and stops when it reached the door. I thought it was over until 5 seconds later when I heard it coming down the stairs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Silence as it reached the landing. Then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And silence again as it reached the first floor. I was frozen in shock. Whatever it was on my floor of the house, and sadly unaffected by the dining room light. I was staring at the doorway to my room, the dining room light was shining in, and my vision began to distort. I felt dizzy with fear, so I pulled the blankets over my head and suddenly heard a scratching sound from inside my room. I knew exactly where it was coming from, too, my grandpa's gun case. It was a very obvious sound, scratching on the wood. Long scratches down the front of the gun case door. I could even hear the door ever so slightly tapping against the frame as each scratch began. I tried to scream and I couldn't. I took a second to take a deep breath and let out a loud scream. In seconds my grandpa had made it to my room, and I was relieved. Needless to say, he still didn't believe me. So I did what any normal person would do. I draped a sheet over the side of the bed and slept underneath it. I wrapped myself tight in a comforter, put on headphones, and turned my back to the door. There could be a party of ghosts in my room and I wouldn't even know. The next morning, my grandpa told my grandma about what happened the night before. She said, "Oh, that's silly. You know, your cousin woke me up the last time she stayed here. She came in my room saying I hear footsteps. I slept under the bed for the rest of my week's stay with them. I've stayed there countless times since that happened, and I hear the footsteps every time. I sleep on top of the bed now, but keep my back to the door and sleep with headphones on. I haven't heard it come down the stairs since that first night. But if it does, I don't want to know. And it's because I'm bad at writing and I can't stay in the same tense." When I was about 7, my 2 brothers and I were playing in an area that was used as an unofficial motocross place. We decided to dig a tunnel for some reason. Being the extra smart guys we were. It took a few hours to dig about 6 feet in and 2 feet high. I was right up at the face when suddenly the tunnel collapsed. It was all dirt with no supports. My world went instantly black and hot. By hot I mean furnace hot. I couldn't move a muscle from the weight of the soil completely enclosing me. I started to really panic, as you do. Everything started turning red, which I guess was blood being forced into my head. Every breath was getting harder as the soil constrained me more and more. Even though my hands were near my face, I couldn't move my arms to clear the dirt around my head, and also started breathing in dirt, which made me cough, which made me contract my stomach, and then I couldn't draw breath at all. This isn't what made me panic though. The total darkness turning red with the incredible heat made my young mind think I was going to hell. I don't know how long I was buried for, but it seemed like an eternity. Suddenly I felt something grab one of my feet. My brothers had been frantically digging through the collapse to pull me out and managed to reach me and then pull me out. We never told my parents. I just went home and got hosed down. TLDR, got buried alive and pissed myself. When we first moved into the house I grew up in, I used to hear things calling my name from the opposite end of the house. Like, I would be in my room playing with Legos or something, and I would hear my dad call my name from his room. So I'd go to my parents' bedroom and ask them what they wanted, and they'd always tell me that they never called my name. Being a little kid, I honestly started to think that they were playing a joke on me, because this happened about once every couple of days. Well, one night it happened and I went to ask them what they wanted, like always. But right as I stepped into their room, I heard my mom's voice calling for me from the living room, which is all the way on the other side of the house. It was at that exact point that I knew no one was tricking me, because I was looking at both of my parents sitting in front of me. I kinda kept this to myself until my brother was diagnosed with partial narcolepsy. One of the symptoms of narcolepsy is apparently oral hallucinations, so I thought maybe I had it too. Went and got myself checked, completely fine. So I have no idea what was calling my name all those years, and I still hear it at night whenever I come visit and stay over. Okay, this is 100% true. I'm 23 now and this happened about 10 years ago, so I was probably 13 or 14. Anyway, I used to skate, board, all the time with my friends Tim and Brandon. One day, we got done skating and we decided to go to 7-Eleven to get some food/drinks before we went home. Remember, I was only 13-14, so we weren't driving. We had skated to the 7-Eleven and were planning on skating/walking back home. Anyway, we buy our drinks and we left the store. We walked to the parking lot's exit and prepared to cross the highway. It's not a bus highway, since it's a small town. While we waited for the traffic light to turn red, so that we could cross, I looked behind me at the 7-Eleven gas pumps. I noticed a 40 to 50-year-old man, pumping gas into his white truck. He stared at me and before I knew it, he dropped the gas pump and jumped into his truck. He slammed on the gas and sped straight at my friends and I. He missed us, but he grazed my arm and knocked my skateboard out of my hand. My friend, Brandon, screamed, "WTF? You duckin' dick," as the man peeled out and sped into the parking lot next to 7-Eleven. I swear to God, he drove through a ditch, which was between 7/11's parking lot and the parking lot he was in, and tried to run us over again. This is where it got bad. The three of us started running at full speed, across the highway and toward the local library, which is like 2 to 3 blocks from 7-Eleven. When we were about half a block away, I looked back and saw the maniac speeding toward us, full of rage. Brandon and Tim ran up to the library doors and I ran towards the woods. It was Sunday, so I knew the library was closed and there was a trail in the woods which led to my backyard. Meanwhile, this maniac peeled into the parking lot and hopped out of his truck. I looked behind me, before escaping into the woods, and saw him grab either a shotgun or a crowbar. I was pretty far away at this point, and I was freaking out, so my vision wasn't great, from the bed of his truck. I ran all the way home. When I got to my street, my neighbor, Tim's dad, told me to get in his car because we had to go to the video store, which is where Tim's mom worked. When I got there, I found Tim and Brandon. They ran to the video store after realizing that the library was closed, and 3 cops. A minute later, my mom came in, crying her eyes out because Brandon and Tim told her they didn't know if I lived or not. Everyone had thought that I was captured. Tim told me that he saw the guy running after me, into the woods, which is scary because I thought the maniac was chasing them, not me. Anyway, he was never caught, and I spent the next 5 years worrying about every white truck I saw. Edit: I forgot the most scary part. My town is small, but it's not empty. There were plenty of people around, while this was going on. I felt so helpless, running for my life, while there were at least 100 people around, not doing a thing about it. Also, to be clear, we didn't provoke this man at all. He read to hit us for no reason, and that's creepy. Brandon called him a dick, but that was after he tried to run us over. We were good kids, trying to walk home, and we almost died/got seriously hurt because of it. Amused also, bust highway equals busy highway. I may have posted this before, but I don't remember. I was in high school, doing homework at the dining room table. From there, I could see the front door. Our front door at the time had a 2'X5-ish pane of glass in it, with a lace curtain over it. I remember hearing a noise, like somebody was on the porch. It was probably 9 p.m. or so. It was very dark outside and the porch light wasn't on. As I'm watching the front door, I can see the screen door opening. It stands open for a minute or so, and there's nobody there, or they were dressed all in black. I'm frozen, waiting to see what happens next. The screen door just slowly closes. If someone was there, they didn't just let it go, someone was closing it carefully so that it wouldn't make noise. After that, I don't remember if I heard footsteps. Maybe they saw me watching them and decided to quietly get out of there. Woke up. Clock says 3:34 a.m. I'm 17 and in my bedroom. It's pitch black, but I hear some rattling downstairs. Terrified, I quietly tiptoe to my parents' room. Weird, it's empty. Where are my parents at 3:34 a.m.? Go upstairs to my brother's room. He's usually awake all night, but while the light is on, no one is in the room. So I guess whatever those noises are downstairs, it must be them. Why are they awake? Maybe someone died? I go downstairs. In the middle of my living room is what looks like two men stealing our TV. No one else is in sight. I run upstairs as quietly as possible, shut and lock my door. Suddenly there's banging on the door. I wake up. It was a dream and the relief washes over me. I look over at the clock. Weird coincidence, it's 3:34 a.m. I'm shaking, but decide to go downstairs to prove to myself that everything's fine. I go downstairs. The two men are in my kitchen, screaming at my parents and brother. I run upstairs to my bedroom and lock the door. 10 seconds later, I hear banging. I woke up. It's 3:34 a.m. this time. I had actually woken up and I don't manage to fall back asleep for about 36 hours. Edit: lots of responses about lucid dreaming here. I spent most of my teens and early 20s as a lucid dreamer, discovering the techniques after a childhood plagued by very frightening sleep paralysis. I found a message board back in 1998 where I learned to at least have fun with it. The above story wasn't a sleep paralysis experience, but it was typical of the kinds of nightmares I used to have. Weirdly enough, I rarely have nested dreams anymore and haven't had a successful attempt at lucid dreaming in a few years. My guess is that it has something to do with hormones. I lived in a bizarre little house as a child. It was incredibly tall and thin, like an attached house except freestanding, with 3 floors, a basement and an attic. It was full of quirks, such as 2 fully functional fireplaces, a shower stall in the center of the basement, a backyard so small that you could not take 5 paces without hitting the fence, and an old-timey rope-pull dumbwaiter that led from the kitchen to my bedroom. I love that weird little place, but unfortunately it was incredibly old and half of its charm was the fact that it seemed to have been designed by an inarticulate conclave of lunatics, and eventually the repair costs exceeded what my parents were willing to sink into it, and we had to move. Preparing for the move was a chore. I packed most of my stuff myself, and I had taken to throwing stuff down the dumbwaiter and shoving all my clothes so thickly in my closet that they became a single, solid brick of fabric. While clearing that closet out, in fact, I came across a feature I hadn't noticed before, an attic entrance in the roof. Being an adventurous kid, I opened her up, stood on the closed brick, and began my first and last exploration into the topmost part of our weird little house. The first thing I noticed was that it wasn't as dark as it should have been. The place was strung with old, red Christmas lights which still burned with leftover incandescents, and a dozen little cracks and holes peeped down into all the bedrooms below. The second thing I noticed was that the place was set up for habitation. The insulation was plasticed away, there was an old gurney piled with sleeping bags and sheets, and a rusted mint green refrigerator which still worked when I tested it. The third thing was the bones. There were a lot of bones. I was a kid at the time, with a limited understanding of anatomy, but there were bones of all types heaped into a series of piles around the center of the attic. Small and large, clean and white, from every and any imaginable sort of creature, haphazardly stacked in a half-dozen osseous clumps. 2 of them were blackened, as if someone had tried to burn them, and the walls nearest those blackened piles were scrawled in dark bone char messages. Mostly they were just smears, but the word sorry appeared more than once. That room had been sitting over my head, for 8 years, while I slept. I always seem to get to these threads when my story will surely be buried, but here goes. When I was 13, my grandmother was dying of cancer and my mother and I stayed at her house and took care of her during her last few weeks. One night at 3 or so in the morning my mother ran into my room and told me that my grandmother, who was by this time completely bedridden, entered my mother's room, woke her up and then walked out of the room. There was no creepiness at the time, just a genuine concern for what my grandmother could possibly be doing up at 3 a.m. when she was literally days away from dying. We ran into her room, and sure enough she had passed away. Obviously, given the shock of my grandmother dying, my mother and I didn't sit around chatting about how weird the whole experience was, but months or perhaps even years later I asked her about that night and she has no memory of telling me that my grandmother was up and walking around the house. She doesn't even remember what woke her up or why she woke me up. Gives me shivers just writing it. I posted this on another through a few weeks ago. About a month ago I went over to my girlfriend's house. Except I felt really uneasy when I went into the living room. Turns out, they replaced a china cabinet with one of her grandmothers whom passed away a few months back. Her grandmother was bedridden in the hospital and I've ever gotten to meet her. I felt uneasy the whole time. Being around her grandmother's furniture made me so anxious and almost sad. When I told her, she said it was probably nothing. She went to the bathroom. When I went over to the cabinet, it was about 6 feet tall. Dark wood. It had 2 doors on the side and glass up front. And in the back was a mirror. I was looking at the teacups and small baby dolls when I could swear I saw someone in the mirror behind me. Just a silhouette. I called out to my girlfriend. But as I did, I heard a shrill screech from the bathroom. I start pounding on the door. And it opens. She was sitting on the floor, crying. She said she saw someone in the bathroom mirror. We booked it out of her house. No shoes. No jacket. Nothing, and right to my car. I drove for an hour or so. With no destination. When I returned her to her house, her mom was sitting on the doorstep. She said she kept seeing shadows move. Nope. I will go out of my way to make things like this happen. Someone claims their house is haunted. I want to see. Someone said they think they saw a skinwalker. My friends are looking. I've never found anything. But this was something else. Posted this before, but I'll do it again. I was on Manassas battlefield with my father when I was younger. We were sitting on the back of his tailgate eating McDonald's on top of a hill looking at some cannons. It was foggy and misty out that day with a slight chill, November I think. All of the sudden we see a man dressed in full Civil War attire waving at us standing by the cannons, about 50 to 100 meters away. My dad had a pair of binoculars with him and we got a closer look of the man. He appeared to be in a Confederate uniform and was standing stationary, only moving his arm to wave. It was a come here wave. My dad thought there was a reenactment going on and that the man needed help. So my dad walked down to the man while I watched with the binoculars. When my dad got close to the man, he stopped walking and had a confused posture. After a couple seconds next to the man, he turns around and sprints back to me. He proceeds to throw everything in the back of the truck and we leave the battlefield in a hurry. My dad said while walking down there, the man slowly disappeared, and my dad said he got the strangest feeling in his stomach and mad chills. To this day my dad gets the chills and goosebumps telling the story. My dad saw combat in Vietnam, so he is not an easy guy to scare. From my perspective, my dad was right next to the guy and never disappeared. We don't know what we saw, but I think it was a ghost. TLDR, I think we saw a ghost of a Confederate soldier. When I was a child, I lived in an old Victorian house, and I would always hear laughing while I was trying to sleep. I was an only child with a single mother, and when I was about 5 to 6, I would wake up hearing laughter in the hallway in the middle of the night. After mentioning this to my mom, she swore it was probably just the TV being left on late. One night, I awoke hearing the laughter in my room. I went to sit up but felt like there was someone holding my shoulders down, invisible hands gripping into my shoulders while I heard laughing. I screamed my little heart out. My mom ran into my room, flicking on the bedside lamp, convincing me it was just a dream, until I said that my shoulders hurt. She lifted up my t-shirt and there were 2 adult-sized handprints on my shoulders. I honestly thought I had imagined it and that it had never happened, but the other day I mentioned it in passing to my mom and she went blanket white and said I don't want to remember that. Thanks for listening to another episode of RedditX. Subscribe and activate the notification bell so you won't miss any stories. Feel free to share your own stories below in the comments. Have a good day. What was the creepiest or most paranormal thing that's ever happened to you? Creepy for me. I was having a tense conversation with someone that I was close to years ago. The conversation quickly devolved into a passive-aggressive fight that ended with the other person getting in the car and driving away. As I started heading back inside, the other person came back, got out of the car, and started our conversation again. The tone of voice was totally different and the stance was different and the feeling in the air was completely off. I don't know how else to explain it. As the conversation progressed, the other person started saying some nasty and mean things that were completely out of character. I said, "This isn't like you, person." They said, "What makes you think that I'm person?" I remember continuing the conversation and talking to the person for a long time, but I don't remember anything specific. I do remember becoming more and more alarmed and knowing something wasn't right. Finally, I told the person to go home. They complied and left. I went back inside and started telling my sibling about the situation when the doorbell rang. Maybe 2 to 3 minutes had passed. It was the person coming back to apologize for the original fight. They had been driving around town for a long time and didn't want to go home, leaving things unresolved. I asked why they had said some of the things from the last conversation and they looked at me like I was crazy. They had no idea what I was talking about. Totally could have been lying, but that whole situation just felt dark. Scared the hell out.
here.
Cedric Song 123. Wanna become famous? Buy followers, primes and viewers on followinbot.com, followinbot.com.
Nice landing. There's... So, this is where the...
Tirado 026. He. Tirado 026. IKLEESHETVOOR. Tirado 026. ABCDEFGFIJKLMNOPQRSTUVWXYZ.
on the channel, we have a massive amount of respect for Daft Punk, if only because they have the balls to walk around at all times dressed like cool robots. Which is why I'm kind of excited to tell you today about the time they told will.i.am to go and fuck himself for sampling one of their songs.
So some people might not know what sampling is.
Yeah, so we should probably explain that. In its simplest sense, sampling in regards to music is the act of taking part of a song, usually the hook or the chorus, and incorporating it into a new piece of music. And its legality is hazy. Some artists love it, some artists hate it, some don't really care. And the perceived benefits of sampling is that you can perhaps give an older piece of music that is being sampled a shot in the arm, and also affords artists who are quite good at it or adept at sampling to, express the range of their creativity. And there's quite a lot of songs that feature it. It's like especially prevalent in like rap and dance music. So I think David Guetta is famous for just like taking old songs and fuck it, remix it. Which we're not going to play, because we've learned our lesson with like playing samples of music on this channel before. I think if we're going to play any songs, it's going to be Daft Punk songs. That's the only one that's because I don't mind if the video gets demonetised because Daft Punk wants some money. You know what, guys? You're welcome to it. You guys have got me through a lot. Daft Punk, you can have the money for this if you choose to demonetise the video. Please don't though. I'd kind of like to eat this month, and so would Nisha. It's like we kind of got shit to do. But anyway, like sampling, as I mentioned, it's controversial in the sense that you are taking someone else's work and then making money off of it.
Yeah.
So for the most part in the music industry, it's seen as being okay as long as you ask for permission. And like most artists will do that, because generally when big artists sample something, they have like millions of dollars in industry connections, and you have to be a real dickhead to not, at the very least, ask the artist you're sampling for permission. Enter will.i.am.
So what did will.i.am do?
He sullied the good name of Daft Punk. Those poor innocent robos did not deserve this. And in 2007, he remixed one of the Robot Duo's songs for his third self-published album. Now, I don't care enough to fact check this. And he promised fans of his that I'm going to release something that's going to blow your fucking mind. And he released a song that is essentially just Around the World by Daft Punk with him screaming over the top of it. I'm a huge fan of Daft Punk, so my bias is probably showing here. So Nisha, you don't really listen to them all that much, but you're familiar with their big songs, correct?
Yeah.
And before we recorded this video, I showed you will.i.am's like amazing, mind-blowing remix of it on the computer that's sat over there. And what was your first initial thoughts upon hearing it?
It was literally just Around the World with will.i.am singing over the top of it.
It really fucking is. Do you know what makes it just a little bit worse? Like, the thing that will.i.am screams at the start of the song as you hear the opening bars of Around the World is, believe it or not, this is a remix, as if to warn the audience that it's not a Daft Punk song, it's a will.i.am song, so they can know to turn it off within 5 seconds and go about their day.
Believe it or not, this is a remix. This is a remix.
And as if that wasn't bad enough, the music video for the song heavily borrows like Daft Punk's aesthetic for the music video, as will.i.am's head just pops on screen with his stupid fucking sunglasses on, just screaming, believe it or not, this is a remix. You know what, will.i.am? I don't believe it, no. This is just Around the World with some knobhead screaming over the top of it. This is not a remix, this is you taking their song. And will.i.am's explanation of it's a remix reminds me a lot of like Vanilla Ice's like flaccid defense of him just outright stealing Under Pressure's opening bars. So everyone out there must know, like Vanilla Ice for Ice Ice Baby, he fucking stole the opening bars to Under Pressure. There is an amazing interview out there that I want you to track down and play for people at home, where Vanilla Ice himself defends that it's not the same by doing the dings. And he goes like, no, it's not the same, it's dinging, 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 but my song goes ding, 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 ding. Or some shit, I don't know exactly what he does, but he does it without a hint of shame, and tries to argue that no, I didn't steal the song.
Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. That's the way theirs goes. Ours goes ding, 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 diggy, ding, ding. Ding, 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 diggy, ding, ding. That little bitty change.
What will.i.am did is pretty bad, but I don't think any theft in music is as blatantly obvious as what fucking Vanilla Ice did in that song. And the fact there is actual footage of him out there defending the difference while just going ding, 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 da, da, ding, ding into a microphone in front of this bemused interviewer who's just there going, just like knowing in their head this is going to be like, you know, quoted in the court case. It's so obvious. You I'd have more respect. Yeah, I fucking stole it. It's a good song. Have it. I'd have more respect. I just want more people to admit it's a good song. It's Queen and David Bowie working together. Why would I not fucking steal that song? It's so good. It's the two greatest artists of a generation teaming up, and I'm Vanilla Ice. Why wouldn't I steal their shit? It's very hazy how legal it is to just take part of music, which is usually why if you just ask permission. The only like cast iron defense for it is if it's parody, which is what Weird Al uses. That's how he gets away with all what he does. And he though still asks for permission, because the story goes, I think he parodied Gangsta's Paradise from Coolio, and Coolio got really annoyed about it and said to like Weird Al, you're disrespecting the song. Like you are mocking my artistry. And then 10 years later, Coolio put it in the fucking Sonic movie or whatever. And Weird Al after that point said, even though I'm completely within my rights to do this, and I'm covered under parody law, I don't want to piss off the artist, so he always asks permission, which is why he never did, I believe it's a Prince song. Because he used to ask Prince every single year, can I parody one of your songs? And Prince always said no. But that's the only way you can like absolutely guarantee to get away with doing this. Otherwise, just ask permission, and if the artist says it's okay, chances are it's going to be all right. Even if the record studio has a problem with it, they're not really going to go against the artist just for bad publicity. So I think, like, speaking of Prince, that happened once where he covered like Creep at Coachella, and someone recorded it and uploaded it to YouTube. And the record company for Prince, we were like very, very like protective of his like discography, took it down, and then Radiohead went, "No, you're fucking not. That's our song. Put it back up." Which is like it's one of the few bootleg live performances of Prince that's available on the internet, because like just Radiohead went, "No, fuck it. It's our song."
Yeah.
I think something similar happened with, you know, that astronaut. Is it Chris Hadfield?
Yeah.
The famous, like the astronaut with the big mustache. He sung Space Oddity in space. And the record company told them to take it down, and David Bowie himself came out and, "No, put it back up, you fucking arseholes, I'm David Bowie." And they went, "Okay." They immediately just like backed down to not argue with David fucking Bowie, and I love that shit. Also, I think that was a great court case as well, because like the legal precedent of is it really copyright infringement if it's in space? And then apparently there was a few lawyers who were really hoping that case would go to court, so they could set the precedent as if it like is space like open waters. Like if I went into the middle of the ocean and did this, it's not illegal because like there's no real jurisdiction here. What is the jurisdiction of space?
Right, we're getting off topic now.
We are, yes. It's almost like that's what we do in these videos. But I see your point. Should we bring it back to Daft Punk or will.i.am?
We'll bring it back. Did will.i.am ask for permission?
No, he fucking did not. And it's not even like that would be hard to do. They are quite private. Apparently Daft Punk don't like talking to people, and they don't really do much press, because why do they need to? But like, if will.i.am really wanted to, he could have got in contact with someone representing them to ask permission, but he just didn't. And we don't really know why he did this. The assumption is that he thought they would be flattered by him remixing their song. My theory is he just wanted to test whether robots understand the concept of plagiarism.
I'm going to guess this song was never released.
No, it wasn't. It was immediately removed from the album. Apparently after Daft Punk caught wind of the remix and told will.i.am in no uncertain terms, cut that shit out. And there is an industry rumour from people familiar with the situation who said that privately, when Daft Punk heard the song, because they heard it, one of them quipped, "I prefer our music when will.i.am is not involved," which is fucking a brutal burn, isn't it? That's so harsh. It's like, our music sounds better when you're not in it. It's like, oh, could there be a more clear-cut way of saying this remix is fucking terrible and it will tarnish our brand with how bad it is? because it's terrible. And I'm not sure how much of it we can play, because obviously it was never released, so the only versions of it on YouTube are just people who just managed to get hold of the video before it was taken down.
Yeah.
But I implore anyone who is a fan of Daft Punk to go listen to will.i.am's amazing, mind-blowing remix and decide for yourself how good a job he did. Because like Daft Punk songs, they're simple, but that's what a dance track's supposed to be. Like, it has like one hook, like the hook 2 Around the World is the same all throughout the song. But that's the point. It's dance music. It's the fucking DJs. Like the idea is they play it live and build upon it themselves. In effect, remixing it their goddamn self. They don't need will.i.am to scream over the top of it. This is a remix. I do it for my mama. So I don't care. Daft Punk are doing it for the music. Yeah. Speaking of will.i.am, I think he got off quite easy because all Daft Punk did is say, just don't release the song, and we'll say no more about it. Because you can put up in that little fact bar below the numerous other times will.i.am has been accused of borrowing other people's music without permission, and all the times he's been accused of plagiarism. And that's just like, you know, a bit of food for thought for people listening on whether this really was supposed to be like, you know, an honest, heartfelt homage, or if will.i.am was just trying to steal someone else's music for profit. And like will.i.am continues to make music to this day, and Daft Punk continue to just not give a monumental shit about the first thing in that sentence.
So has he done it for other songs as well?
Oh yeah, will.i.am's been accused multiple times of plagiarism, both for his own songs and once for the Black Eyed Peas. So I get he must be a good musician, because obviously he's produced a lot of the album, he's made a lot of good music, but he's been accused multiple times of like borrowing music, and he's been accused of plagiarism. Once is an accident, twice is a coincidence, 3 is you're taking the fucking piss will.i.am, stop stealing other people's music. Being a content creator online is arguably the thing I detest the most from another creator. Like just like unfiltered, unabashed racism or some shit. Just stealing someone else's work and passing it off as your own.
Yeah.
It gets at me like that. Have you ever had it happen to you? So have you ever had someone plagiarise your work in your many years working behind the scenes?
Well, the only time it's ever happened to me really is when I did some gig photography a few years ago. They uploaded, like I sent them the pictures, I put my watermark on in the corner.
Yep. Or they didn't crop the photo to remove the watermark, did they?
They uploaded it to their Instagram page, cropped the watermark out, but then credited another photographer.
Oh no!
So I commented on that picture saying, I'm pretty sure this is my picture, and even the photographer they credited said, yeah, this is not my picture, and then they just left it, they never changed it, they just...
Oh no, that's so bad! That's not plagiarism, that's just like someone being an ass. That's like when people like crop out the watermark of comics online and then post it on Twitter or some shit. I fucking hate that. It's so annoying. Instagram's terrible for it. People just cropping and screenshotting shit from online. And I think the one that gets me is when they screenshot a tweet and then block out the person's Twitter handle. Say, oh, we don't want anyone to harass them. It's like, no, you just don't want anyone to go follow their account. That creates original, funny content and not this piece of shit. It's like, oh! Gets me so irate when that shit happens.
This is why we credit everything we put.
Always credit people. Have you ever seen like the threads online of like artists and stuff like artist photographers posting their own work and then getting yelled at in the comments for not crediting the person they got it from?
Didn't that happen to you with the whole roller coaster?
Oh yeah, that's happened a lot to me. I've talked about that in another video, so we won't go into it again. But I wrote a dumb joke about Roller Coaster Tycoon that's been viral online loads of times, and I would get accused of stealing that joke from online when I told the joke in stand-up shows. So I got accused of plagiarising my own joke, which was fucking annoying and made me just like, there's no response to it. She's like, no, I didn't steal it, I wrote that. So, yeah, whatever you say, mate. What's your next one? Who'd you steal this off? So, oh, God. Why are you not allowed to vault over the thing and just punch people?
I always think, like, I know it's probably the best way to do it because people can't crop it out is when you put a watermark across the whole thing. But I always just ruins the picture.
But at the same time, pay me for the picture and you can take the fucking watermark off. Well, we do something similar for like the merch store. Like, go buy it now. Like it told me, like, oh yeah, you can put a watermark over it all. That it ruins it. People can't see what the image looks like. My solution is much more hilarious, and that is, I set the margin on all of our merch at 10%, which sounds like a lot until you realise the suggested margin is 25%. and the margin most YouTubers and other creators go for is closer to 40 or 50%. So people can go onto our merch store right now if they want to, and they can copy paste the artwork that I've paid for and uploaded for people to put on t-shirts and mugs and that sort of thing, and go upload it to their own store. And I won't bother to pursue you because chances are they won't be able to sell it for cheaper than I am. So I get by it by undercutting the people who'd rip me off. So if someone wants to go out there and copy any of my designs and sell a objectively worse version on a shirt for more money, and some idiot wants to pay for that, be my fucking guest. So that was my solution to it. It's like, I'm never going to stop people from stealing it.
Yeah.
All I can do is make sure they don't make any money by not making any money.
So just before we start, I think I need to confess something.
Okay, Brad, what do you need to confess?
I actually don't know anything about Daft Punk. Like, I don't know who they are.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go listen to Homework, and then we're going to record this video. I'm actually being serious.
Serious?
Stop the recording. We're going to go listen to Homework. For anyone wondering, yes, I did just make Brad listen to all of Homework, and apparently he's heard the songs before, he just couldn't place them. So fuck you, Brad, for not knowing who Daft Punk are. Let's continue with the video. Here on this channel, we have a tradition of sorts, honouring the people or groups we personally feel embody the spirit of fuck giving by giving as few as possible themselves so there are more to go around for the rest of us. Daft Punk are one such group we feel embody this ideal, and not just because they've spent the last decade or so walking around in sweet ass robot outfits. Even if you're not familiar with Daft Punk, Brad, you're probably aware of their sweet ass robot outfits, perfectly demonstrated in this Star Wars themed Adidas advert the group made a cameo in.
Hey, we don't serve their kind here. Your droids, they'll have to wait outside.
I heartily agree with you, sir.
I haven't seen it. We're not stopping again, so you can. I will watch it. I will watch it when we edit the video.
There we go. Okay, right.
Okay, you guys got yourselves a ship.
Numerous theories exist about why exactly the DJing duo adopted the persona of robots. However, according to the group themselves, the only real reason they dress like robots is because they don't give a shit about being famous. They only want to make music. Make being the operative word.
Do you actually know why they dress like robots in the first place?
It's according to Daft Punk, the official reason they dress like robots is that they had an accident in their recording studio and they woke up after said accident as robots.
Oh, it's in like the story of the band?
No, that's what happened. That's the real true fact.
Oh, the real truth. So they're actually robots?
They're real robots, yeah.
Right. What happens to them when they're not performing? Are they just like turned
No, they're
off?
real robots.
No, I meant, are they turned off?
No, they're real robots. There's a great interview with them where they unveiled this new look to the world, and they asked them, so why do you dress like robots? We're not dressed like robots, we are robots. And I think they did a couple of spots for Toonami. If you remember Toonami back in the day, you better find these. They did a few spots for Toonami where they unveiled, I think it was Interstellar 5555 or whatever it's called, which is a movie made set to their music, where they talk about the facts oh yeah, exactly midnight on New Year's Eve one year, there was an explosion in the studio and I woke up and I was a sick-ass robot. But it's okay, because now I can make music forever. It's so great, the idea that they asked them dead seriously, so what's with the robot outfits? We are robots.
Do we know who's in the... Do we know who was there before the accident?
It's Tom Christoph something or other, and then Guy Hommel. I don't know their actual names off the top of my head. I know they're two French dudes, Guy Hommel something, and Tom Christoph. Because obviously I know them as Daft Punk, and I think that's how they want to be known. I know that before they adopted the robot persona, they used to perform wearing Halloween masks, and there's a couple of interviews where they wore black bags over their heads, and they came to the conclusion that we kind of need to have a permanent solution to disguising ourselves. So they got an arty-farty friend to design them robot outfits. I think one's based on the guy from The Day the Earth Stood Still, and the other one's based on something else.
One looks like a Tron helmet.
Well, they're in Tron. Tron Legacy, they're in Tron because they did the soundtrack for it and they get a cameo. Despite the fact the robotic alter egos of Daft Punk means they can walk around in public without being recognised or some shit like that, the duo routinely turn down offers to do interviews or play concerts.
Why?
Because they just want to make music. They don't like the idea of playing a concert. They'd rather make the music themselves. So a good example is in 2005, Coachella offered them $250,000 to play a single set, and they turned them down. However, the next year they raised the offer to about $300,000, and Daft Punk went, okay, we'll perform on one condition.
Which was?
No one is allowed to see what we're going to do.
Almost no one knew what was going on. They kept it completely secret except to their tech people. Their manager, Pedro Winter, didn't even know what they were doing with the money.
Daft Punk was so insistent about this that even their own manager wasn't allowed to see a dress rehearsal, and he had to watch them rehearse at an earlier date on an empty stage. So imagine his surprise when he rocked up to Coachella and watched Daft Punk's set and saw this. So just let that image stew in your head for a moment. Daft Punk somehow managed to hide the fact they were planning on performing a DJ set inside a giant glowing pyramid of sexual energy from the guy they pay to follow them around all day.
You know what that says to me?
What?
Their manager's a snitch.
Probably. But in my head as well, their manager's like a Roomba or something. Because they're fully committed to the idea that they're robots. I think they should get a manager who's just a Roomba, and he should wear like a little tie, and they should go into like, if you want to discuss to us, please speak to our manager. And a little Roomba just comes out. That's a great image. Can we Photoshop that?
I'll work on it.
Can we Photoshop like a Roomba with a little Daft Punk helmet? That'd be great. I love it. Do you know my favourite thing about Daft Punk being cool, awesome robots? Is when they go to award ceremonies and stuff like that, the camera will always cut to reaction shots from them. I think it was like the Grammys a couple of years ago where they kept doing this, and people kept complaining like, what is the point of doing reaction shots of guys with complete blank, emotionless robo faces? I think the best bit is as well, there was a theory going around that Daft Punk just sent someone else in the costumes, and they had to admit it was us in the costumes, and we were kind of bored because they were really hot. And I know early ones didn't have any like cooling system in place, but I think modern ones do have like built-in air conditioners and shit like that, which I think is quite cool. So I've always wanted a Daft Punk helmet, and every now and again I go on eBay and look, and there are people selling replicas, and they're like £400 or £500, and I'm like, it's a lot of money, but it would be. Well, that's Halloween sorted for the rest of my life, because every Halloween just put a suit on and wear that helmet. The thing is, I don't know which one to buy. I don't know if I want the early one from Homework where it had all the rainbow stuff on it, or the later ones that's more sleek, or maybe the Tron Legacy one. I'm not sure yet. Maybe I'll buy them all. Speaking of impulse buys, have I ever told you about how I nearly bankrupted myself to buy a gorilla?
No!
Well, I lived on my own for a while, and nearby was a really fancy furniture store, and in that furniture store was this like bronze gorilla for a couple of £100, which is basically my rent for that month. And every time I walked past the store, I was really tempted to buy it just as a joke, because that's when like the whole Harambe thing was going around. So I was really, really tempted to buy it just for the joke of it being a monument to Harambe. And then putting it in my back garden with candles. It's like when I lived on my own for a while, I was really tempted to buy bunk beds. And my girlfriend at the time said, if you do that, I'm breaking up with you immediately. Because there's no way in hell I am sleeping in a bunk bed. And now I don't have a girlfriend anyway, so fuck it, I should have bought one. Don't put that bit in.
No.
She might watch these, I don't know. If she does, hi, I miss you.
Just a desperate plea to an ex-girlfriend.
The only reason I made these videos is in the hope that she's watching. I've not even been drinking in this one, it's still going places. If I've been drinking, man, that bit about the ex-girlfriend and I miss you, that'd be a lot more depressing. Daft Punk have similarly turned down offers to collaborate with some of the biggest names in music, and Madonna. I don't know why I'm just using this opportunity to dunk on Madonna. She's released great music for like the past 3 decades. It just sounded funny in my head. So I just pick out one artist to go, you know what, fuck this person in particular in this video. Sorry, Madonna. Please come back. I miss you.
Well, after what you said, I get that. Like, they're big artists in their own right. They don't need that kind of publicity.
But this happened before they were big artists. This happened before Daft Punk had the kind of money to take ego shots of them sat on thrones dressed as robot pimps. This is after the release of Homework, and a lot of artists were approaching like, oh, collaborate on a track with me. And Daft Punk turned them all down because they wanted to make their own kind of music. And I think that's kind of impressive that they had the integrity to say, no, we make our own kind of music. We don't want to collaborate with you guys. We'll find success on our own. And they did, to their credit, because their music's fucking awesome. But the idea that they could have had this shot in their arm to their success by collaborating with a large musician to maybe get their name out there a little bit more. And they thought, no, our album's pretty good. We think it, like, the quality speaks for itself. We'll find our own success, thank you. Do you want to know my favourite thing about the album Homework, Brad?
What?
When Virgin Record executives approached Daft Punk and said, okay, we're thinking about signing you, can we hear the album? Daft Punk said, sure, come to our studio. Brought these executives in, brought out an old shitty boombox and played a cassette tape of it. Daft Punk were so supremely confident in the quality of that album, they brought record executives who hadn't signed them to their label yet into their studio, and rather than playing it on the musical equipment they had lined up through awesome speakers, they said, no, we're going to play it on this inferior, shitty format on a shitty old tinny boombox, and that's enough. And the record executives listened to it and went, yeah, it's pretty good, we'll sign you now. As an aside, because this is also quite funny, before Daft Punk got signed to a major label, like the tiny independent label they were on as they were starting to get big, would just answer the phone and say, hello, Daft Punk, because everyone who was calling to ask about Daft Punk and no one else they had on their label. So basically, the secretary for the studio that they had would just answer, hello, Daft Punk, what do you want?
Richard Brown, who was label manager at the time, had stopped answering the phone going, hello, Soma Records, and just started picking the phone up going, hello, Daft Punk.
Just to be clear about that boombox thing, that was before Daft Punk had Fuck You money. They were a relatively obscure French electronic duo with a single hit song. And they were so supremely confident in the quality of their album, they played it to the people who could make or break them as musicians on a shitty, outdated format, and it worked. Since becoming music royalty, Daft Punk have used the aforementioned Fuck You money to do whatever they damn well please. By which I mean telling will.i.am to eat a dick for trying to sample their music. But that's a story for another day.
Isn't your housemate in a band?
Yes, he is. I think I've mentioned that once, twice in videos, and eagle-eyed fans watching may have noticed that I've worn his band's t-shirt in a couple of our videos as well.
What's his band called?
I don't think I've ever mentioned it, so let's do that now, because I'm actually quite curious about what the reach of our channel is. So my housemate's band is called My Only, and Brad will put a link to their YouTube page or whatever it is, or their Spotify below, and I'm curious about whether my housemate will notice a bump in traffic or interest in his music.
I could put in has he done any videos or anything? I could put a clip in.
I think he appeared in their last music video, yes, because he joined the band recently, last year or so. The band had been going for a couple of years and he joined last year. And I believe their most recent music video, he is in that. So put a clip in of that, see if people can guess which one my housemate is. We're not being paid by these guys, this isn't an ad. I just know this guy, I live with him. He's also the owner of Gizmo, if you remember Gizmo, from all the videos. I can't bring him anymore, I'm sorry. He's not in the house anymore. Sad, but apparently he's doing very well, and he keeps buying lots of t-shirts and biscuits. So
he misses all of you.
He misses everyone, especially me. Not Brad, but me.
Since we're doing that as well, I'll plug my friend's band.
Okay, and what's that one called?
It's called Dead Man's Whiskey.
Oh God, that's a good name.
It's a strong name.
That's a strong name for a band. And what kind of music do they play?
Rock, metal-ish.
You step to me, prove me right. We never gonna win this. Never gonna win this fight.
But yeah, this isn't an ad. I'm just curious about whether my housemate will come up to me and say, Carl, did you plug our band in one of your videos? All the comments on our videos is people saying Carl sent me here, probably with Carl spelt wrong. I've noticed that a few times. I should dress it up. My name's spelt with a K. It's not with a C.
It's the German spelling, isn't it, with a K?
I don't know. My dad always told me the joke of the nurse who wrote my name down on my birth certificate was dyslexic. I don't think that's true. I think it's just a dad joke. But my name's spelt with a K. Stop leaving comments with Carl with a C. My name's spelt at the beginning of every video. How have people not got this yet? My spelling's the correct spelling, because mine's the phonetic spelling. It annoys the hell out of me when people like misspell my name. Do you know what? Oh, I'm going to get into this. Right. My name's spelled with a K. With a K. A K is not hard to think, but every time I get birthday cards, and I see this every fucking time, I'll see a C, and then the person obviously, before they sent the card, realise, oh shit, Carl's spelled with a K, and they draw a line down it. And I can tell every time, and everyone who thought they got away with that, you didn't. I knew. I noticed it, and it annoys me. Stop it.
Next card I give you, Carl.
No, do not do that. Do you know what as well? I bet as well,
Oh, for God's sake.
I guarantee every fucking comment now is going to be Carl with a C. I've just started that now.
You've just
I've shot myself in the foot on that one, haven't I?
Someone's going to start an IMDb page or a Wikipedia page and they'll spell it wrong on purpose.
Yeah, that's it. I've opened the floodgates now. So if you click this video thinking, I recognise that title and thumbnail, that's because this is, as the name of the video suggests, a re-upload of a previous video we've already done. And the reason that we're re-uploading this video is because, for some inexplicable reason, Warner Brothers feel like they own the previous one, because we worked this out, didn't we, Brad?
Yeah.
How many clips did we use of 300 in the original upload?
We used 7 clips.
7 clips, and that totaled how much footage do we work out?
It was less than 45 seconds.
Yeah, so less than 45 seconds of footage. And I'm not very good at math in my head, but Brad's now going to put like a mini calculation below telling you what percentage of the video that constituted. And for some reason, like Warner Bros. Feels like because their content comprised this percentage of a 15.5-minute long video that we made featuring original content and jokes, they deserve to get all the money for it. And you know what? That's not fucking on. So we thought, fuck it. That video is now being delisted and removed from YouTube at the same time this one has been uploaded because fuck you, Warner Brothers. Oddly enough, though, we had a clip in that video of Horrible Histories by CBC. They didn't complain. And then another one about the 300 Spartans by 20th Century Fox. Neither of those goes. Damn it. Neither. Fuck. The professional facade has been dropped, hasn't it? Yeah, neither of those guys gave a shit that we used their clips. So those have stayed in. Unfortunately, obviously, the video itself now doesn't make a lot of sense. There's some like awkward jump cuts where a clip used to be.
Yeah, because we're directly, I'd like saying, there is a clip in the film where this happened.
Well,
the
video is all those badass lines in 300 were real quotes. So of course we're going to use clips from like the film 300 to demonstrate that they are in the film 300. And apparently that doesn't constitute fair use, so fuck us. So what me and Brad decided to do instead is, I'm annoyed that a giant ass studio, it's monolithic corporate entities, like, no, fuck you, we want all the money forever. Like, if it had been like, we want, like, you know, a percentage of the earnings this video makes, like, you know, say, what was, like, whatever percentage we worked out their actual content comprised of. Maybe if they said, we want this percentage of the earnings, that's fine, they get it all, don't they? And the thing is, it's not even all their clips we do, because the BBC should realistically be like coming after us, and so should 20th Century Fox. Don't do that, please. I'd rather they didn't, but realistically they should.
Yeah.
Like, we created quite a bit of original content for that video too. What do we get? Where's Carl's share? Apparently Carl's share is in the fucking bin.
So you'd be happy if all those companies banded together and went, well, they've used this many seconds, and he's made a 15-minute video.
Well, that seems like, yeah, isn't that the fairest possible way they could do it? It's like, yeah, we use, I don't know, 45 seconds of footage, so whatever percentage that comprises of the video, I guess you are entitled to that percentage of the earnings video makes, if you want to be dicks about it. But no, like, Warner Bros. Wants to be big dicks about it and take all the money. And now they don't get any of it, because now they're not using any of their clips. So what Brad's done instead is we sat down, we thought, how about in the place where those clips used to be, we just put some nice facts about Gerard Butler. Gerard Butler's a pretty cool dude. Now, I bet, you know what, I bet Gerard Butler wouldn't sue us. I bet Gerard Butler wouldn't say, come on lads, you're using like footage of a film I was in and you're profiting from it. That's not on. I want all the money for that 45 seconds I'm in your video. Gerard Butler seems like a cool dude. So what it's going to be is lots of facts about Gerard Butler instead of clips from 300. Because that's like, you know, that's better, and then we get to keep the money. And 300 doesn't. And also,
that's what it's all about.
Also, as well, Brad's going to put a link in the description below so you can go buy 300 on DVD used on Amazon or eBay. So if you want to watch 300, you can without Warner Brothers making any money. Because you know what? I'm that level of petty. We apologise if you were hoping to see like a new video today. It's not. That's why we've uploaded it on a day where we don't want to upload videos, because this is just a bonus. We just didn't feel right sitting around thinking, how many views did the video have when it was flagged by Warner Brothers?
I think it was between like 150 and 200,000.
And how many did it have when you removed it? Like roughly, we know 'cause it's going up later this week.
It's over 400,000.
Yeah, so they got 200,000 views, and I don't know what that translates to because I don't exactly know what the analytics say per like video. That's money that should be ours realistically, I'd argue. We made the fucking video and we're not getting it. So fuck it, why not we just re-upload it? And then however many people want to watch this video and have sat through it this long, here's the video again with some facts about Gerard Butler in it, which is like, you know, objectively better because Warner Brothers don't make any money from it. And they keep making shit fucking superhero movies, so fuck them as well.
Carl, why are you wearing a shirt and a blazer?
I don't know, I just woke up in a good mood today. Thought I'd like, you know, try and class it up a bit for the video.
Yeah, we're not that kind of channel.
Oh, okay. The film 300 took more creative liberties with history than the director's cut of Braveheart, where Mel Gibson punches out King John wearing a mirrored tuxedo. With this in mind, you probably assume that a lot...
Carl, I'm going to issue you with a challenge.
Uh-huh.
At no point in this video about Transformers are you allowed to mention Transformers Devastation.
Fuck off, put a clip in.
The humans are evacuated and our mission is clear. Save the city and stop Megatron.
The live-action Transformers movies are about as close as you can get to a soulless corporate cash grab. That said, they do have a single saving grace in the form of Bumblebee, the only character in the movies with any personality, and one who they deliberately made look as shitty as possible, at least in the first film.
The first Transformers movie, that was quite a while back now.
Also as well, it was the first Transformers movie, so I don't begrudge anyone who's forgotten what Bumblebee looked like in that movie. So here's a clip of when he's first introduced.
Come on, get out the car. No, you said cars pick their drivers. Well, sometimes they pick a driver with a cheap ass fine, out the car.
What kind of car is he? Because I'm not particularly a gearhead.
Neither am I, and I had to look this up. But in that scene, Bumblebee takes the form of a 1976 Camaro, which the filmmakers deliberately picked out because they thought it was the worst possible Camaro. Because the idea was that Bumblebee has to look like a huge pile of shit when he's first introduced.
Wasn't Bumblebee a beetle originally?
Yeah, in the original cartoons, he's a little cute beetle.
Why is he a Camaro?
Oh,
I know the answer already.
Yeah, it's because product placement. Because General Motors had dollars on the Transformers movies, and they heavily advised the filmmakers that all of the heroic Autobots should be General Motors cars.
Even the beaten up shit one.
Yes, it's like even when Bumblebee was shit, and I think they do put a nod to the fact he was a VW Beetle by putting him next to a VW Beetle in the scene that where Sam Witwicky or Shia LaBeouf's character goes to buy him.
I sold a car the other day. Holy cow.
But no, General Motors like, no, we advise you to make all the heroic Autobots General Motors products. And they initially suggested making Bumblebee a Super Bee, which is a car. I'm not familiar with the name of the car. Apparently there's a car called the Super Bee, and that's what it was going to be. Obviously, Bumblebee, Super Bee, because it's Transformers movie and Subtlety's dead. And they went, no, he's got to be a Camaro, but he's got to be a shit Camaro. And they said the 1976 Camaro was the worst one they ever made. And they said, we even went as far to insist upon the fact that you had to have the chrome grille, because the chrome grille just looks so shit. So they went onto eBay and they bought 3 beat up shitty Camaros with a chrome grille.
Did they actually buy them on eBay, or is that just...
No, they bought them on
they
eBay
did buy them on
for
eBay.
about $6,000 or less. And I think one of them cost them less than $2,000. And apparently that was of paramount importance because they wanted it to be realistic that Shia LaBeouf's character bought Bumblebee for a couple $1,000s. I love the idea that they sat down and, okay, we want it to be realistic that Shia LaBeouf's character with a couple of $1,000 could buy an old Camaro, so find an old Camaro on eBay for a couple $1,000 to prove that it can be done, and then like 20 minutes into the movie, he turns into a brand new Camaro.
What?
that scene is like, you can see a GM executive just like wanking himself silly, going, yeah. And the thing that cracks me up about that is, at that time when the film was being made, that Camaro didn't exist. It was a concept car that General Motors gave to the film crew because they wanted it to, the release of the movie to coincide with the release of that car.
To try and get sales of the car.
Yeah, to like promote it. Oh, look, this is the new Camaro. Look at this old busted piece of shit. Now look at this like piece of hot, like old and busted, new hotness. Literally that.
Old and busted, new hotness.
But they went, oh, realistic that Shia LaBeouf's character could buy a beat up old Camaro. Why does no one question the fact that, like, 3 days after he buys it, he drives home in a car that doesn't exist?
It genuinely looks like you're watching a commercial.
Well, it is a commercial, isn't it? Because obviously General Motors had dollars on Transformers, and it's like in Jurassic World, where Mercedes-Benz like paid money to have their cars feature in the movie. And that's fine, movies cost a lot of money to make, but every single time they pull up in a car, the Mercedes-Benz logo flies towards the camera.
So GM just threw enough money at the film to get all of the heroic Autobots to be their cars.
Yes, but, and this is what always cracks me about product placement, because when you've got money on a film, you don't want your product to be shown in a negative light. But they had to put Decepticons in the Transformers movie, and they obviously didn't want the Decepticons to be General Motors cars, because they didn't want the General Motors logo on something that's just murdering people. So what they did for Barricade, and I fucking love this, like Barricade is Bumblebee's rival, like the police car, they based his design on that of a Mustang. But obviously, they didn't want to give like Mustang free advertising. They gave it the shape of a Mustang, but it doesn't have any branding. And I think they missed a trick there because Ford basically got free advertising for Mustang in the fact that you can go watch that movie and go, wow, that Camaro's pretty cool, but I'm a big fan of that car that's trying to kill Shia LaBeouf. I always got annoyed when I found this out, that Ford never tried to capitalise on it and say, yeah, our car tried to end the Transformers franchise at the first movie by killing Shia LaBeouf. Because if Barricade would have killed Shia LaBeouf, the movie franchise would have ended there, and we wouldn't have got Transformers last night.
Today's Brad Photoshop, a billboard with a poster for Ford Mustang.
It's got a Barricade on it. And can we talk about as well how Barricade is so much smarter than Bumblebee? It's like the Decepticons, they're stupid. Like they're stupid and evil. Well, not Barricade. So what is the purpose of the Transformers? What's the tagline of the entire fucking concept of Transformers?
Robots in disguise.
Yes, robots in disguise. And I don't know about you, Brad, but do you think a bright yellow future car that doesn't exist yet is a good disguise compared to a police car with the holographic projection of a policeman?
I always wondered that because all the Autobots are like fancy sports cars.
Yeah, and they drive through the desert. In later movies, they do military missions. And there's like a shot, like a glamour shot of these like bright cars driving across a military battlefield in like the Ukraine or some shit.
You know what's easy to shoot? A bright car driving across
Do you know
the
what
field.
stands out as well? Like a bright fucking blue truck.
You know what doesn't stand out? Some kind of military vehicle.
Yeah, like...
and they've proven they can transform at will.
Yeah, well, Bumblebee does it when he turns into a new Camaro. He should have turned into a fucking police car. It's like, I know Bumblebee's like protecting Sam, but he's a better disguise being a beat-up old shit Camaro, because that doesn't look out of place. Oh yeah, we've got to go on all these military missions, and I'm going to stay as a big fucking truck. That's like, it's got the turning circle of a shopping trolley full of beer. In universe, the Decepticons are so much smarter, and the idea that the Transformers never decide to turn into anything else, and need help from the military to go to all these military sites where they're helping them, instead of just turning all into jets and flying there and just doing it all, just like bombarding that shit from orbit.
I think GM Motors, though, missed a trick by not having their rivals' cars as the Decepticons. Because they could have been like, oh, look at that car. That car's trying to murder someone. Our car won't do that.
The thing is, though, like we've talked about it before when it comes to product placement, where companies who pay for their products to appear in a movie generally don't like, they have exclusivity clauses and stuff that stop rival products from appearing. And I think, like, as fun as that would have been, there's no fucking way a company's going to do that. But it would have been hilarious, because there is product placement in that first Transformers movie where the product does kill somebody. Because Mountain Dew and Microsoft both have products in that movie that turn into Decepticons and murder people. So I think they should have done that, but no, everyone's like, we don't want our car shown running people over, which is probably a thing, like, it's probably good that that footage doesn't exist.
Imagine that, like a line of dialogue, Shia LaBeouf's like, oh my god, that Ford Mustang just tried to kill me.
They don't put any branding on it, so it's not technically a Mustang, but it's very obviously one based on like the way it's like the shape of it. And they, instead of having any branding on it, it has like the Decepticon logo, and then instead of protect and serve, it has punish and enslave. How do the Decepticons even know what that means? Also, the plot of the first movie is that we want those glasses. Why don't they just buy them on eBay? Could the Decepticons not like hack into a bank and like get a PayPal account and just put like $400 on it and buy those glasses off him and then take over the world? And then Megatron could just come down and start like, you know, just beasting on everybody.
Carl, stop picking holes in a masterpiece of a movie.
It's like, it's more the fact like, this movie's already a piece of shit, why am I even giving it a second thought? But at the same time, I love the Transformers, so I kind of like, I have to do this. Like, why? Why Transformers? Getting back to Bumblebee though, in his first car form, the production crew did indeed make that Camaro look as shitty as possible, going as far to replace the wheels on it because they were too good. And that's just great, isn't it, Brad? The fact that they looked at it, because I think the ones they got all had matching wheels, and they went, nah. Let's replace the wheels and make them mismatched, because that's just taking the piss. And it's weird as well if you read some of the behind the scenes stuff, like how much thought they put into some stuff compared to other stuff. Like Bumblebee's interior, it's one of the few like, you know, Autobots you see the interior of. It was originally all black leather, and so we didn't like that because it's not very friendly. Because it just made the inside look like a black hole. So we replaced it with like more worn, but like, you know, more neutral coloured upholstery.
What the heck is it? I don't know nothing about this car.
And the fact they put that much thought into a Transformers movie annoys me a little bit, because like you put that much effort into that much thought and effort into the interior of Bumblebee, but then you have the second movie where like Devastator's just got giant fucking wrecking ball testicles. It's like, pick a side, make it stupid or make it like, you know, semi-realistic. You can't have both. You can't have it, Michael Bay. Stop it.
So we made fun of Shia LaBeouf a bit, which I think is unfair.
Yeah,
because he's a decent actor.
I think he's an alright actor, and he's had some good roles. It's just obviously the Transformers movies are what he's best known for. And can you really fault him for like, you know, overacting and hamming it the fuck up in those movies? Because I want you to do something for me now, Brad, and that is just put in a quick supercut of a cup all the times, or as many times as you can find, of him saying the words Optimus or Bumblebee, because they are the only lines he ever seems to say. He just screams, it's like, Optimus, Bumblebee! It's like every other line in the movie.
Optimus! Bumblebee! Optimus! Wow!
So with that in mind, Brad, what's your favourite Shia LaBeouf role?
I think he was good in Halls.
I think my choice for favourite Shia LaBeouf role is a film called Disturbia, which I don't think many people saw. But it's, I forget, it's a remake of an older film, definitely, because obviously it's a plot that's been done before. And it's basically Shia LaBeouf is trapped in his house and thinks his neighbour is a murderer. And obviously that's the thing the Simpsons have parodied before, isn't it? Where like, Bart broke his leg and he thinks Ned Flanders is a murderer.
And he has the head in the fridge.
Yeah, and they put like the direct reference into the film. It's like, you know, parodying where the guy's like, "Oh God, that kid's coming to kill me," and he's like, he falls out of his chair. But no, like they update it for the modern age in that where he hasn't broke his leg or he's not like housebound. He's under house arrest.
Okay, you're all set to go nowhere.
And if I recall, I think there's a scene in the movie where it just becomes skeleton. And I don't know what I remember, but I just remember there's a bit in the movie where it just like Shia LaBeouf's character's world just turns to skeleton. And I don't know if I remember it, but I just remember there's a scene of Shia LaBeouf yelling at a skeleton, and that image is so ingrained in my head. I don't know if it's from that movie or not. So I want you to find out for me about if it is, and just to end this video, just a shot of Shia LaBeouf yelling at a skeleton.
As anyone who follows you on Twitter might know, you're not feeling particularly well today, are you?
I'm not, but one thing that will get me perked up is talking about a giant robot penis. In the MCU, Ultron is a 9-foot-tall robotic hypergenius with a voice that hits the ear like smooth, audible caramel. A voice, you may or may not know, was provided by actor James Spader, who proved to be so good at portraying the evil robot, a lot of actors couldn't help staring at Ultron's penis.
So, Carl, I know you're excited to start talking about Robo Penis.
I am, yeah, I'm getting a semi-chub on just thinking about it.
But I think we should start off just talking about James Spader.
Yes, and how he, brought everyone's favourite megalomaniac AI to life on the big screen. So for anyone unfamiliar with how Ultron was realised in Avengers Age of Ultron, it basically involved actor James Spader putting on one of those stupid CGI suits you normally see being worn by Andy Serkis.
They put me in a suit and they had me go through a range of motion, which they captured with all these sort of sensors all over me and reference cameras all around me.
So James Spader didn't just do the voice?
No, a lot of people think he did, but no, he provided the physical basis for Ultron as well, which is kind of hilarious when you realise that for most of the movie, Ultron is almost twice the size of James Spader. Well, no, and apparently as well, he fucking loved it. So you're probably putting in like behind the scenes clips of him wearing that suit. Whenever you see people wearing those stupid CGI mocap suits, they always look really uncomfortable. But James Spader is a fucking pro. And you'll see him just stood there like that. And he's covered in all those stupid dots. He's wearing this really unflattering grey suit that makes him look like someone tried to draw him in paint and then just hit the fill button accidentally. And he's there and he doesn't give a fuck and he's acting his little heart out. And people on set are like, okay, this guy is a fucking pro, I'm glad we hired him.
Isn't Andy Serkis in Age of Ultron as well?
Yes, he is. He plays like Ulysses Claw, doesn't he? The guy who was killed off way too soon, pouring out for Ulysses Claw.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more.
I always assume that Serkis played Ultron, because whenever I see him in a film as an actor, I always assume he's there because he was given a role after coming in as the mocap guy.
I think they just do it as a favour to him. It's like, will you play Ultron and we'll also put you in the movie so you don't feel left out? It's like, no, but Serkis did give Spader, tips on how to act when you're wearing that stupid suit, because obviously he's the actor most well known for wearing one, so obviously he's the guy to ask if you want any tips on how to be a mocap actor. And apparently Spader listened to him because everyone working on Age of Ultron had nothing but good things to say about how professional Spader was while wearing that dumbass grey suit.
First day when he gives his speech at the party, I know all of us were kind of eager to be the audience, and it was really exciting because it was really good.
And I love that actors nowadays are really getting into the idea of doing mocap. It's great to see.
Well, it's because you have to exaggerate the movements, and then obviously they can rein them in a bit if they're too much. But
yeah.
I think it's like theatre, which is why they enjoy it, because they don't have to be normal, they have to be exaggerated.
That's why I think a lot of actors like appearing in MCU movies, because it just gives them a chance to chew the scenery for a bit, which is why I love how Sam Neill, who today is mostly content to just run his winery where he takes pictures of his pigs. Literally, seriously, go follow Sam Neill on Twitter. The guy from Jurassic Park, all he ever does is just post pictures of pigs on his winery, and that's it. But he came back to acting to just appear in fucking Thor Ragnarok in like a cameo role, because he just got to chew the scenery for a bit, and he loves it.
You are merely a little blue baby icicle that melted this old fool's heart.
Then you get Kate Blanchett, who comes in and plays Hela, and just starts doing basically ballerina martial arts moves while throwing around pretend swords. They all love it, it's great.
Well, it's because it's a movie where you'll get taken seriously, but you're allowed to not be serious.
Yeah, I enjoy seeing roles where actors are clearly having fun. And I think you can say that about James Spader when he was playing Ultron, because obviously he's a very serious actor and he takes his role seriously. But I can't help but think he did crack a smile every now and again when he thought to himself, I'm getting paid millions of dollars to pretend to be a robot.
I like the fact they're still forking out money for well-known actors, despite the fact that everyone is going to see those films.
That's why I like it. It's the idea of, who can we get in? It's like Kate Blanchett, Sam Neill, Matt fucking Damon appeared for a cameo role. That's the thing that gets me right. It's like, who can we get for a cameo? And they get those people. They got Sylvester Stallone in Guardians of the Galaxy 2 for a 10-second cameo, and he enjoyed it so much. He went to the director after and went, so, any chance I can be in one of these movies? People can't wait to be in these movies. Then you compare it to the DC universe, where Superman and Batman both quit. As far as we can tell, given the sources we've consulted, Spader enjoyed playing Ultron and the unique challenges presented by pretending to be a giant killer robot.
I was meant to be new. I was meant to be beautiful. The world would have looked to the sky and seen hope.
Yeah, watching the behind-the-scenes clips, he does seem to be throwing himself into the role.
He does, and the weird part is, Spader was literally only cast in Age of Ultron because of his voice.
What's so good about James Spader's voice?
It's hard to describe, but there's just something about the combination of the way he delivers lines, his voice, and just this like piercing sex gaze that he has, where he just like maintains unflinching eye contact. And I think The Office, the US version, basically created an entire character around this fact, and like called Robert California, played by James Spader. And the joke is that he can get anything he wants just by talking in a very deliberate, slow manner, where he just maintains full, unflinching eye contact.
The fallacy is that it is up to the steamroller. It is up to the object, whether it will be flattened or not.
And if you listen to any of his roles that he's done, people have said, yeah, he's just something so magnetic about the way he performs. You can't look away from him, which ended up causing quite a few problems when they were making Age of Ultron. You see, at one point during Avengers Age of Ultron, Ultron decides to upgrade himself, going from a roughly human-sized robot body into a towering form that's roughly 9 or 10 feet tall.
Sooner or later, every man shows himself.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
So unless I'm extremely mistaken here, James Spader's not 9 foot tall.
No, he's about 5'10".
So did he still portray Ultron when he was that height?
Yes, he did, and he still wore the stupid mocap suit, but to give the actors he appeared alongside an idea of where Ultron's eye line would be, they attached what amounted to a stick with glowing balls at the end of it to the back of his head.
He had this thing with red dots for eyes, and then during a take we'd have to like look 3 feet above his head.
I love watching behind the scenes when you get to see all the stupid workarounds of getting a human actor to play a non-human CGI character.
Yeah, my favourite example of that is probably all the monkeys and the apes in the Planet of the Apes remakes that came out recently, because obviously they all have to wear like the weird crutches, don't they, on the end of their arm to give them the appearance of the long monkey arms. And you get like Andy Serkis walking around like he's taking a shit like that with his monkey arms.
So then you can learn to accelerate. Oh my god, I've got very slippery shoes on.
So, what's the most stupid example you can think of?
Oh, the most stupid one, so that's my favourite, the most stupid one has got to be the one from Beauty and the Beast, if you've seen this. Because they had to wear the same kind of like, big dumb grey CGI suit that like Andy Serkis and like James Spader wore in Age of Ultron. But, because obviously the Beast is all huge and buff, they fill up the suit with like padding, so it's just this giant grey man walking like this with Emma Watson on his arm. And Emma Watson, fair play to her, keeps a straight face throughout the entire fucking thing. And you just see all these behind the scenes shots of just this giant grey abomination just walking. He looks like a low cost cosplay of the fucking Rhino from Spider-Man, but his horn fell off. And then obviously the best one for how stupid it looks is the one from Twilight. And Brad, right now, I want you to go on my laptop and Google Twilight CGI behind the scenes wolf.
Wait, which one of these am I looking at?
Is it the one of Kristen Stewart just patting a guy on the head? There it is!
David said, in this shot, I want you to sort of put your head down, and Kristen, you just sort of rub his head.
Is that actually Taylor Lautner?
Yeah, it is! Because he's a fucking professional!
So we're 35 minutes into the recording.
Okay.
You have not yet mentioned the dong of Ultron.
I haven't, have I? I've got to mention the Ultron dong. Well, basically, as you can imagine, trying to look away from James Spader when he's giving a really intense performance was quite difficult. And a lot of the actors who worked alongside him when he was wearing that big stupid tennis ball get-up said, yeah, I found it really, really hard to look at those glowing balls on top of his head because I just couldn't look away from him. He just draws you in. His performance was just so arresting that you couldn't help but look at James Spader. And that was obviously an issue because we weren't supposed to be looking at James Spader, we were supposed to be looking at where Ultron's eye line was.
Was there a particular actor who said they struggled with not looking at James Spader?
Yes, Elizabeth Olsen found it quite difficult to avoid looking at him. And she said in a behind-the-scenes interview, they had to cut a lot of shots of her just like eyes flicking downwards. Because obviously she's supposed to look at these tennis balls on top of his head, but she can't help but look at James Spader. So a lot of her shots are her going like that.
Probably majority of the shots, Aaron and I are both going like this. Like, just like, shoot.
Which I find quite funny, because obviously when all the CGI was put in, that makes it look like Elizabeth Olsen's character, Scarlet Witch, is trying to like surreptitiously like, you know, get a quick sneaky cheek look at Ultron's fucking penis. And that's the same is true of all the other actors on set. Obviously, they're all staring directly at James Spader because they can't help it. He's fucking good. You put in any clip of him talking, like he owns whatever role he plays, and he draws your eye more than I'm going to argue 3 balls on a stick. 3 balls on a stick might distract, say, a golden retriever, but I'm going to give most of the actors who appeared in Age of Ultron more credit than a fucking dog.
Most of?
Oh yeah, because obviously we all know Chris Evans is the golden retriever. Have you not seen that Twitter account?
No.
Go look up the Twitter account, Chris Evans as a golden retriever. It's fucking brilliant. It's just pictures of Chris Evans and then just one of a golden retriever. And they all look exactly the same. It's great. He's just a golden retriever in man form. It's great. Most of the actors who appeared in scenes with Ultron when he had that new giant body kept looking directly at James Spader's eyeline, which when the CGI was put in, made it look like they were staring at Ultron's fucking penis. And the thing is though, in that movie, I'm fairly certain Ultron doesn't have a penis.
I mean, you could argue they're not technically looking at his penis.
No, but it sure looks like it, and that's really fucking funny. So I stand by my original statement.
I like to think that if any of those shots made it into the final film of them staring down at the supporter's crotch,
yes,
the reason was because Ultron was like, I gotta have something down there.
Yeah, I've got to have a penis.
Yeah, and he put a penis on it, and they just couldn't stop looking at it.
Well, I think that makes sense because in the context of the film, like Ultron is an amalgamation of the combined intellects of Bruce Banner, Tony Stark, combined with Jarvis, and he's also supposed to have like their combined insecurities as well, which is obviously why he tries so hard to improve his body beyond perfection. And I think if you've got the combined insecurities of a billionaire who gets to sleep with Gwyneth Paltrow, but still feels the need to dress in a robot suit and punch people, and a guy whose alter ego has a penis that can shatter continents, you probably would think, maybe I've got a ability to have a robo penis like 14 inches long.
What does it look like and how does it work?
Well, I think it'd look like a normal one, but obviously it'd have to have those like settings on it to make it better than like a normal penis, because that's what Ultron's whole thing is, isn't it? He says like, I am the ultimate evolution of what humanity can become. Humanity is a waste. I am the perfect life form. So obviously you've got to have the perfect penis. And I think the first thing you'd install is the rumbler and the vibrate function. That just makes sense, doesn't it? So I think the first thing like all the blokes watching here should do, if you could customise your penis, you'd install a vibrate function.
I think you're forgetting like the telescopic extension function.
Thing is, if you did that though, like a baton, and it'd get thinner as it went along. I don't think any woman watching wants that. I'll tell you what would be a good setting though. Do you know those things they use to fish keys out of drains?
Yeah.
Those weird things that they extend all the way around. You get one of them installed. It's like nowhere is out of reach of my Robodong.
No.
Let's open this one up to the floor, Brad. If you could customise your penis in one way, what would you do?
I think I'd have to make it detachable.
Oh, that'd be a good idea. You'd be able to like dress up like an action man then. Like every Halloween, action man cosplay.
And I know the audience are probably going into the gutter with this one, but I don't mean using it like that.
Okay.
I mean hiding it in places so that if someone opens the cupboard to get like a breakfast bar, there's just a detachable dong just lying there.
Brad, did you leave your dick in the cupboard again? Thing is, well, you could use it like, Joe, when you like reach into the back of the cupboard or like you're in the shop, you're like, I just can't reach that last tin of beans. Detachable penis all the way. I still don't reach. Have a think. You think back to like, you know, that music video, like probably the Kylie Minogue one where she wears that, you know, that white little number. Reach all the way at the back. Nah, look at that. All the way. Oh, it's just the idea of like you can just customize. You get the option like aliens come down from space, like we can improve humanity in one way. What do you want doing? Just some dipshit goes, I want a detachable dong.
I've probably asked this before at some point over the years, but what's your favourite Hugh Jackman movie?
Real Steel, where it's just Rock'em Sock'em Robots, but it's Hugh Jackman. It's great. With the exception of Samuel L. fucking Jackson, nobody has portrayed the same comic book character in more movies in a row than Hugh Jackman has Wolverine. During his 17-year tenure as the man with adamantium fists, Jackman has admitted that he wasn't always as comfortable with the character as he was later in his career. For example, did you know the actor kept accidentally spiking himself in the balls with his character's trademark claws? I love my job. My job is great. We get to talk about Wolverine stabbing himself in the dick with a pair of adamantium claws.
I like to think that prior to you writing this article, you were like, I feel like writing an article about Hugh Jackman and Wolverine, trying to decide what angle to come from, and just immediately stopped, like, spiked in the balls, you say?
Well, it actually was inspired by an interview I was reading with Hugh Jackman, because I was reading up, like, oh, what do I want to write about today? How about Wolverine? I haven't done an article on, like, Marvel Comics recently. And I read this article with Hugh Jackman that says, I didn't know that Wolverines were a real animal. And, like, so this is true. Like, Hugh Jackman said, oh, yeah, when I first got the gig to play Wolverine, like, he was cast, like, really late in production for X-Men, which is why, if you put in a clip or a picture of Hugh Jackman in the very first X-Men movie, he looks like he's built like me, basically.
I think it's the Wolverine where he's the most ripped.
Oh, my God, yeah.
He
And I
looks
think
like he's chiseled out of fucking alabaster.
Yeah, Hugh Jackman himself has said, yeah, I looked so bad in that first movie because I had like 3 weeks to get in shape and I didn't really try that hard and then I felt really bad about it. So in the Wolverine standalone movie, I went, no, what, I'm getting ripped as balls. And I think he uploaded a picture on Twitter of like, if the bar ain't bending, you ain't lifting. And it's him doing a deadlift, and the actual bar itself is bent. It's like, holy fuck, Hugh Jackman, you are the perfect person to play this character.
What kind of monster are you? The Wolverine.
So Hugh Jackman wasn't cast as Wolverine until a bit later into the production of X-Men.
Yeah, which is obviously why I just mentioned there, why Hugh Jackman wasn't as in shape as he was for later X-Men movies or standalone Wolverine movies. And according to him, he didn't know who the character of Wolverine was and came to the conclusion that he was some sort of feral wolf man. And he said, like, when I was cast as Wolverine, I went into a drama studio and pretended to be a wolf. And I studied the movement of wolves in nature documentaries. And according to Hugh Jackman, he turned up on set and he was prowling around like some sort of animal man, which is in keeping with the character of Wolverine. But Bryan Singer asked him, like, okay, I love what you're doing, Hugh, but what are you doing? And he said, oh, I'm pretending to be a wolf. And he said, why are you pretending to be a wolf instead of a Wolverine? And Hugh Jackman said, because Wolverines aren't real. And Bryan Singer had to explain to him, no, Wolverines are real, they're a real thing, but it's more a metaphorical thing. As in, like, he's supposed to be animalistic. He's not actually a mutated Wolverine. But I just love the idea that Hugh Jackman didn't know what a Wolverine was. Hugh Jackman, if you are watching, Wolverines are real and they're badass. They fight bloody bears and
I'm
wolves and
assuming
everything.
by this point, Hugh Jackman knows what a Wolverine
Yeah,
is.
Bryan Singer had to tell him, and Hugh Jackman sheepishly admitted, I didn't know. The best part about all of this is, though, that Hugh Jackman had to sheepishly admit to Bryan Singer, I didn't realise, and I've actually spent the last 3 weeks pretending to be a wolf. It's like just walking around in drama class in front of a mirror, pretending to be a wolf while looking at pictures of wolves. Just like prowling around like some sort of really committed furry. It's ridiculous. After this initial setback and the embarrassment caused by having to admit that he didn't know a Wolverine was a real animal, Hugh Jackman decided to embody the character as accurately as possible and read as many comics as he could, and then studied actual martial artists and footage of Mike Tyson punching people's heads off to come up with the trademark fighting style of the character.
Why Mike Tyson?
According to Hugh Jackman, he wanted to develop a fighting style for Wolverine that showed that he possessed the obvious finesse of a seasoned martial artist, but that he also didn't care as a direct result of the fact he couldn't be hurt. And obviously Mike Tyson's a great example of that, because later in his career, Mike Tyson would just walk through people's punches to land a punch of his own, because he knew he could take it, but he knew they couldn't take one of his. I think a direction Hugh Jackman gave the choreographers when they were developing a fighting style for Wolverine in that first movie is not make the fights very pretty. It's obviously directly inspired by a quote from Wolverine himself, like the famous one, I'm the best at what I do, and what I do isn't very nice, or something of that ilk.
It makes a lot of sense though, because he spent his entire life fighting without having any about there being any consequence to being hit, and he's used to pain.
Yeah.
So it doesn't mean anything if he gets stabbed through the chest.
No,
if
in
it
fact,
means he gets
pain
close
makes Wolverine stronger because it causes him to go into his berserker rage, which is my favourite thing about Wolverine, and the thing that I think Hugh Jackman did the best. We talked about it before, haven't we? The Wolverine scream.
Oh, the scream.
It gave me chills in Logan, where they said to Hugh Jackman, "All right, Hugh, have you got one more in you? Let's fucking do this." And he rage sprints through that forest and he earns his fucking paycheck while screaming his goddamn ass off. I love that scene. The thing is, though, that's one of his actual powers. If you go into the Marvel Wiki, which I do all the time, because I love all that shit, one of his actual powers is the Berserker Rage, where he just loses himself to his animal instincts and just reverts to his most primal form. Getting back to Hugh Jackman and how he portrayed Wolverine, Hugh Jackman noted that when he wasn't on set, he'd usually walk around at home wearing the prop claws of the character.
Why would he wear the claws around the house?
Well, Hugh Jackman wanted to look as though he'd had the claws his entire life and appear completely natural walking around with them at the end of his fists. So he thought, well, the best way to do that is just wear them at home until they just become second nature to me, so I just forget that they're there. As you can imagine, walking around with what basically amounts to 3 knives stuck to the end of each fist, Hugh Jackman occasionally injured himself with these prop claws, and he noted in that interview that, yeah, I'd occasionally turn up to set covered in cuts, scratches, and puncture wounds, especially around my groinal region. And that's the part of the interview I went, no. Wolverine, Hugh Jackman pretending to be a wolf, that's funny, that's a footnote in this article. There's the meat right there, that he stabbed himself in the nutsack.
This brings an interesting question up though. If someone who's just got those claws is struggling to not stab themselves in the crotch a lot, does that mean that when Logan first got his claws, do you reckon it happened to him?
Probably. Well, that's in X-Men Origins Wolverine, when he gets the stupid CGI claws and he starts clinking them together. And you can tell that Hugh Jackman doesn't really know what he's supposed to be doing, because the claws aren't real. And he looks so uncomfortable, walking. He's trying to rub together two things that aren't actually there. Whereas you compare that to X-Men 2 or 3, and it's when he's running through the forest and he's sprinting with these knives at the end of his fist. He don't give a fuck.
I don't understand why they went with CG for that.
They look so bad.
He stood still with his claws out.
Yeah.
Why go for CG? He could have just... And it was in a mirror as well.
Yeah,
you just give yourself more work.
It looks even worse, doesn't it? And then you compare, as I said, X-Men 2 or 3, the fight scene in the mansion in X2.
Yeah.
Where my favourite thing about it, have you ever watched that with subtitles on? There's a bit where he stabs all the people in the mansion. One of the subtitles just says ferocious roaring, and it's just Hugh Jackman stabbing a guy. This sums up Wolverine in the X-Men movie. Just ferocious roaring, and then it just smash cuts in. Because it happens off camera. So the caption says ferocious roaring, and then just Hugh Jackman comes in and stabs a guy and just pins him to the fridge. Even when Hugh Jackman was evidently comfortable walking around with Wolverine's claws, he still reportedly kept spiking himself in the balls. For example, during this scene in X-Men Origins Wolverine, the shot immediately following that called for Hugh Jackman to strip off, start bollock naked, and rage sprint down a hallway with the claws.
So what happened there then?
But according to Hugh Jackman, immediately prior to filming that scene, because he knew he had to get naked, he jokingly told every member of the crew, I want a closed set. I don't want anyone to see me doing this. I only want the camera crew here. And as a joke, the production crew went out and got every female member of staff and put them round the corner at the end of that hallway and gave them all dollar bills. And Hugh Jackman said in an interview, I'll run down the hallway, I did it, it's a really intense emotional scene. Gets to the end of the scene, and I turn around the corner, and there's every woman on set going, woohoo, you! And what do you do in that situation when you're naked, and a group of women see you?
Oh no.
You go shield your balls.
And of course, the first thing I did was oh!
So he stabbed himself in the nuts again, in character as Wolverine, while naked in front of every female member of the crew. And how is that not a deleted scene? I don't know. So yeah, if you've ever wondered why Hugh Jackman wanted Logan to be his last outing as the Wolverine, just imagine how dangerous it would be to swing around those claws with saggy old man balls. So we mentioned Real Steel at the start of this video, and I want to talk more about Real Steel now. So this is a section of the video we're going to call Cal's Corner. Come up with a logo for it, Brad, just like throw something together, where we highlight a movie that we've both seen that we think's awesome, that we want more people to go watch. Because Real Steel is great, isn't it, Brad? Before we talk too much about it, we should probably explain the plot. And the plot is, people haven't seen Real Steel, it's like our time now, only they have robots. But they only use the robots for boxing matches for some reason. And Hugh Jackman is a former boxer who obviously got displaced by these robot boxers. So he decides to be a robot boxer manager, I suppose. And he has his own robot that he boxes and he keeps losing because he's shit. And he finds an old beat up training robot in the trash with his son, who he doesn't like, who hates burgers for some reason. That's his entire character arc. He hates burgers. And Hugh Jackman learns to buy him a burrito instead. And then
the whole character arc for the father-son relationship.
And they find this old shit robot in like a robot dumping yard called Atom, and this robot cannot die. It is Rocky in robot form. Joe Rocky's whole thing is he can take as many punches as he needs to do to win. Yeah. Atom's whole thing is that. And one of the reasons I love this movie so much is that they have hints throughout it that Atom, the boxing robot, is sentient, don't they?
Yeah.
They have loads of hints to it, like the little kid who finds the robot, like looks it in the eyes and he talks to it, and it looks like the robot's listening to him. And they have a few hints, like, and Hugh Jackman talks to the robot and says, "I know you can hear me," and shit like that. But they never deliver on that, do they? It turns out at the end of the movie, they say, "Oh, he wasn't listening. He's just got a shadow program that allows him to copy the movements of other people." And Hugh Jackman goes, "Oh, so wait a minute, I can box and the robot will follow me." And the end of the movie, and this is my favourite part of it, is Hugh Jackman shadow boxing in the middle of a crowd while people are watching him, while the tiny robot copies everything he does. It's fucking brilliant. And it's weird because they mention the shadow function earlier in the film because it learns how to copy that kid's dance moves. And they have the montage of the robot learning to dance. And you think, oh wow, is this robot, has he got an AI? And it's no, it's just copying everything it sees the kid do. But they frame it in such a way where it looks like it's learning. Right? They go through a training montage with a robot that perfectly emulates everything it sees first time. That's not training. You just program it. But, oh man, that movie's so good. It's like when they fight Zeus right at the end and they do the Rocky thing of like, oh yeah, we can beat the champ. And it's got one of my favourite clips in any movie ever. And it's where Hugh Jackman, like the robot's copying him and he does the taunt. And then the robot starts saying, "Come on, I can take it." Just the idea of a robot getting soul. Because the big robot, who's been controlled by a guy with a joystick, gets mad about being taunted. It's so dumb. Watch this movie. Oh, I should review movies for a living, man. I've sold that so well.
Your reviews are always, this film is great, go watch it. Then you mention 2 or 3 scenes for it that are stupid. Then say this film's shit, go watch it.
Oh yeah.
So you're looking forward to the new Venom movie that's going to hit the cinemas, Carl?
No. Looks like a bag of wank.
Okay, then.
Venom is a Marvel villain and occasional anti-hero defined almost entirely by his unending obsession with bonding, both metaphorically and literally, with everybody's favourite friendly neighbourhood Spider-Man. An obsession, it turns out, is partly the fault of Deadpool.
What actually is the deal with Venom being so obsessed with Spider-Man?
It was established in Marvel canon that Spider-Man was the first known host that the Venom symbiote bonded with, and it subsequently became obsessed with Spider-Man because it believed him to be its perfect ideal host.
That's all fine and dandy, Carl, but don't you mean the Venom symbiote.
Oh, fuck off with that, Sony Pictures. Put the clip in. It's so annoying. Every piece of like Spider-Man fucking fiction pronounce it the symbiote. Oh, it's the symbiote, is it? Because it's symbiosis, the word. And they put in the word, oh, symbiote.
We call them symbiotes. Carlton Drake believes that the union between human and symbiote is the key to our evolution.
We make it different, we Sony. Symbiote. It's so bad.
We'll talk about this at the end.
Yes, we will.
We've got some more stuff to
We've got
talk about first.
We've got to talk about the comics. Calm down.
There's so much stuff I end up cutting out of these videos, which is just me trying to nudge you back on course.
It is, isn't it? It's like, say, like the metaphor I think is just we're in a car and like we're going towards, and the goal is a video about Venom, and we keep driving past a service station. It's like, yeah, but shit on the Venom trailer, and I'm like, oh yeah, let's check out this, mate. No, Carl, no, we gotta go back off, and then we get pulled over by the police, and the policeman has a Venom head. I'm like, he's one of them. We can talk about that. No, I'm like this all the time. This is how I am just in real life.
Right, should we get back to talking about the symbiote?
Fuck's the no, it's not the symbiote. Fuck off. It's the symbiote. God.
How did Spider-Man and the symbiote
trademark Sony Pictures?
How did they end up meeting?
Well, in the original canon, Spider-Man and the symbiote trademark Sony Pictures met during a storyline called Secret Wars, during which Spider-Man is transported to an alien planet where he just stomps a bunch of alien dickhole for a couple of hours. And during the fight, you notice that his costume is all torn to shit. And he like asks the other heroes with him, is there anywhere I can get a new costume on this alien planet? And for some inexplicable reason, the Hulk tell him that on this alien planet, there is a machine nearby that can perfectly recreate new clothing. Despite being described in Marvel Comics as a super hyper mega genius, Spider-Man inexplicably walks over to a machine containing a violently psychopathic alien life form instead of one that makes clothes. But hey, we've all been there, right?
I get the comics are a bit dumb.
Oh yeah.
But the whole origin of Venom, who is arguably one of the coolest characters.
Oh, Venom's fucking awesome.
Is because Spider-Man sat in the wrong machine.
No, he walks over to the machine that he thinks makes clothes, presses a button, and this evil-looking gelatinous black orb appears and he touches it. Because that's what you do when you're like a genius. You touch like things on an alien planet you don't understand. And he just like immediately encases his body and creates the black costume. My favourite bit is though, Spider-Man doesn't question it for fucking ages, despite the fact that he's just seen Thor and the Hulk walking away, not wearing black costumes. And it takes him ages to realise that the costume is actually like a living, breathing alien life form, despite the fact it seems to react to his will and create like civilian clothing and stuff like that.
I like your style, but it would be nice if you were a little less conspicuous. You're definitely my kind of suit.
For people that don't know, the Venom symbiote suit...
Trademark Sony Pictures.
Trademark Sony Pictures. The suit gives him additional power, doesn't it?
Yeah, it varies from writer to writer, but like most versions of Spider-Man wearing the symbiote trademark Sony Pictures suit show him as having increased speed and strength and also the ability to create a near unending amount of organic webbing, which is really awesome, I think, because it's a trait that the symbiote trademark Sony Pictures carries on after it attaches to other hosts. And that's the reason why Venom has like the inverted Spider-Man symbol on its chest, even when it's like, infecting other people. Because it sees Spider-Man as being its ideal host, and therefore, as the strongest host it's had so far, takes on more traits from him. And that's why obviously it fights so hard to like rebond with Spider-Man, because it thinks that's how it becomes the perfect entity.
The more you hate me, the more the symbiote can control you.
Who said we hate you? Fact is, we're your biggest fan.
So what you're saying there is that we can't have the Venom, the classic Venom we all know and love,
Yes.
without having Spider-Man as well.
No, because the two characters are intrinsically linked, and even if you want to do a surface level analysis of Venom as a character, even the way he looks is directly informed by the fact he was once bonded with Spider-Man, because that's why he has big white eyes and the white symbol on his chest.
Is that the black suit? Is that my black suit?
Even his power set is informed by Spider-Man, 'cause that's why he still creates web after he's stopped bonding with Spider-Man, because he sees that as being like, oh wow, that's the trait of the perfect host for me, so I will continue using this.
Such low-grade webbing here. Have some of mine.
And it'd be really silly for anyone out there to try and make a Venom movie, that didn't have Spider-Man in it, because Venom without Spider-Man is not Venom. It's just some alien goo that bonds with some dickhead.
Save it for the end, Carl.
For many years, Venom's obsession with Spider-Man and his general dickishness towards him wasn't really explained, up until a Deadpool comic released in 2015.
Which issue of Deadpool was this?
Deadpool Secret Wars issue number 3, which reveals that just before Spider-Man met the symbiote, trademark Sony Pictures, Deadpool himself momentarily bonded with it.
To be honest, Deadpool with the symbiote trademark Sony Pictures costume sounds awesome.
It is awesome, and Deadpool himself notes this in the comic, and he even comments on the fact that the costume makes his ass look super tight. As awesome as the costume is, though, Deadpool almost immediately realises something is amiss when he notices that the suit is trying to actively read his thoughts.
For people who may have only seen the Ryan Reynolds incarnation of Deadpool, reading Deadpool's mind.
Yeah, that's never a good idea. It's established in comics that telepaths in the Marvel Universe actively refuse to read Deadpool's mind. It's just so messed up in there. And Deadpool himself, in that comic, in a rare moment of lucidity, notes that it would be like a colossal dick move to subject that poor alien to living inside his thoughts, and puts it back where he found it. Thinking to himself for a moment, I sure hope that brief moment it was bonded with me and experienced what it's like to be inside my mind didn't drive it insane. You can probably see where this is going, and about 4 seconds after Deadpool puts the symbiote, trademark Sony Pictures, back into the machine he found it, he bumps into Spider-Man, who's looking for the machine the Hulk and Thor mention that can repair all of his clothes.
Right, so let me get this straight. The symbiote,
Trademark Sony Pictures,
is insane because it bonded with Deadpool.
It's never explicitly stated that that's the case, but it's heavily implied, and it's hinted at by Deadpool himself, who says, I sure hope being inside my mind doesn't drive that alien creature insane. And we all know that immediately after that, it bonds with Spider-Man and goes absolutely batshit crazy, and becomes obsessed with bonding what it sees as the perfect host, which now makes a lot more sense considering, as far as we know, the only other creature it's ever bonded with was Deadpool. Let's just try and put ourselves into the shoes of the symbiote, trademark Sony Pictures, for a moment here. You're just sat in a machine, chilling, minding your own business, when suddenly, out of nowhere, you are forced to bond with a guy with turbo cancer, and who also has medium awareness, which people don't know is the, I think, official-ish name for Deadpool, knowing that he's in a comic book and and can break the fourth wall. That would drive you fucking insane, wouldn't it? Think about that. The Venom symbiote, trademark Sony Pictures, as far as it knows, it's just an alien living in this cool little pod, and then suddenly it's its entire worldview is shattered in an instant by bonding with Deadpool, and then is immediately shoved back into the machine.
Wasn't it also supposed to be true that the symbiote, trademark Sony Pictures, takes elements of the previous posts had?
Yeah, and bear in mind that Deadpool has a very obsessive personality, frequently going obsessed with words and phrases, like chimichanga, for example, when he says it randomly for no apparent reason. It stands to reason that the symbiote, trademark Sony Pictures, would take on that part of his psyche and become obsessed with Spider-Man. So Deadpool might just be responsible for what Marvel Comics describe as one of the most dangerous villains on the planet. Because Venom is a fucking badass who's a mega level threat to all of humanity.
To think if Deadpool hadn't been there, he could have been a good guy.
It could have been, yeah.
Imagine if the original Venom, or original symbiote, trademark Sony Pictures, was actually a genuinely nice creature.
Well, the thing is, though, in some comics, Venom is a good guy. You've got Agent Venom, which I think it takes on. I think Flash Thompson, in the comics, the guy who beats up Spider-Man in school, becomes a Marine or something and takes on the Venom symbiote, trademark Sony Pictures, and use it to fight alien crime. And then you have Anti-Venom, who's a white version, an inverted version of Venom, who's also a good guy, I think.
I thought it was going to be Aunt May then, Anti-Venom.
That'd be awesome. Deadpool, being Deadpool, never thinks to mention this fact to Spider-Man, and as a result, the Wallcrawler is largely oblivious to the fact his most fearsome villain is a direct result of Deadpool bonding with it for about 2 seconds.
So I'm going to take your limiters off now, we're at the end.
Nice turn of phrase.
What's your opinion of the new Venom movie?
Well, I haven't seen it yet, so I can't really pass judgment on its quality. All I can say is I have no faith in it, because I followed its production very closely, so I'm a big fan of Venom as a character, and it just comes across as desperate.
Yeah, we've mentioned a few things already, like the whole symbiote trademark Sony Pictures, Which I can't believe you kept up the entire video.
Gotta do it. Symbiote trademark.
And also the fact that they've said Spider-Man's not going to be in it.
Yeah, this is the thing that I followed very closely because I love Spider-Man, I love Venom, and I was interested in seeing Venom fight Spider-Man and have it done justice. So I actually don't know. So maybe you can research it for me and find out because I've done my own research and I can't come up with a straight answer because as far as I'm aware, Spider-Man in the MCU has nothing to do with this Venom. Because every time they ask someone from Marvel, okay, what's the deal with this Venom movie? Is it part of your universe? They have left absolutely no ambiguity whatsoever in their answer and just said no. They've literally just said straight up, no, we have no plans to integrate that film or that version of Venom with our universe. We have no plans to let them use Spider-Man. But every time someone asks Sony Pictures, they go, oh, it could happen in the future. You never know. So is your movie part of the Marvel universe? Well, we consider it to be adjunct to the Marvel universe. So no. But what you're actually saying is we want it to be because we want some of that money. Please give us some of the money. It just comes across to me as being really desperate, especially the fact they chose Venom because like he's the most popular Spider-Man villain to launch their new universe, despite the fact, as we've talked about, Venom as a character is fundamentally linked with Spider-Man. And I think they even said like, oh yeah, the symbol on the chest of the Venom in our movie, we've changed it because obviously it won't make sense for him to be running around with a Spider-Man logo on his chest. It's like, if that's the case, why does he still have the big white eyes? Because that's directly influenced by Spider-Man's costume, the big white eyes on his costume. How do you explain that shit away? How do you explain away the fact that Venom's shooting webs everywhere? I'm just going to go out on a limb here and make a big guess about the Venom movie and say at some point in that movie they will make a like wink wink nudge nudge reference to Spider-Man. And I'm also going to go out on a limb and guess that